Well. Look who decided to show up. Look who decided to show up to their own stream. Sorry, everybody. I got kind of lost today. Got kind of busy for some reason. I lost track of time. I apologize. I'm late, but I'm here. Hello. Die. Yeehaw. Howdy, partners. How you doing, Die? Well, that's a real howdy do if I've ever seen it. Well, howdy do there, Die. Hope you're having a Texas-tastic day. Oi, happy Pride Month. It's Happy Pride Month. I forgot about that. I forgot about it. Where's the rainbows? Where's the rainbow squirrel? I don't have any rainbow paraphernalia. There's rainbows all over the room. All over the room, purposefully placed. Look, there's rainbows everywhere. It's just a colorful stream, okay? It's a colorful stream. It's been Pride from the very beginning, so I don't have to change anything, right? I was thinking about getting a Pride flag, but that seems like, I don't know why. I have this fear of being too typical, and it definitely seems like I just found out I was LGBTQ+ is buying a Pride flag. So I don't know. I mean, I could. It's perfectly within my rights. It's perfectly within my rights as a human being to buy one. But still, it still feels kind of like, do I really want to like hang this up and be like, this is my country. My country's gay. You do you. Yeah, you can find off you can show off your Rainbow Bright soap that you stole. I didn't steal any soap. That's unconfirmed. Nobody's had eyes on the soap. I have confirmed that I stole soap, but nobody else has confirmed it. Only I said that. Also, Michelle, what's up? Are you still awake? Michelle, what are you doing awake? Are you here for Sandrock? Because we've got some Sandrock. We got some more rocks filled with sand. Oi, the king of squirrel. How are you doing? Ahsoka, you said that you lost your taste and smell yesterday? Do you have COVID? Is that what's happening? I'm so sorry if I spread COVID to you over the internet. I didn't know that was possible. Didn't know that could happen. If that happened, Ahsoka, I am very sorry for infecting you. I did not mean to. I did not know that could be transmitted. Is this thing clean? This probably has COVID on it. I'm sorry. It made it through the mic. My bad. No. You find getting Pride flags a bit on the nose. See, Dies like me. Worried about appearances too much. Thank you, Die. Thank you for confirming my concern with my appearances for too much. Thank you, Die. Thank you for confirming that we're both very petty. I like that. Keep COVID away from me. No thanks. What? Danny, you don't want any COVID? I already knew. Oh yeah, because we got it on the same day, on like the 20. I think you said you got it on the 23rd, if I'm not mistaken, or you said it was like you were starting to feel on the 24th. I'm not sure. A pocket cupcake. What's up? Hey. Gosh darn it, Kenny, don't forget to sanitize the mic after use. Save the followers. Save them the pain. I have washed this a few times, just in case you're wondering. This has been washed. I'm not even sure how you're supposed to wash it, but I washed it with water. And then I rinsed it with water, and then I dried it with a paper towel. So I'm guessing that that's fine. I mean, it's not a sensitive component. It should be fine. I don't know. Okay, so we're gonna be playing more Sandrock. More Sandrock, this janky new game that I've been playing that I bought yesterday, and it is early access, and I can kind of feel it. I can kind of feel the early access because we've already clipped through the floor and went flying into the unknown. And I have also heard, I was trying to look up performance tips to make this thing run better. And apparently you're not allowed to alt tab out of it. So that's a thing. So apparently I'm not supposed to alt tab out of it. So I'm going to try not to do that because it might cause my system to explode. I was also trying to test my system earlier, and my computer is not running that well right now. My computer is not in tip-top shape. I have a bunch of good components in there, but there is some sort of an issue. I don't know what the deal is, but I did a graphics test where it tests all the different components of your computer, and then it like ranks them against other computers, and it couldn't even detect my graphics card. So I don't have a graphics card, apparently, even though it's running. You missed me playing it yesterday. You had to go before I got to it. See? I'm trying to speed it up for you, Ahsoka. I'm trying to speed it up so that you can see this game. I want you to be able to see this game. It's early access. It came out like a few days ago. It's a sequel to a pretty popular game. And it's very janky right now, but I've been enjoying it thus far. And apparently I have some friends that have been playing it too. I barely got to watch any of that last night. I went on like a very long walk, and I didn't get to watch any streams after this. I also finished Mob Psycho, which was the anime that I was watching. I finished it, but apparently the OVA is like... I think that there's like a 1 hour movie or something. There's a movie at the end of it, and I'm like, I'm not watching this movie. I'll watch that tonight. Graphics card, schmraphics card. I just run this computer on Wheat Thins and Weetabix. I just have them lined up, and they use like water diffusion, and that's how I power my PC. So here it is. Here's Sandrock, very dusty. I have an invisible hat on my head. Yesterday we built a couple of smelters, or 2 furnaces, pardon. I'm using 7 days to die logic here. Recycler that will take like mounds of junk that we find and refine it into goodies. Furnaces, which do exactly what you would expect. I got a bunch of boxes here. We got a work table for building stuff, processor for building stuff, grinder for building stuff. And this is the assembly station where we can make things like the grinder and the processor and the work table. They all get assembled here. Let's see. Are we trying to build anything right now? We for a mission in the town, we're supposed to build a few different items, and we're supposed to build a sunshade for somebody. So there's missions to do in this game. There's mining, there's fishing, there's you chop down trees and get crafting items. You can have relationships with people and marry them. It's got a lot. There's a lot going on. And there's also combat. So to be honest, my biggest like gripe with this game is that there's too much going on. There's too much going on. You said, is this like Harvest Moon? It is a little bit like Harvest Moon. It does have plants and what is it called? Yeah, like gardening. It has gardening in the game, but I haven't even unlocked it. I played this game for 4 hours and we did not unlock plants yet. So they're in the game. I just haven't unlocked them. Maybe that's today's mission. Today's mission is that we make a garden. If we don't make a garden, I will not be satisfied. Will not be satisfied until there are plants being planted. It's 3D Stardew Valley. It's so much more complicated than Stardew Valley. Oh, there's so much going on. I will do my best to focus on things, but thankfully with Stardew Valley, I get really nervous about like hitting deadlines and stuff. Like I always want to make sure that I'm not missing like profits, or I'm progressing the story enough. This game is so chaotic that I do not feel that rush. I do not feel the rush of like, oh no, I have to make sure that today was worth it. It's like, nah, we'll just reset the day. Just reset the day. It'll make things craft faster. It's me again. So your ma has already replaced you. Is this my dad? Is this my dad? No, it's my friend Nia. This is a long message, Nia. You gave me a handmade scarf. Thank you, Nia. Thank you for the gift. I have to press B for inventory. And oh yeah, yesterday we were trying to figure out how to do all the inventory stuff because it is a little bit complicated. Bandanas are considered accessories. I thought as much. Hey, Bonehead, what's up? How you doing, Bonehead? Welcome to Sandrock Valley. There is, we can expand our land as well. Hey, Akimic, what's up? Look, I'm streaming. Look, I'm streaming, I'm late. Time got away from me. I've been taking some online courses. In psychology. I've been taking some online psychology courses and I lost track of time. But here I am. For your gaming pleasure. For your gaming pleasure and endless entertainment. We should be digging through this wood pile. That's a cute shirt. Oh, thank you. Yes, it's a Kickstarter backer shirt. It gives you lots of benefits. This is for me buying the game early access. Thank you. I think that looks pretty good, right? Yeah. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go... So, we're supposed to recycle this old stage. I forgot that we had upgraded our pick. That was the last thing that we did. The last thing that we did was make a, is it bronze? Yeah, bronze pick hammer. Nice. Let's see if we can break down this stage. So apparently the sandstorm blew in. The sandstorm blew in and it ruined this guy's stage. And right as they were about to put on a show. So we're gonna take all the goodies from this and then we're going to rebuild it. We're supposed to build the stage backdrop, which requires 8 wooden sticks, 8 copper wires, glass, which we already have, and some copper loudspeakers. So it looks like we're gonna need a lot of copper. Hey, what's up, Von Chick? Why are you saying, Kenny? Maybe I should lower the TTS goal. I set the TTS thing to 100 bits back whenever people were like, oh, TTS exists. Let's play with it a lot. I should lower it. What's the, what does that mean, Von Chick? Also, hi. Psychology, that's neat. What are you learning just now? I've been taking notes, and the most recent thing that I was reading was just about history. I think that the course that I'm looking at, they have dedicated modules to Skinner and to Freud. But I'm still in the like introductory, and I'm trying to like remember how to take notes. I never had classes where I had to take notes or anything, so I'm trying to get back in the swing of things. Back in the swing of things. as you swing your baseball bat at me and send me flying across the screen. Thanks a lot. Your work is always working hard, making moosh, getting moolah. Ew, Freud. Listen, Freud was important for how psychology, how psychology came to be. Okay. He was a pioneer in, what's it called? I took notes for this. See, I took notes. Hang on. He was the one that started doing actual, like, experiments. What is it called? What's the name of it? The type of, it's not behaviorism. Correlation research. I'm going off the end. What was it? It was the psychoanalysis. Yeah, he was the one that, like, was one of the first people that did psychoanalysis, which is used in therapy to this very day. You're ready for psych class? Nice! It's Obsty. Oi! Obst! Obst, you're awake. It's a Christmas miracle. It's a Christmas miracle. My boyfriend, he's awake. Kenny took notes? I took notes for the first part of the module, and then I got a little bit bored. Oi! Thank you for the shout out for Obst, my boyfriend, and my stream team leader. My stream team leader, I pledged field lead to him a little while ago. He's our brave leader. Our brave leader. Brave leader, what should we do? We will conquer Twitch. And we will get every single, what is it called? We will get every company to pay us to talk about them. Sponsorship, that's what it's called. We will get every sponsorship and conquer the entire platform. That's what our stream leader said last night. So, what was I supposed to do? I just got this pick. Let's see. What do we need for the stage backdrop? Oh, so have you seen this game? I think that you peeked in, like, last night and saw it. I saw that Eighth was in here last night talking about the game and has apparently been playing it. It is quite fun so far. I need an upgrade for my stone axe, though. I wonder what we have to do to be able to grow plants, because I want to grow plants. I want to grow plants in the sandy soil. I want to create. Let's see. Maybe I can already build it and I just didn't realize it. There's daggers, spears, bookcases, casual shirts. This is all baloney. None of this is important. It's Obsty! Yeah, see, Michelle would know. Michelle's from Germany. Michelle knows what the heck is up. Michelle knows what the true meaning of Obst is. We need copper wire? Where the heck are we supposed to make copper wire? Copper wire? Oh, we need a recipe. Okay, so let's head to the commerce store. And we could try to sell our old pick hammer and see what kind of moolah they'll give me. There's this big old town with a bunch of different shops to go to. And some of them have got people inside that we can try and marry. Sorry, Obst. Sorry, Obst, I'm cheating on you, but only in the game. To the Commerce Guild. We need copper wire. He sells you a bunch of different recipes for stuff. Bingo. I don't know why he's selling them. Do you want me to help this town or not, dude? Why are you selling me this important information? What does Obst mean in German? It means fruit. It means fruit, which is very fitting. Yo, Kenny, how you feeling? I'm feeling fantastic. I'm feeling fantastic, Awkward. I'm just a little bit late because I got really distracted. But I'm here now. Awkward. How are you feeling? Obst equals fruit. Don't call my boyfriend that. How dare you? And in Pride Month, no less. We're gonna go... I want to see... The hottie that runs this saloon is the one that I'm interested in. But he's not even here. We need to be buddies with him before we can enter his chambers unannounced. What? Is Grace his daughter? Who is this?
Newcomer, huh? That's good. We need all the help we can get.
You know, she's
I'm
just
Grace.
Gently tapping
Stop
that.
by for a meal at the saloon sometime. I'll do my best to make something edible.
She's just gently tapping that meat with that knife. That thing is as dull as a hammer. Lady. Here's some steamed sandfish. I'll show you the true meaning of food. Okay. Looks like he's not in here. Here's my other builder friend.
Howdy.
Howdy.
I heard that the breach here in town used to be one of the tallest buildings in the old world metropolis.
Oh yeah, because this is like a post-apocalyptic world. I forgot about that. The old metropolis. Ah, yes. Back in the day when they still had the internet. Back in the now we're in the post-internet days. And you know what? Everything's hitting a little bit different. I think the tower is visible on that little loading thing. It's that tower up there. Maybe there's some goodies up there. Maybe there's some ancient treasures that are in that tower, and we can re-enable the internet. Oh yeah, I was gonna sell this pick. Let's see what kind of stuff we can sell here. We tried to sell stuff at the water place, and they were very limited with what they would purchase. What will you purchase, my boy? $6? $6 for a pick hammer, that's it? Dude, your prices are horrible. Look at this, you don't get any money for anything. It's $200 for our fancy new pick, though. So whenever we make an upgrade for that, we're gonna make some... I'm pretty sure that we paid more for the components of that pick hammer than he's offering me for the whole thing. Please try to say, I don't want to read that. That's number one, it's not English. Oh yeah, Kato, I forgot. You sent me a message last night and I didn't read it. Oi! Yeah, if you wanna send me, Kato, the message that you wanted to send to Discord, I'd love to read it. I'd love to read it, and I'm sure it's 100% fine. I'm sure it's 100% fine. I just want to make sure that we're very, very positive. Very positive in this Pride Month is supposed to be a celebration. A celebration. Celebration. You can focus on the pride aspect. Oh, heck yeah. Huh? Oh, you're all good. Don't worry about it, Kato. I've spent the last 10 years of my life living out loud and proud. As lucky as I am to be able to live the life how I want, I can't help but call attention to our rainbow family who dull their true colors for one reason or another. In honor of those not ready or able, I will be coming out again on their behalf. Hello, I'm Kato. I'm gay. I couldn't be prouder of who I am. Happy Pride Month, indeed. Happy Pride Month to you, Kato. Hello. Boing, boing, boing. Oh, it was just the message that you posted? Oh, okay, all good. All good, all good, all good. All good. See, I knew that you would be fine, Kato. I've just seen some people that like to focus on like the negative side of things when it's supposed to be a celebration. Celebration. Let's sit down this bush. Bop. There we go. Get this out of here. Get this out of here. Yak, don't want to get out of here. Bop. Bop. We need some more wood. We need 8 wooden sticks, so we got to get ourselves some food. Ah, come here. Bonk. Bonk. You're not a Twitter fiend, Kato. You're a nice, kind Twitch friend. Boing, boing, boing. Huzzah, forward! More wood. Actually, this might not be the most efficient way to get wood. Maybe we should, I mean, we paid, wait a second, I forgot about this. We paid to be able to access the scrapyard, so we should take advantage of that every day. And maybe there'll be a week that we don't need to access the scrapyard, and we can just, like, leave it. But we need to go to the salvage yard. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Get the goodies. There's just a giant mixed junk pile for our harvesting benefit. Yes. Look at all this garbage. It's got mechanical scrap. That's good for getting, I'm trying to remember what's in mechanical scrap. I think it's, what were they? There's all kinds of stuff in there. There's mechanical, there's copper scrap in there, and data discs. I didn't know that you could get data discs out of these piles. That's sweet. Everyone's gonna judge me in town by my looks. Wait, what? What's that? Did Nightbot? Ah! Did Nightbot say that unabated? Unbaited? Alk knows things and drinks. He's all out of drinks. I know how to mix drinks and cause mischief. And I'm all out of liquid. Ah! We can't break this. We need an upgraded thing. We need an upgraded thing to break it. Also, it is hot as heck in this house right now. It is as hot as heck. Because my bill for my electricity was like $400. It was like $400 last month. And I spent time away from the house. We spent time away in Vegas, and I turned off the AC while we were gone. And I'm still paying this much. It's insane. What the heck, Texas? Stop being so dang hot. So instead, I've decided to sweat. Instead of paying money, I've decided to suffer at least a little bit. So it is rather hot in here. It's like 78 or something. We can go straight. Okay, so we can go straight down to where we already made it. Let's see. Treasure detector is not working. We can find simple circuits, old parts, power stones, tin ore. It'd be good to find some more power stones. And it's just free to enter. We can just... we do have to pay for access for the yard itself, but I'm just allowed to go into the salvage runes. The grunting reminds you of Link's grunting. Our character has never spoken this entire time. So we are essentially just a Link character. You're totally right about that, Awkward. The only way that we communicate is What? This pick isn't even upgraded enough for the power stones? We need a better tool for that. I wonder what's the upgrade for the pick? I have not encountered an upgrade for the pick yet. Is this the way through? No, that we got stuck down here and couldn't figure out where to go. So I guess we dig down. We love a good mute protagonist. I mean, what else are they gonna do? Characterize the player character? Impossible. Impossible. That's never been done before. You're talking crazy. It cannot be done. Oh, well, we found the bottom of it. Where's the door? I do really like the mining in this game. It's very satisfying. Just another thing that reminds me of 7 Days to Die. I'm gonna break it. What? Oh, we already made a hole down here that didn't lead anywhere. Nice. I didn't even notice that there was already a hole down here. Okay, where is it? Where's the door? Bing bang. And I'm out of stamina. All right, I guess we'll continue this later. I'm out of stamina. It's time to do other stuff. Let's leave the ruins. Nice. That was a job well done. Good work day, everybody. All right, everybody relax. Everybody relax. Great work day. Good work ethic. Hi, gay. Happy Pride Month. Oh, blah. Oi. Hey, look, Alexan, how are you doing? Happy Pride Month. Oi, 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 oi. It's like June 1st and stuff. Wow. Whee! Up we go. Oi, oi, oi. Boyoyoing, boyoyoing, boyoyoing. Here we go, here we go. Smack some bushes. How are you doing, local Lexan? I'm playing this new goofy game. This new early access goofy game. And it's pretty fun so far. Big town full of people that you can marry. a little project over here that's my own. It's my own little project. And of course, my character is as handsome as they come. I'm a Giga Chad. that's my character's name is Giga Chad. Is this 3D Stardew? I'd say so. I'd say so. It's pretty much just 3D Stardew. Can we just call that? He looks like Germa? No, he doesn't. The hair's all wrong. The hair is all wrong. He does kind of look like Germa a little bit. Does Germa look like a Giga Chad? Is that what we're saying? Is Germa a Giga Chad? Chat may never know. Okay, let's... Oh, yeah, we purchased a copper wire thing. Let's make 4 of those. Wait. There are some nice things in this game. Like, it tells me... Okay, so you're constructing something on the table. You need 8 of these. Like, it informs you in the actual crafting stations, like, how much of things you need to make, which is very convenient. I wish that more games did that. Let's see, we need some wooden sticks. That ought to be enough of them. So we're just trying to construct this backdrop. You don't have enough of the required items. We only have 3. We need more wood. We need more wood. I'm out of stamina. I don't think my character has any upgrades to do right now, right? I think we've been keeping up with the knowledge. So maybe we should make money. Maybe making money is what we'll do today. Let's see. It's June the 2nd. Listen, it's the June the 2nd. What is 2nd? June the 2nd. Listen, it's June 1st over here. Michelle, is June 1st over here. It's not my fault that y'all got it all wrong. Just gonna autofill all my junk into these boxes. Not that one. I'll put it in this box, and this box, and this box. Not you! We'll put... Let's see. Some copper screws in here. I think that it pulls everything out of the boxes, too, whenever you want to craft stuff. So there's no reason to not just throw everything in here. Also, we can cook. Where's the cooking table? How do we make a cooking table? Let's see. Maybe I'll look up... that'd probably be in the assembly station, right? I want to see what other things that we can make in here, but I think they're going to make me make this first. Hey, it's Lynn! What's up, Lynn? Oi! Happy Pride Month, Lynn. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. You're here just in time to watch some Sandrock nonsense. Lynn! How are you doing? I missed you. I missed you. Where have you been? Where have you been? Sandrock is out. Well, it's early access, to be fair. It's a bit messy. It's a bit messy, but I've been enjoying it. Oh, yeah, and my house is called the Sweat Zone. Because I'm always working out my big muscles. Look at them. Look at them. They're getting stronger every day. I'm getting more and more muscular. You just got a job, so super busy? Ooh, making that money. Making that money? What kind of job did you get, if you don't mind me asking? You don't have to answer that. You don't have to answer that. You can keep it all a secret. Rocky's out here.
How you doing?
How you doing?
See ya.
See ya. Get out of here. Okay, so we're gonna be going to town, and let's check the board. Actually, a lot of the missions though are just for crafting stuff. So it's like if I'm out of stamina, what am I supposed to do? Go back to bed? Go to bed. Okay, let's see here. Bronze bars, rubber shells, wooden sticks, sunshade, twin thread. I probably have enough thread for this, right? We already own 28. Okay, let's take this mission. Nice. Press V to track it. And let's go grab some thread and give it to this old lady. She's trying to cook stuff. Oh darn, well it looks extravagantly better than Portia. This is exciting. Ooh, wait a second. So Lynn, you've seen the other game. I've had some people come in here and ask me how they compare, but I have not been able to answer because I didn't play the first one. So maybe you can inform me and make some comparisons. You're a growth engineer, a fancy word saying an extra nerdy digital marketer. Ooh, nice. Digital marketing. I think we got a few peeps around here that work in digital marketing. Very modern. Very modern. Modern problems require modern marketing solutions. Yes, Kenny, I remember raiding you when you were playing Portia. What? You raided me while you were playing it? How did I not remember? How did I not remember this? We have a history. We have a history of such things. I think I do vaguely remember some people raiding me, and I was like, that game seems interesting, but I'd already heard that they're making a sequel, and I was just like, I know that they abandoned that game. Do I really want to play an abandoned game when they're making an allegedly better one?
You, a new builder in town.
It's Grandma
glad
Vivi.
to see a new face.
I think she
Here
said
now,
tailor
sugar,
to all.
Take this scarf. It gets chilly here at night. Courtesy of Tailor Made. Don't be a stranger, you hear?
You talk slow.
Hello.
Now let me finish this mission. Here you go, old lady. This was just what I was looking for. Thanks, Giga Chad. Don't be a stranger.
See
What
ya.
does that mean? What does that mean? I don't want to be a stranger, but you're making me feel stranger and stranger every time you say that.
Hey there.
I still don't quite know what these gifts are. Like, how are you supposed to know what kind of gift they want? Would she want... Oh, wait a second.
See ya.
So these fish restore stamina? Wait a minute. Hey, that boy Thad. Yo, what's up? Good vibes to you, Thad. Is that Thaddeus? Is that Thaddeus? What's up? 97. Good year. Good year to be born. Let's get... So we got the wooden sticks. Need the copper wires. Those are being made. I don't know about the live speakers, though. Oh, Owen needs help. What is it, my good man? Hey there, builder. Looks like you survived your first sandstorm. Ha ha! This storm really did a number on the saloon there. In addition to the stage, I don't suppose that you noticed there's something missing around here. Something very essential. Okay. Yeah, he's gonna mention that sign. We found the sign on the mountain. You milked some yaks yet? Not yet, Guessy. Listen, I've been callousing up my palms, all right? You don't understand what kind of friction goes on underneath those yaks. I gotta make sure that my hands are nice and tough, because I don't have a pair of gloves yet. Let's see. Yeah, I can do that. I think I already found his sign. It just like blew onto a mountain. Over the moon. It's right over there. Looks like his sign blew all the way out here. There's no voice acting in Sandrock yet. What? There is. There is. The old lady talked. The old lady talked. It's they just don't talk all the time. Hey, yo, Danny. Danny, thank you for the gifted sub. Can we get some EVs in the chat? Oi!
Danny _
Thank
now
you,
gifted a
Danny.
tier 1 sub to Fatboy and
Oi,
Fatboy
oi,
97.
oi, oi,
They have
oi.
given 52 gift subs in the channel.
Run away! Hang on. I got an idea. We need to eat. I'm starving. Hey. Thank you, Danny. I'm hungry. Where's my fish? Eat fish. Starving. Eat steamed sand. What? There's no eating animation. I hope I didn't just double up on it. Danny Hive! Heck yeah! Gifted sub for that Thad boy. Oh, heck yeah. Okay, we gotta kill these chickens. But I just got my stamina. They're frightened. I'm sorry, chickens. I'm about to frighten you a lot more. By killing you! Surprise. These almost look like Dragon Quest characters with their big ol' eyeballs. They're very silly. I like them. Here we go. Danny, what are you doing? Danny! Oi! What are you doing?
Danny _
What are
now
you
gifted
doing?
a tier 1 sub to
Danny!
401.
Thank you for another gifted
They have
sub.
given 53 gift subs in the
Thank
channel.
you so much for another gifted sub. What the heck? And it's for Lynn. Hey! Yo. Thank you so much, Danny. Oi! Spreading the love to the whole chat. Ah! Thanks so much. Oi. We defeated the chickens. Now we will acquire the moon. Can I just... Oh, I just picked it up. I just picked it up. No worries. No worries. I can carry that. What do you think I've been working out for? We shall return the sign to its rightful owner. Bird. It's Coco the owl. Kick owl. No, I just kicked the thing he's standing on, and I got cactus fruit out of that. What does cactus fruit do? It gives you 1 stamina. Nice. You probably need to cook it. We should learn how to cook as soon as possible so that we can make ourselves delicious treats for stamina. Where do I turn in the mission? I think I gotta crawl up there. Here we go. Here we go. Climb up top. This is the Hammer Time store. There we go. Just install that. Bingo. Ta-da! That's great. It's a hotel again. Ha 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 ha. Thanks a million. Owen. I'm starting to have second thoughts about our relationship. Alright, here we go. Oh dear. I'm out of stamina. We gotta go to bed. We gotta go to bed. I'm so tired. I know. I can't believe that he betrayed us like this. I'm scared. I'm scared. Is he always gonna be like this? I can't live with a guy that makes puns like that all the time. Copper loudspeaker. It said I needed a recipe. Why does everything require a recipe? Just give me all the recipes. Why do I have to buy them? Why do they sell them? What do you do it? 8 copper wires, so I need 4 more. Bingo. You hit 1 million acorns? Oh my god. I need to make a redemption that is end stream immediately. End stream immediately. Okay, copper wires going. Copper bars going. I'm out of stamina. Do we need to do anything else? What kind of missions have we got right now? Here we go. Oh yeah, and Calico's here. Hey, what's up, Callie? Oh, hallelujah. It's the Calico Kitties. Oh, recycled the old stage. I already did that. We did that. Is just make the stage, make a sunshade, and we only have a day left to do it? Dude, our relationship's gonna go down the toilet. She'll never forgive us. Okay, we should go to bed right now. Should go to bed. Take a sip. I need to take a sip right now. Oh, snap. Oh, I left it in the kitchen. Let me grab it.
Okay.
Hey, who hit me? Who hit me while I was on the run? Also, die. Enjoy your rest. I'm streaming late, Die. You should be sleeping. You should be sleeping. Go have a good lie down. Here we go. We're going to sleep. I want freaking gardening. How do I garden in this game? Do I need to look it up on the wiki? What's going on? I have to build a main stage and they won't even let me plant? I want to plant crops. I want to plant crops and become a farmer. I want to get back to basics. I want to live as my ancestors did. I don't want to live as some modern hippie crafting nonsense merchant. I want to live like my father did, off the land. Just like any true Texan does. My father was a farmer. My grandfather also was a farmer. My great-granddaddy, he's the one that bought the farm. Me, I'm just a good-for-nothing kid living in Dallas. I forgot the old ways, but someday I'm gonna go back to the farm and claim it as my own. The heirloom passed down from generation to... Wait a second, is that a leak? Give me that. There we go. What's happening? Did I glitch it? I think I glitched it. I'm just looking through the grass for nothing. The leak's right behind you, man. The leak's right behind you. Okay. Apparently, if you click the interact button, but you're walking towards the item and you go through it, then it bugs it. Hang on. Let's see if I can do that again. Okay, let's just get the leak. Take a leak. Take a leak, everyone. Hello? There we go. Oh my goodness. That was actually kind of hard to do. That's a difficult glitch, you guys. It's a high-end speedrun strat. My great-great-grandfather was also a farmer. His father, oddly, a ballerina. And his father was a farmer as well. We had one wild soul among us. But you know what? We loved him just the same. We accepted him for his artistic self. Some people just don't love the land, and that's okay. Do I get any wood from this? I do. I get 1 wood. 1 wood from the bush. 1 wood for a bush. What about from a scrap? You gotta like break it all the way to get any goodies. That's ridiculous. We got experience. That gives you wood scrap. We should be recycling the wood scrap right now. I forgot about that. Here we go. Here we go. You're so tired, but you don't want to go to sleep, Michelle. Michelle, why don't you want to go to sleep? Sleep's good for you and stuff. Okay, there we go. Recycling the wood. We need that to build this, and I'm wondering. I'm trying to think of who I need to interact with to be able to start gardening. It could just be an assembly thing. We can go buy the... Run into town really quick, and we'll buy the blueprint that we need. I want you to do my commission. This guy doesn't even hand out commissions. He just offers a forum for others. Oh yeah, we don't need that. We need to buy, let's see, wooden, copper, loudspeaker, need that. Gunpowder, bench, office chair. See, none of this is gardening stuff. None of this is for gardening. You don't need a marble slab to grow a plant? There we go. Tailor shop is going to be all clothes. There's the hammer shop, but that's all for tools. There was like a home improvement store or something around here, but I don't remember where it was. Last time I went looking for it, I couldn't find it. Hey, you got a leak. Almost. Almost got a leak. Put that on my tombstone. It's my greatest claim to fame. Almost got a leak. Looks like you can buy horses in this game for schmooving around. I want a horse. I actually never got a horse in Stardew Valley. I kind of never saw the use for it. I just like running everywhere. Okay, this is the lodge up here, Old Town Lodge, apartments. I guess you could buy an apartment if you wanted one. I don't know why you would. This town is so twisty. There's so many buildings, and some of them are not labeled. Some of them have big signs over them that tell you what they are, and some of them have no sign. You just have to walk up. You can get horses in Stardew? Yes, you can. You can get a horse stable, and then you can just hop on that clippity-cloppity, and you can go zoom. Yeah, you get a free horse for the stable, just like Alchemic said. What? Come back here, bird. Goodies, it's free, it's free. Goodies, it's free. That's really close to the voice that I did. Goodies, it's free, it's free. Yummy, yummy, yum. Yummy, yummy, yum. Where?
Come all to Fang's Clinic. 1 per customer, no cutting, no cutting. Bye-bye.
Why? Why did he say bye-bye? He said it so gently. Get the heck out of here, you freaking talking bird. What is this world? The lore goes deeper. The lore goes deeper. Apparently there's talking crows now. See, what is this store? We don't know. Oh, it's just a house. It's just a house. Also, Independent Oreo, what's up? Oi! We're back in Sandrock. Back in this town trying to figure out what we're doing. Trying to figure out how to become a gardener. This is the water world. All they do is sell water, straw, fertilizer can be added to planting boxes. Okay, so we need planting boxes. That's our main thing that I want to do. I want planting box. Where do I get such things? Check door. Rose's clothes. Closed indefinitely. Nice. Is that an early access thing? Lumi's loafers. Closed indefinitely. This is great. I'm glad that we have some closed down shops. Just to give you a taste of what you could have had. Eska's Poetry Society. Closed indefinitely. What? Where am I supposed to perform my slam poetry? Where in this town can I get my poetry fix?
Enjoy your stay
Okay,
Don't
she's...
forget to subscribe to the Tumbleweed Standard.
Wait a minute, is she
Have a
talking?
nice day.
There's a microphone on front. Is she the one that's talking and she has like a converter box that translate her animal language into English? What the heck? Also, this bird's just named X. And you can give them a gift. Oh, they are called X. That's their name. Our relationship just went up and said, "Gah, gah, gah." I can't get more relationship with his bird. We've already maxed it out. I still am wondering where that stinking home improvement shop was. Okay, what? Oh, there's a robot at the door. The mysterious man's house. Said to be a house owned by a mysterious salesman. The door is locked. That's awfully sneaky. My phone's ringing. Great. There's a mysterious man that lives in this house? Are we supposed to break in, or is that just a mission? Break in. There's some jerky sitting up here? Free food? Delicious. Oh, this is Mion's workstation. These are some of the tools that I have. Maybe there never was a... What? How dare you? I know it's here. I saw it. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I know it's somewhere. I can feel it. It's just one piece of jerky. Nobody's gonna miss it. I'm gonna blame it on the bird. I'm gonna blame it on the crow. It was X who did it. X took it. I saw the bird flying by and it grabbed that jerky. It wasn't me. Oh, there's a floating treasure chest up there. Maybe you're supposed to shoot that down with a weapon. This is the church. This is, I don't know. Hey, Blue Jay! Thank you for the sub. Oi! Oh, it's a gift sub, courtesy of Calico Kitties, and it was a 6-month gift sub. Yo, welcome back. Welcome back, Blue Jay. Oi, oi, oi! Thank you to Calico. Thank you, Blue Jay, for being here. Oi, 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 oi! Thanks for sharing the celebration. Thanks for sharing the celebration. We're playing some Sandrock. Oi, oi, oi! Blue Jay, how have you been doing? I missed you. Ah. Oh, look at the big building. Look at the big building. A tram engine that presumably once was used to connect to this side of the canyon to the other. Looks like it hasn't been in use for years. You need some gay friends to spread Pride Month with? Oh, gay friends, gay friends. Where are all the gay friends hiding? You guys, does anybody in the chat have tips on how to find gay friends? I'm just on a self-discovery journey. Figuring out where everything is. Is this a shooting range? Yo! Pistol bullet. What's it called? Pistol bullet. Not Grinder? What? Not? I found some gay friends on Grinder. I don't know what you're talking about. You go. Can we get a gun? When do I get a pistol? When do I get a pistol to shoot all these chickens? Rainbow bat signal? Is that how you find them? The rainbow bat signal. The light has to be rainbow, otherwise you'll attract an entirely different crowd. It's just... Okay. Where do I get a gun? I'm surely you have to craft it. The answer to everything in this game is crafting. I want to learn how to... Crossbow! Why can't I steal it? Why can't I steal it? Yeah, I know. I would not recommend looking for friends on Grindr unless you want to, like, wade through, like, a sea of horniness. But there are definitely ace people that I've seen on, I think, Tinder that are like, I'm just looking for friends. I'm not interested in you. But you'll probably get a bunch of people that are like, oh, I could change them. I could be the one person that they're attracted to. Why do you want a gun? That's suspicious. No, it is not suspicious. Look, I want a gun because I got this. And look, the source is from Grindr. It's an ammo for pistol type weapons. Listen, I wanna be able to use my bullets. That's all. I only want a gun so that I can use my bullets. That's it. Sourced straight from Grindr. I can't. The parkour in this game is a little questionable. I still don't know where the home improvement store is. I know I saw one. Old Town Lodge. It was a sign like that. Was that what I saw this entire time? Have I been completely deceived by my memory? I need the wiki. I need the wiki at all times. I just need the wiki open 24/7 because this game is too freaking twisty. Can't find anything. Rion and Danby's home. I don't want to be breaking into people's homes unless I think that they got free beef jerky. Picked up some dregs. Nice. Got some on sale items. Nice. Oh, there's a barber. I didn't even notice a barber here. Here it is! I'm stupid! It was right here the entire time. It's called Construction Junction. Construction Junction. This is what I was looking for. This is the construction store. Huh?
Reckon you got my letter?
Don't
How's
talk to me
Mason's
before it
old shack
loads.
treating you? If it's not quite what you were expecting, might be high time
Aha!
to start upgrading.
It's the upgrade shop.
If you've got the goals and the materials, I can set you up with a new building for your workshop.
I got so
Or
many
upgrade
goals.
something you've already got.
See, she'll probably
Just
sell me a
take look at that
greenhouse.
Oh, also, I've always got plenty.
shut
That's
up?
the gist of it.
Sorry, Heidi. Didn't mean to treat you like that. My bad. Okay, so these are just normal stuff. Home editing toolkit for what is with this random price? It's $3,711 exactly. What? Home assessment board. You can easily browse the properties of furnitures in your home. That's kind of cool. A Yak Boy display board. The sturdiest of display boards. Baptized by the wind and the sand, it only gains its rustic charm as time goes on. Also, it says in museum medium exhibit, so you could just like put random stuff in the museum. I bought this at a store. Okay, so
Hey there.
you can spar with her. I'm kind of curious about what the spar mechanic does.
See ya.
See ya. I'm gonna spar with Heidi. Gonna fight her for the blueprints. Why can't you just fight with anybody? Is it gonna teleport me over to the ring? Oh yeah. Here we go. Don't touch the display boys. Nobody touch the display boys. Ah! Yo, Heidi's a maniac. Slow down, Heidi. Don't hurt Giga Chad. Here we go. Ah! Whoa, Heidi, you're too powerful. We're gonna have to take her down. All right, this is how we deal with things in this city. Ah! You missed me. Going down, lady. No more home improvement. Ah! She's got moves, all right? So you got moves. All right, Heidi. What's your next trick? Bah! You're taking you down. Oh, it's getting close. Woo! Heidi, good lord. Taking this too seriously. This is just sparring. I'm taking her down. Yeah! I just killed the home improvement lady. Hooray! This game seems great. I can fight people and potentially break into houses. What? What did that even do? Oh, she left. She said, see ya. That's enough of that. Construction Junction catalog. Nice. Here we go. Independent Oreo. Have you seen the game? I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's that voxel game where you can blow up anything and you're supposed to steal cars and Rob safes. I'm trying to remember what it's called. It's all voxel. Everything's destructible. It's called Breakdown. Is that what it is? Have you seen that game? Also, check this out. You can just... Let's see. What can we make? We can make roofs. So expanding house. Wait. What's happening? Where's my option bar? Pressing the rotate button, that's not doing it. Okay, zooming. How do I... Okay, I can move around. Ah! Ah! Don't have enough goals. Okay, so you can only build within your property. That's one thing. But you can make stone house, wooden house. What else? Sunshades, chimneys. Okay, so you can just do home design out here. It's kind of cool. Other. What kind of other items do we have? Okay, so these are those. You can put windows, home expansion, structures. Okay, here we go. Assembly stations, chicken coop, barn, or a hutch. Okay, so it looks like you have to own the items and pay the money. Okay. Looks like bronze frames, iron plates. The coop is also the same thing. Okay, so it's always iron plates, bronze frames, and hardwood planks. What about, these are things that I already own. Okay, well, there's not that many options. Doesn't look like planting has anything to do with build mode. Well, that's you gotta walk all the way out there to build your property. Okay. We have to walk all the way in here to upgrade our property, I guess. But it's so free. It almost feels too free. You don't think you have it, but you need it in your life? Maybe we can play a little bit. Maybe we could play a little bit of that voxel destruction. Okay, back into Sandrock. So there's the construction junction. Yeah, what about the barber? I wonder if they have any extra... I'm off seeking inspiration. Shop's closed until further notices. Oh, no haircuts. No haircuts in this town. Then there's the city hall. What are you supposed to do in here? Oh, you're gonna head to bed? Hey, get yourself some rest. Nighty night, Michelle. It was good to see you. Have some good sleep. Thanks for chilling with us. Wait. Everybody say goodnight to Michelle. Matilda. Souvenir shop. Nice. The shoes of memories. These are with other tokens. This is not real money. Ooh, I like this purple hat. Where do I get the purple tokens?
Hello.
So far, we have encountered 3 different types of of money. I'm not sure how things worked in Highwind around here, but our church works in tandem with the research center. We gotta work together to survive.
So long, partner.
So, how do I make the purple money? Source from festival store. What? Oh look, there's 2 other types of currency. There's thumb up points and then there's purple coins. What the heck? This game is so convoluted. Why is there so many types of money? The plaque reads Sandrock, Peach Year 150. Nothing here except for grass and greenery. Nice. This is what Sandrock used to look like back in the day. Matilda, what did you do?
Hello.
Hello. Not sure how things worked on... Oh, yeah. She's saying the same thing.
So long, partner.
Just wait till Monopoly money means something. I bought so many versions of Monopoly. Farming is stuck behind a quest line. Which quest line is it, Alchemic? I'm guessing I have to do this stage thing because it's the main mission. So I just have to continue the main mission. Maybe we'll just grind the main mission. Now we've checked around town. We saw all the buildings. Guess we just need to keep this main mission going. An NPC named Zeke. Okay. Let's see if we've encountered Zeke yet. Heidi, Matilda, Key, Justice, Jensen, X, the bird. Miguel, Unsure, Jasmine. I have not run into them yet. He's with Civil Core. Oh, yeah. I think the Civil Core is over here. I forgot to go in there. They literally don't have a sign on their building. It's just a random door. I think it might be here. Just because I remember walking up to a door over here. Yeah, this is it. This is it. Civil Corps. Right here. It's just... Ugh. What a sign! Maybe they don't put up signs because they'll just get blown away like the saloon sign. Okay, the Civil Corps store. Here's the guy. They got a bunch of clothes. Another currency! There's another currency! Hey, Taka Mufasa. Taka Mufasa. Oi, oi. Thank you for the raid. What's up? It's a Taka raid. Oi, oi. Hello, hello. Nice to meet you. What's up, what's up? Hi there, French Pepe the Frog. Oh, very nice. Welcome to my chat. Very good to see a beautiful frog like you. What's up, Jackson Skyfire? Taka Mufasa. Hey! I'm trying to remember what the one quote is with Mufasa and Scar Wars. Like, help me, brother. Help me, brother. Long live the king. You gotta go AFK? No worries. Thanks so much for coming in with the raid, Jackson. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming in with the raid. Enjoy your lurkies. Enjoy whatever you're doing. Oi, oi, Taka, what were you up to? You were just chatting. What were we talking about? Also, those freaking little wormies are so cute. I haven't seen those before. They've got a little lion floof. That's so cute. I'm trying to remember what those little guys are. They're snoms. You've got a lion snom. Oi. But welcome in. Thank you so much for raiding me. You did some cursed Photoshop? Okay, okay. I'm intrigued. I wonder if did you get that snom custom made? Because my friend Salty got a snom just like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not French. Oh, good. I can't speak French. If you were French, you would be offended at my horrible fake accent. So I'm glad to hear that, French Pepe the Frog. I just immediately imagined that one meme. The one French Pepe. Oh, it's the same artist as Salty and Nessie. Okay, it's the Snom Maker. He could be at the place called the Moisture Farm. What the heck is the Moisture Farm? Have you seen this game before, Taka? Or are you just popping in? Just popping in, saying hi? I'm playing this this new Sandrock game. It is it's very interesting so far. Oh, where do we go? Where's the Moisture Farm? That's disgusting. I don't want to farm any moisture. Oh, and happy Pride Month, Taka. I don't listen, I'm trying to integrate with the community, okay?
Okay.
Lupus! How dare you? Oi! Lupus, how are you doing? Thanks for whacking me in the face. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Well done, good hit. Good smack. Lupus, I've been tempted to play. Lupus, I've been tempted recently to. Lupus, I've been thinking about. I just don't like Final Fantasy 14 that much, okay? I'm tempted to play. I'm tempted to dip into, but I don't want to pay for. But I'm thinking about maybe. I'm thinking about playing WoW. I just want to try it because I haven't tried WoW before. I haven't tried WoW before. Now I tried Final Fantasy 14. Don't do it. That's what everybody that plays WoW says. Let's play WoW. Do you want to play WoW? Look, Alexa, do you want to start a new character with me? Do you want to start a new character with me? Wow, fun. Oops is still here. Let's start a guild. You said that it's Farm Store north of Sandrock. Okay, Farm Store. Temple, Museum, High Noon, Clinic, Game Center, Research Center, Meon's Home, Construction Junction, City Hall, Blue Moon Saloon, Commerce Hall. This game is so complicated! It says up here? This is a school? Graveyard Shack? Museum? Katori's house? Maybe I have not interacted with it. Oh, there's a ranch store over here? What? There's a ranch store? I didn't even know about that. You said it's north? Oh, you got a lurk? Hey, you know where he's Lynn? Enjoy your lurk. Oi, oi, oi. Better be horde. Yeah, we better be horde. I don't want to be a loser. I don't want to be a loser. I'm trying to remember what they're called. Are they called like Covenant? I don't remember. It says that it's north of Sandrock. Okay. This game confusing. People. Guilds, north. Gotta go north. North. This is the arcade. Let's see. Final Fantasy XIV is an MMO, right? Yes, it is. I've been trying to find an MMO that I like. And so far I've tried 14. Oh, that was a weird shadow. I've tried 14, I've tried RuneScape, and I've tried that new one that came out. I'm trying to remember its name. I can't even remember its name. It was so forgettable. It's not good. It's good not getting hooked on an MMO. I know, but I want to test my luck. WoW gets boring after a while. That's good to hear. Good Cooper out of here.
Howdy there, partner. Can't say I recognize you. Afraid I ain't got time for pleasantries at the moment. Speak with Mabel if you have business with the ranch.
With the ranch? You sure talk like you don't have anything to do. MMOs are undoubtedly bad, but I'd still play with them with friends. What? Bad? Listen, anything that takes up your time on this boring world is good for me. Listen, I'm just looking for distractions. You can buy or sell animals. All baby animals can be purchased. All of them that can be purchased are here. You can buy babies. You can buy baby hens. Baby. They're kind of cute. I want to rotate them. Why can't I rotate them? This little thing is kind of gross. I don't know about this. It's got pigtails. Babies should not have pigtails. These little chickens are cute. I like this thing the most, though. Floppy. Floppy looks like they've seen some things. I'm scared of what Floppy's hiding behind those eyes. We need a hutch. It's essentially a bunny rabbit. So we need a chicken coop, hutch, or a barn. They need mommy. They need milk. They want to be held. They want to be comforted. This is what they grow up to look like. Oh, you can't kill them. My bad. I was just gonna check. Where's Mabel? Mabel! Customers! We got customers, Mabel! Where'd you go? That girl's always hiding in trees reading books. She's got her head in the clouds. And that's no place for a head. Okay, well, I'm not sure where the water place is. Oh, wait. What is this? This is a house that you cannot enter. This is the forbidden zone. No one is allowed inside of this home. This is the Wandering Wise store. Howdy do? Come on in. What do we got? A bunch of meat? We got meat. We got hair. We've got bread. We have everything. Oh, and Earl, if I ever get the time, I may send you some more plants. I have too many babies. Too many babies. You have to send them to Texas. Oh, no. Don't send your babies to Texas. They'll never survive. I still do have one of the plants. One of the plants is still alive. It's hanging on for dear life. It's a good plant. I did my best. It's so hard. Blue Moon. Let's go to the Blue Moon Saloon and see if we can talk to Steve. Or whatever his name is. Bye. You have known people from WoW for 10 plus years and hold some amazing connections? Ooh. Those are real. You found the real. See, I look forward to that. I've only been streaming for like 2 years. 2 or 3 years. I look forward to like knowing some of you peeps for literal like years and years. Always Obst. Whenever I was hanging out with Obst and Kuri, they always are talking about these people that they've known for years and years. Like, I'm always like the freshest connection. So I'm looking forward to just hanging out here on Twitch for long enough to like really get to know people and like have a bunch of meetups and stuff. Owen!
Hello.
My man.
Hey there, builder. If you're ever hungry, stop by the Blue Moon Saloon. That's my place.
Bro, where the hell do you think we are?
All right, catch you next time.
Oh, Blue Moon to go. You can buy some roasted eel. You could buy some alfalfa. These look like 4-leaf clovers. It sneaks up on you. You say that. Is that Markiplier? He needs to color his hair. Wait a second. But I like Owen. Does that mean that I'm attracted to Markiplier? I don't think so. It sounded like Markiplier, does it?
Hey there.
Kinda.
Hey there, builder. If you're ever hungry, stop by the Blue Moon Saloon.
I doubt that he would do
That's
a
my
voice for
place.
this game. I doubt that Markiplier has the time to
Alright,
be
catch you
doing
next time.
voices for Sandrock. Maybe it's a Markiplier impersonator. Blast it all. You said you're looking for a map for this game and you still can't find it? This game's a mess! Let's be honest, Alchemic. It's also, well, then again, it was also released a few days ago, so. Okay, we need to go back and go to bed. Wait, can we harvest some stuff before we go to sleep? Our character will have bags under their eyes if we stay up too late. But you know what? That's just a sign of the grind, man. It's just a sign of our character being on his grind. I'm proud of him. The icon is a little sprout. Okay, we're looking for a little sprouty house. We'll go searching for the sprouty house after we go to bed. Here we go. We're just smacking junk in the middle of the night. This is going great. You have to stand in the exact right spot, and then slowly the junk disappears, so you're not standing in the right spot anymore. Do-de-do-do-do. We'll set the recycler to go overnight, and we'll be golden. Look for a little sprout. I want to be able to farm. That's like the most important thing in these games. That's what everybody wants. It's farming and mining. Those are the best things in the game. The building and the crafting is just a means to an end. Especially building. I don't like building in games like this too much. If I'm gonna build in a game, it has to be like extremely like open and basic and with a really good interface. Or be like Minecraft, where it just feels very visceral. Minecraft is just like you place the block that's right in front of you, and then it is there. In this game, you have to run over to the building place, have brought a bunch of materials with you, drag and drop on a glitchy interface. It's a mess. Okay, we got some wooden stick. Nice. We have the most thing that we have is copper scrap. So I'll recycle that. And do we have anything to furnace? We could make some copper bars, I guess. Let's do that. And then tomorrow, maybe we can finish this thing up. Still need loudspeakers, though. I finally bought it, but what does it take? It takes old parts? We'll have to go to the mines, I think, to get more old parts, unless we have enough of them. Oh, it looks like we might have enough. We just need copper bars. Okay, let's go to bed. Let's go to bed and we can search for the, we'll search for that sprout icon. Swoop. Local Lexon, I'm massively attracted to Markiplier. Ah, good to know. Good to know, you've been judged. You think that Germa's a Giga Chad and you're greatly attracted to Markiplier. Okay. So you're a simp, is what you're saying. You got dinner and now you can finally sit back and vibe. Oh, heck yeah. What's for dinner? What's for dinner? I'm starving. I wonder, I don't barely have any food in this house. I might have to actually like cook some waffles or something to survive. Otherwise I might perish. I almost ate all my bread. Oh, the research is done. Oh, heck yes. Free water, dude. Now we can make a water harvesting device for free water. Copper scrapped up. Yeah, that's scrap. Loudspeakers, we still need 2 more. Bingo. Bingo does it. Speakers are down. We need more sticks. More sticks! Oh, you made some chicken. So you heated it up. Nice. Chicken for dinner. I think I do actually have chicken nuggets. I should get that. We need more fire. We need more fuel, more fire for our desire. And we need food. What is the easiest way to harvest wood in this game? There's wood piles that I can't break. There's trees that I can't chop. There are bushes. But it takes like a bunch of wood to... Oh, level up. Yo, bet. Nice. Food is good. Yum, yum. Food is good. Food is great. Food is what is on my plate. Food tastes good. Food tastes yum. I ate some food and had a son. Quality wood scrap. Okay, here we go. You're stupidly obsessed with the snom. I can absolutely see why. The snom is absolutely adorable. Also, it looks like he's wearing a... It's like a lion... It's like a lion costume. I love it. It looks like he's wearing a little lion costume. My friends growing up actually had a costume that looked like that. They had a little lion costume in it that almost made you look like a flower. You know where it is now? It's at the bottom of the well. Back. Did you ever see Salty Snom? Oh, you bet I did. I love his little hat bouncing up and down. That's my favorite part. Salty Snom with the little hippity hoppity hat. I love it. It is so cute. Salty was trying to sucker me into getting a Snom myself. But they look so similar. Salty's character and my character have very similar colors. Metal junk. Great, we're almost out of stamina. You said that you found where it was? Oh, there's a commotion on the bridge. Okay, so here's a town. There's a... Oh, I already checked the graveyard shack. Moisture farm's way up here. That's where it is. Dang, what the heck? Do you have to walk all the way up there? Bruh. That's crazy. Zeke's house? Zeke's way up north. You have to go all the way up there to learn how to garden? What is this game? What is this game? You have to go to the most northmost part of the map. Also, there's a submarine over there. What the flip? What the flip? You see that? There's a freaking submarine over there. Did this place used to be underwater? What the heck? What the heck is going on? We need make wooden stick. Need make wooden stick. Man, make wooden stick. Man, make all wooden sticks. Okay, great. Are we done? Did we do it? We did it! That doesn't look like it's made out of wood. That looks like it's made out of iron. We did it! The show must go on. Hooray! Hooray! We did it. Mission probably complete. If my fellow builder holds up her end of it. Here we go. Ta-da! Run around in circles.
Seeing you here.
Fancy seeing you here, Giga Chad.
Let's get the stage back in business.
There you go. Yeah, just beat that ground.
This looks great.
Your Age of Empires smacking on the dirt with a hammer.
You know what?
Very nice.
So nice to work with.
Also, Mature and Pickle. It's good to see you. Oi, oi.
For more projects.
The cuteness of the snob will be the death of me. And what a way to go. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you for the Happy Pride Month.
Well, guess we're done. Anyway,
Happy Pride Month. I'm proud of every one of y'all. Wait. This is one of the only times when you should listen to the people on the internet and not the people around you. If the people around you are unsupportive, you can rely on the good peeps on the internet that will accept you, whoever you are. Oi, oi! All you valid friends, you. E-O-E-O-E-O. A-E-A-U-O. A-E-A-U-O. The mission must be complete. Come back. Don't go inside. Don't go inside. Don't do it.
You built the stage? Well, aren't you two just precious?
What?
That was quick. On behalf of everyone in Sandrock who enjoys a good hoedown, thank you very much for your... Since Mason's in a
good
hurry,
hoedown.
That's grand.
We got a good hoedown. Mission start is a farewell party. Wait, is Matilda leaving? Matilda's leaving town or something. Oh, wait, I think actually the The, like, person that we moved into their house, they're leaving, I think. Here's Pin. Pin the rude man. Okay, to the moisture farm. Wherever it may be. Is it this way? No, it's like way up here. So we gotta go past the game center, I think. Okay. I'm still curious about that. There's another balloon treasure chest up there. That's why I need a pistol. I need a pistol so I can shoot all these balloons. La 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 la. It says attend the party on time as I run away. What the heck am I going to? Oh. Oh. Oh, is it over here? Is that the moisture farm? It is. Moisture farm looks like an old broken down wing copter thing. There we go. You work in schools, and every time you're in high school, some sweet teenager in very alt clothes tells me that they like my Pride lanyard. Hey, mission accomplished. That's awesome. It's so sweet. Yahoo! Here we go. Here we go. I would be that kid. That would be me. Let's break into Zeke's home. See what they're doing. You got a Pride shirt yesterday and you put it on immediately, and then you went to the store and it sparked the best conversation with the cashier. You left with the biggest smile. That's so sweet. I love that. I love clothes and hair and just appearance's ability to like start a conversation. I just love like little incidental conversations of people that either like noticed my shirt or I noticed their hair. Like if I ever see somebody with colorful hair in public, I will almost always be like, I love your hair. Hey, you. They'll be like, what? I love your hair. All right, let's wait. It's just a check. The door is locked. You can't get in. What the frick? He's not even home. He's not home, and we're not allowed in the... Oh, maybe he's at the farewell party. Uh-oh. Made in the shade. Mission failed. Oh, yeah, that was... We were supposed to build something for somebody. Okay, well, now we know where this thing is. Let's go back. We gotta go to the party on time. I don't know when that is. Let's go! Run, run, run. Good news. For the next year, my name will be changed in the school program for the name that I chose, so I'm really excited for the next year. Ooh. Chosen name adjustment. That's awesome sauce. I'm glad that your school was willing to do that. Calling somebody by a different pronoun or a different name is such an easy thing to do. Such an easy, simple thing to do, but it can mean the world to peeps. Boing, boing, boing. Let's see. Where is the farewell party gonna be? Over here? Commotion at the bridge. We haven't even started that mission, but it looks like it's a main mission. What the heck? Yeah, let's go this way. I want to find out what the commotion going on is. Is this the guy we were looking for? No, that's Justice! Justice gun morphing! It may be stuck behind the mission. Yeah. It looks like they're pretty structured with the missions. Looks like they definitely, like, hold a gun to your head and say, finish the mission first, dummy. Hey, dummy. I wish they would throw that guy in prison so that I could find him easier. He's not here. He could be anywhere. This game is just crying out for the same mod that I have for Stardew that just tells you where everybody is at all times. Ba-da-ba-ba. They ended up asking me how I got it, and I told them that I proceeded to say it. And they knew where they're going after work. Then we got to talking about Pride events that you wanted to go to. I know that there's Pride events in Dallas, I know. We have an entire neighborhood in Dallas where there's like all the sidewalks, all the like sidewalk walks are replaced by rainbows. It's pretty cool. I like it. Also, hi there, Dimalion. You said I go by any pronouns. And hi, Kenny. Oi, oi. What's up, Dimalion? I always try to, with people on the internet, I always just try to say they. Just always try to say they or they, them, just in case. But sometimes I slip up. That's always my bad. Where's the mission out of here? Is this from the same creators as My Time at Portia? Yes, it is. This is the sequel. This is indeed the sequel. This weekend is Dallas Pride. Oh, I did not know. Yo! Yo, we just shot the crap out of that lizard.
Hey, builder. What are you doing so far from your workshop? It ain't safe here.
Give me a gun.
For some darn reason, these lizard folk have been poking into
darn
our territory
reason.
as of late. Spray painting their names all over things. Picking at structures all
These
over.
Lizards are
I've
nothing
heard
but
they even messing with
trouble.
our bridge here.
But I have COVID.
They called themselves
Might not have
the
COVID by
Gigglers.
then.
And them acting all emboldened like couldn't have come at a worse time.
The
Like
Gigglers.
knows we've got enough to worry about with Logan and his gang out prowling around.
We got Logan and the Gigglers.
Well, be warned. Best be on your way away from here.
Oh, give me a gun. Learn to fight. Learn to fight. I want to kill them. They don't stand a chance. Also, how do I shield? I have a sword and a shield, but it won't. Ah! Oh my god. It made no sound effect, but it hurt me immensely. Ow! 44 damage. These lizard folk are just trying to reclaim their land. Yeah, us humans, we don't belong here. We don't belong here. The lizards lived here. This is a weird owl bird thing. I could talk to these things previously, but now they won't let me. Giggler graffiti. It's really weird. You wonder where they get the inspiration from. It's just normal graffiti. These lizards, they're sentient. I would feel bad about killing them. They can make art. They can live lives. They can have relationships. I feel like we have to... Do we really have to kill these poor lizards? A Newell. Still haven't met the Civil Core guy, but we can make sure that our farm is actually doing stuff really quick. Let's go back and double check that everything's still going. Mason. I reckon this is about the only place I'm gonna miss. I guess the only thing I'm gonna miss about this place is the yak milk. You should try it. Oh, this is the guy that moved out. This is the guy that used to live in our workshop. Mason's getting kicked out.
He's getting kicked out. He's too old to live out here. It's too dangerous. They told me I had to take better care of myself.
Okay, stage support. Yeah, what else can we build in here? Look at all these secrets. Look at all these secret items. Furniture, crane lift processor. Oh yeah, we should go to the research guy. The dew collector, that's what I want. I want the dew collector. I want to collect dew. I want free water. Free water. Free water. Needs wooden sticks. Bingo. Basic leather. 3 of them. Basic leather, we need milk? No, it's salt. From by the stairs, Blue Moon to go. Where do I get salt from? This is, oh, that's upgrading the thing? I want free water. Where's my free water at? I want to see the page thing that it had. I want to see that page again. Why does it not let me go back? This whole thing is very frustrating. This assembly table, it doesn't let you see the other things that you can assemble while you're assembling something. Sea salt. It says, I need to find a store that sells this. Okay, so you do have to sell this. You have to hunt for animals for the raw skin. And you need marble from the quarry. Nice. Hey, yo! Whizzle Nizzle. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Oi, oi. You were the homie that was hanging out with us yesterday while we were playing this game, right? What's up, Whizzle Nizzle? It's good to see you. We're back with the Sandrock nonsense. Oh boy, here we are. Okay, we're gonna put down the sticks. Get the sticks. We gotta get some basic leather. But we need salt. We gotta buy it, and we need more of the leather anyhow. Because we need 3 of them. Trey? Yes. Need 3 each, Nissan. We need 3. These are 7, so yeah, we gotta do some more hunting. You're tempting me with this game, but I just moved, so I have to calm myself financially for a month or so. See, that's what I'm supposed to be doing, Whizzle Nizzle. You're so smart. You're so smart. I'm supposed to be calm financially as well, but I went out and bought this game. I just went on a trip. I'm moving now. I do not know why I cannot save money. Saving money is hard. I know. It's very difficult. I want to just buy more stuff. I want to listen. I spend to not only entertain myself but others as well. These guys are happy. They're happy, and now they're dead. I'm sorry. I had to do it. I got some damage to animal pelts. La, 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 la. What's the bug situation like? Do you need to buy bug spray? What, for Texas? I haven't noticed too many bugs around here. Although there was a spot. Oh, there's still the spider. There's a spider hanging from my ceiling. There's a little... I don't know if you can see him. You probably can't. No. It's another one. Ah! There he is. Little spider boy. Spider boy. He's been distracting me. He needs to go over to the spider corner. He's hanging from the ceiling. Hey, Lemonberry's here. What's up? Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. Lemonberry, how are you doing? I missed you. Lemonberry's here. Oh, you want to get V Rising? I have some friends that have been playing V Rising. It looks like fun. Looks like fun. I was tempted to get that. I was also tempted to get Metal Gear Rising Revengeance because of all the memes. Here we go. You gotta put a note in your phone, buy bug spray. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. There are definitely bugs about. But I went on, like I said, I went on a long walk last night, and I don't think I encountered any bugs. But apparently there's some bugs in my house. Here we go. Oh, I'm out of stamina. Let's get out of here. I react the same way with spiders, or my kids will point out the spider and say, "That's cool." Oh, you say, "That's cool." Yeah, my mom definitely made me like appreciate spiders, especially the little jumping spiders. I love them. I see you like roguelikes. Have you seen Unexplored 2, The Wayfarer's Legacy? I've not. And I do like roguelikes. Roguelikes are what I played mostly whenever I was a younger little baby boy. Back whenever my mom would only let me play Steam games. Raw animal skin? Is that what we used to make leather? Need some basic leather for a basic boy. So we go to buy the stairs or Blue Moon to go. Let's go. Jumping spiders are adorable. Yeah, they're so fluffy. You'd prefer others keep their distance? My size for spiders is like this. If they're bigger than this, then I don't like them. If they're bigger than that, then I get scared. I only like little fluffy spiders. The rest of them are kind of frightening. I'm not mean to them. I'll scoop them up and throw them outside. I just remove them. I don't like big spiders around. Big spiders are scary as heck, but I just move them. Let's see. Can we just buy salt from this man? My man. Give me 20 sea salts. Oh wait. I cannot purchase them for my pockets are full. What can you buy from me? Will you buy this poop? My good fellow, would you please purchase this refuse? He said this looks good. Can you buy this pelt? No. What do you mean I don't have enough to sell it? Ah! Here, buy this egg. There we go. He says this looks good. Buy our poop. Yeah, he said this looks good. Oh, 20 is the total that he has. I gotta get more than this. This is expensive. Dude's proud of his salt. What the heck? I wonder what my favorite roguelike would be. Rogue Legacy, big fun. Noita's fun. I haven't played too much Noita. I have a lot of friends that play it. Risk of Rain is fun. Honestly, I play so many roguelikes, I kind of forget. E-O, E-O, E-O. Boing, boing. One that I've been enjoying recently is Vampire Legacy. Even though that game's so easy, I wouldn't even really count it as such. Or Vampire Survivor. That game is fun. I've been trying to keep up with all the achievements, but they're updating it so fast. Ah! I can't. Come on. Okay, here's the solution. We'll autofill. 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 Okay, now I have some room. And I think I just picked up the leather. Slap it on there. Bingo. 2 stone troughs. Okay. Bingo. Is that? And 2 marble bricks. Where the heck do you make marble bricks at? Stone slate? That sounds kind of close. Marble brick. Might need to get it. Oh, I could make pistol ammo over there. Marble. Maybe that's a stone item that you get out of here. If you went through stone scrap. Bricks, stone, power stone, stone slate. Marble brick. Okay. This is made out of marble, which is stone with a strange pattern used for crafting, and it's from the quarry, so we need more anyhow. And we'll need to buy the recipe as well. Fantastic. Dead Cells is so hard to 100%. Ooh, I think I have Dead Cells, if I'm not mistaken. Vampire Survivor is super fun. It's so satisfying. Just mow down huge groups of enemies. Try out different weapon combinations. Dead Cells looks big fun. I definitely have it on something. It's either on my PS5 or it's on my computer. I'm not sure. Oh, we got some new items here. Valve. Purple firework, green firework, blue firework, yellow firework, red firework. Working desk. Acquire to learn how to make a working desk. Can be made with hardwood, planks, bronze. It says at an intermediate work table. Okay, so working desk. Guess you can make new things with that. A hair dryer? What is that for? What's a hair dryer for? In this game, I mean. It's $169. Oh my god. We need to do more. We need to do more missions. I'm running out of moosh. I'm running out of my sweet, sweet, precious money. Okay, we bought that. Now, if we could go to the quarry before this party, that'd be sweet. That'd be sweet as heck. For our Chadley hair, obviously. I know, but like, can you change your hairstyle with a blow dryer? Does it improve something? What is it? Oh, we're out of stamina. We lacking the stamina. Then, is it almost time for the party? When does the party happen? It says attend the party on time. The stage is ready. Don't forget to attend it tomorrow morning. Okay, great. Then we can just go to bed. We can go to bed, freshen up our stamina. We'll set all of our machines to work, and we'll go to sleep. What do we got the most of? Copper scrap. Let's see. We can go through and make... Bricks are made out of stone. I don't really feel like wasting too much of that. But maybe we'll make 10 bricks. Make 10 bricks here, and we'll make copper bars here. And we can get more copper tomorrow at the mine. Now we go to bed. Time to go to sleep. But Taka, what makes Dead Cells so hard to 100%? Does it have like extra combat challenges, or does it have like an obscene amount of collectibles, or is there a bunch of hidden items that are hard to find, or is it just a super long game and you have to play it multiple times or something? There are those games where they'll be like, beat the game in hard mode. Now beat the game in hard mode, new game plus. Now beat new game plus hard mode. And it's like, now I've played the game 3 times. Why do you have to play it a million times? Okay. Oh! We don't want to miss this party. Good thing it's just a video.
Howdy, y'all, and thank y'all for coming. Today's ceremony marks a bittersweet occasion. One of the finest darn builders to ever grace this humble town will be leaving all of us.
Kicking Owen out.
Well-earned retirement. A few words, Mason?
Speak up.
It appears our dear Mason is overwhelmed with emotion. Come on, folks, lighten up. A toast, then, to Mason and to new beginnings for the future of Sandrock.
Heck yeah, new futures. Oh, wait. We could meet everybody. Stop!
Somehow this doesn't feel like a party. Come on, y'all. The music's great. Let's have some fun. We can worry about the town's prospects later.
Heck yeah, we got some live music. We got Darren the Wizard out here.
Justice is right. We have a lot to look forward to. Two new
builders.
Trudy's close to a...
Sweet. Cooper is singing. Hugo's playing the jams.
My stars. Seeing your father up there picking and strumming like a mad fool. Well, it brings me back.
Got some music in this game.
There, Ma. Now, Elsie.
He's gonna go to a nice farm in the countryside and live out the rest of their life. He's going to the ranch. He's going to the ranch where he'll live a happy life with no troubles. He's going to a nice place out in the country, very quiet, but we can't see him anymore because it's too far away. That's right. Go to the medicine stall on time. I'm not doing anything. I'm going right back to my farm. Drugged me all the way over there just so that I could say bye to an old man I didn't know. Otaka, you said all the new things that they keep constantly adding, and a lot of RNG is involved, of course, because it's a roguelike, but there's a lot to collect. I see. Yeah, that reminds me of Noita, where my buddy Darren has played Noita for like 1,000 hours, and he still hasn't collected everything. It is obscene. It is truly obscene. Wait, did we buy the marble brick thing? No, we didn't. Oh, we have to go mining for it, that's why. Okay, so let's set the recycler to go with the mechanical. We need another recycler. We need to make another recycler. How hard is it to make one of those? We'll finish this and then we'll make another recycler because we need to be able to like run a bunch of them at a time. In fact, we might make 2 more recyclers. So we've already got the copper screws for this. We need bronze bars. So let's go down to the mines, and we're mostly going to be looking for marble and copper and tin. Hey, what's up, Fluffy Giraffe? Hey, oi oi! Welcome back, Fluffy Giraffe. I remember you. We could have brought food. I guess we'll keep mining until we run out of stamina. It's a nice farm with other builders that he can play with. We're playing a new game that just came out, Fluffy. It's called, what is it? My Time at Sandrock? Yeah, My Time at Sandrock. It is a sequel to My Time at Portia, and it's kind of like a crafting, combat, city building, relationship building, base building, farming, mining game. It's one of those games that wants to be everything but doesn't do anything particularly well. Like Let's see. We got old parts, so we could still get copper here. This is where tin is introduced, but I don't see... Oh, you can just check all these. Nice. Tin, Power Stone, old parts. When does it introduce... I thought that there was another element that we were looking for here. A jade chalice. Yeah, where's the marble? That's what I'm looking for. It doesn't show marble. As far as I can tell. Kenny, did you see the trailer yet? The trailer for what? I guess we can go back down here. They got 2 new young builders, so they got to take the other one out to the pasture. No, they're taking the other one out behind the shed. We could reset and just dig. Does this reset everything? Want to reset the rooms? Sure. Okay, I reset it for $10. Moving to another layer will reset the relics. Sure. I don't care. I just want items. Oh, for Pokemon? A new trailer for Pokemon? What? For Pokemon movie or for Pokemon game? No, I missed it. What the heck are we talking about? Also, I'm using the wrong pick. I have to remove this from my hotbar before I keep using it like a dum-dum. Like a dummy. A new game got showed off? What? There's another Pokemon game? They already released 2 in 1 year. Ah! They gotta stop. They just literally, they're making Pokemon games so fast that they're like, we want to make sure that if you play this game every single day, that you won't be able to 100% it before we release another one. It's ridiculous. Scarlet and Violet. Okay. Oh my gosh. I may officially be tired of Pokemon games. I definitely have to take breaks with Pokemon games. They're too samey. My gosh, they're making more. I want my bipedal weed cat. No! Oh, yeah. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, it's that one. Oh, it's a new trailer for the weed cat one. I forgot about. Oh, yeah. Sprigatito. I forgot about Sprigatito. They better not be bipedal or I'm going to be so mad. You bought this game. Don't at me. I'm going to at you and say congratulations. I hope you enjoy it. You haven't played Pokemon since Yellow? Isn't that the first one? Isn't that the first one? That's a while. Oh, you know it's gonna be bipedal. No, I do not. No, I do not. I completely disagree. Call me Poppy, because I disagree. Also, I can break the Power Stone thing now. Sweet, dude. Woo. Okay, well, we could keep mining for copper if we were a chump. It better not take those front paws off the ground, I swear to God. Let's see. Where do we go now? Oh, this looks like an exit. I don't want to waste too much stamina, but this is going to be too late. All my stamina go bye-bye. Where am I going? What the heck? Where the heck am I? I need bombs. I need mining bombs. Ooh, nice. Free bomb. Heck yeah. Okay, well, we could mine some more of this copper, I guess. Bow. Bow. So is it through here? But yeah, does it actually confirm anything about how the like gameplay works? Is it gonna like stick to the Arceus formula, or is it gonna go back to the old tried and true standard nonsense? I hope that it shows that they're gonna go even crazier. That's what I want them to do. What? I just mine myself back into the same part of the room. What is this game about? Oh, what's up, all shiny boy? This game is like a mining, crafting, collecting game that's set in like the middle of the desert. And And we're in the mines right now looking for some materials so that we can make a water harvesting device. We want to be able to harvest the natural water that shows up in the air. Harvest the dew. So that we can use that water for our machinery and for planting plants. Okay, I guess we can... I mean, I'm almost out of stamina in this mine. That's too bad. I'm not sure the way out. It says Paradise Walk this way. But I don't see the door. I'll waste all my stamina. Wasting all my stamina. But we are getting... oh, yeah, we need to go to the research guy. I forgot about that. We got to go to the research guy and spin some of these data discs that I'm finding. He can research new crafting benches and stuff like that. Yeah, it's been good so far, Shiny Boy. I played like 6 hours of it, so I'm still kind of getting into it. We haven't even unlocked. Apparently, there's a quest line that you have to activate to be able to farm. We can't even farm yet. I haven't even met the guy that gives you the ability to farm. This is bull crap. In fact, we should try to go find him right now. I don't know where he is this time of the day, but we've checked his house and we've checked his place of work. I still can't find him. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet have been worked on for the last 5 years. They released 2 games within 5 years. What the heck? How even? How many teams does Nintendo have working on games at a time? Da-da-da. But at least I figured out that I could get power crystals broken with this thing, with this upgraded pick. Well, thank you, Dimalion. Happy Pride Month to you, too, you rapscallion, you. You rapscallion. Boing, boing. Back to the farm. All right, here's my dinky little farm. We almost have enough money to do some upgrading. I didn't get any marble. That's great. Am I just going to have to buy marble? Is that what I'm going to have to do? Am I just gonna have to buy it? Because look, how did I even find this? Stone with a strange pattern. Oof. Maybe I shouldn't have reset the mine. Maybe that was a mistake. It was my mistake. I go buy the marble. I guess we'll find out how much money I have. There we go. Da 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 da. Where's the marble brick? There it is. Right. Marble brick has now been unlocked. You purchased it. You could also take on some jobs and get some moolah. That's $1,000. Also, they give you some metals. They want a sunshade, a rubber shell. Grinding saws seems doable, right? I think we've made grinding saws before. A crane lift. You get 9 days to make the crane lift. That sounds like too much work. Let's try to do this job. Make some grinding saws. I'll track that, and then... Oh yeah, it looks like I already have the materials for it. That's good. What else did I need to do? Oh yes, the research center. The research center. You get 3 days to do the saws? Yeah, I could probably do them in 1. We'll do them in 1! Research center is... Where is that place? Is it up here? Yeah, it's up here. Research. We could take the back door. Or the back door is over here? Yes. We'll get him to work. We got a bunch of discs now, I think. Alright, mister. What can we research? Eh? Where'd he go? If you interact with the NPCs, like, anywhere, then you can still, like, shop or whatever. Alright, research man. So we researched the dew collector last time. There's an ore refinery, a civil recycler, a fire-powered something. Generates power by burning almost anything. Generates power? Right now, we've only been using things that use burning. Civil processor, a more advanced processing tool capable of most jobs that a decent-sized town might commission. Okay, so these are just upgrades to Do the furnace, processor, and grinder that lets you have more options. Same for the recycler. It says turns trash into treasure, straw into gold, etc. But does it allow you to recycle more things, or is it more efficient? Doesn't really say. A machine that can sort fine stones from raw stones and sometimes provides rare gemstones in the process? That sounds good. That's what I want. It's gonna take 3 days to do, so I'll just leave him to his work. Sounds like we would get an opportunity to maybe get gemstones, which we could sell for a bundle, or maybe make into jewelry. I'm not sure if there's jewelry making in this game. We could make a rare amulet and sell it after we chant incantations onto it. All right, let's giddy up our buns back to our property. We can make those saws and deliver them. Make those saws and deliver. Oh, it's for Hugo. He's right here. What a convenient job we've taken. That's witchcraft. That's witchcraft. My mom said to not trust anybody that does witchcraft. My mom said that Pokemon use powers that aren't from Jesus. That means that they're Satan. Alright. Grinding saw's made, and we run right back over here. It would be great to have a horse. Don't go inside. No! 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 Go back. Oh, we're still allowed in. Thank goodness. A crown befitting of a Giga Chad. Yes. King, you made
You're
this.
the new builder in town. Or was it someone else?
I thought we already met this guy.
That's right. There's two of you. Mion and, you must be...
Giga Chad.
The other one.
Giga Chad. Say my name.
I'm glad you're here. I'm Hugo, the one and only blacksmith in town.
Say my name.
Just check this out.
Stinking dummy. Here's your commission, though. Hey, not bad. Here's your payment. Don't do anything with it. I wouldn't.
So long,
what would you do with your money? Hugo, I don't know you like that.
Hey there.
Chat gift. Play critters. So there's like I think there's a card game. Oh, Jackson, thanks for chilling with us. You gonna head out. Have a great night. It was great chilling. Heck yeah. Rest up. Enjoy the rest of your night. Thanks for vibing with us, Jackson. It was nice to chat. Oi, oi. Oi, oi. What else can we do with this blacksmith? He can make better weapons than I can. And he also sells the sharpening stone, which is very important. Very importante. Oh, thank you for the follow, Jackson. Yo. Love to see you sometime in the future. I try to stream like most of the days of the week. You can always hop on my Discord if you want to be updated. Oh yeah, I forgot to post on Discord that I was streaming. Whoops. That's a really bad. It's a not a great way to get people onto your Discord. Follow my Discord because I'll keep you updated. Oh wait, I forgot to update Discord. There's some dust around here. There we go, sparkle, sparkle. Hey, Scott B, what's up? And the jank continues. Oh, the jank? How dare you? How dare you? This game is perfect in every way. I haven't seen a single weird thing happen. Also, what's up, Scott? I hope you're doing good. The jank does continue. I'm trying to figure out how to garden. I want to garden so bad. We have to find the guy that starts the mission that lets you garden. But we gotten some stuff done. We fixed up the Blue Moon Saloon. We've been building a dew collector, but I'm running low on marble. So we really need to find that guy to start our mission. Jasmine and Newell. We should probably say hi to this is Captain the Cat. Meow meow. Surprised that the cats don't talk. We never went to the infirmary area, right? Yeah, give us farming, you know, like one of the main things in this game. please give farming. They just have their own core store with their own currency, and Zeke's never here. Zeke doesn't like it here. Maybe Zeke, maybe there's like a mission to like free Zeke. Maybe Zeke has like got his legs stuck in some rocks or something. Yeah, I did visit Fanganex, and yeah, nobody was there. You're right, I did visit it. I just meant that I never met the people there, because I was just thinking about all the, people that I haven't met, because there's still like a... How many? What, 2, 4, 6, 8? There's still 8 more people I haven't met. Met all these rapscallions, though. One of them being a crow. We don't know his birthday yet, but he weighs 1 kilogram. Also, for a second, I thought that it didn't have stars, it had hearts. I thought it had hearts for a second, and I was like, you can date the crow? Is that true? It is the superhero of the town pin. What are you doing looking at this wall? She just disappeared.
Hey there. You got something for me?
She was trying to disappear. She was exiting this realm, but I barely caught her.
I'll be darned. This relic fragment. It's exactly the one I was looking for. I can't believe it. Look, I have the other fragments right here.
She looks overjoyed.
Why don't you go over to the recovery machine in my museum and reconstruct this item? Come back when you're done.
Okay, sweet. Oh, we'll see you later, all shiny boy. Thanks for chilling. Oi. Enjoy the rest of your day. Oh man, I got so much stuff. Let's, how much money do I have? $1,000? Let's spend some money. And make more pockets. There we go. Sweet. We got our fish fossil piece. Get that processed. Let's Grace up here. And Zeke, I feel like we'll have a better chance of catching him if we walk along the route that he probably walks to his store. We could go to Fanganex and see if there's anybody over here. We met the bird, but we haven't met the human. Aha! They're outside. Perfecto.
Are these really free? I always believe there's no such thing as a free lunch.
What does this medicine actually do?
I'm good, Doc. I'm good.
Yeah, it's healed.
Surely a bird would never mislead us.
Impossible. Animals are pure of heart.
I'll take 20.
I'll take 20.
Want?
These cutscenes are killing me. The voice acting hurts my soul. Stop talking! They're just, please. Oh, the voice acting in this game is so uncomfortable. We can trust a bird. The birds are pure of heart. Yeah, it's pain. It's pain. The voice acting in Portia was worse. Just listen. All game developers out there, making a game with no voice acting is totally okay. And if you want to do some middle ground, you can make characters like this bird just said go. Like you can do just one word so that you can get a feel for the voice. This full voice acting is rough. Also, I don't want medicine. Do I have to pick one? I'll pick the blue one. I like colorful. I'm experiment. Why did I just try it? Why am I drinking? I just drank medicine. Dude, that works great. Oh, it's a raven. What did I call it? Did I say it was a crow? I want to drink this now. What does this do? It worked. So this is just already experimented. Come back later. What? So you can just come here and try free experiment. Oh,
what do you want?
What? You speak for the man?
You must be looking for the doctor.
The doctor's right there.
We have something for you. For a new person. No danger at all. Tag it, you Jack.
Tag it, you Jack.
Tell us what happens. Should be safe. Should be.
Okay. Thanks, buddy. I'm gonna reconstruct the fossil, and let's see if we can find the Waterman. The Waterman! Back into the museum with the giant doors. Yeah, some of these characters' voicing is totally fine. All right, to the restoration thing. Here we go. Restore it for 5 tokens. 5 tokens and a couple of pieces, and boom, we got a fish fossil. And now we gotta walk back. Now that we got the fossil. Good bird. Yes, pet the bird. The bird deserves head scritches. Hey, yo! Brad! If it's not my zombie murdering friend Brad.
Big wins, big pogs, love the vibs, love your energy, love you always. Also get ratio and have this L less than 3.
What did it say? The vibs? I'm glad that you enjoy the vibs. Thank you for the shout out for Bradderfield, you guys. You gotta check out my friendo Brad. They be playing retro games. They'll honestly play any game that's fun. Brad's a really, really cool person. And is one of the most wholesome people I've ever met on the internet. I haven't met them in real life yet. Yet. We were just chilling and playing some 7 Days to Die just the other day.
Now
Or I was
that's
just
a
watching
nice
Brad
looking
play
relic.
it.
I'm gonna keep your eye
Yeah.
on. Put it along, partner.
Look out! Oh, we leveled up again. I have 4 levels in this game. Brad, have you seen this mess? Have you seen this game, I mean? Pardon? This game is... It's so janky. I'm trying to stick with it. Eighth Recluse has been playing this game too. And apparently it makes sense to them. I am trying my best to understand this game. It's so convoluted and unoptimized and a mess. It just has a bajillion systems and none of them work particularly good in my opinion. It's got combat, it's got farming, it's got mining, it's got crafting, it's got relationships and a story, it's got missions. It's got so much stuff and none of it works very well. Lots of Stardew and Story of Seasons under their belt. That's true. Eighth knows what they're doing and maybe is a lot more patient than I am. Me, I just don't like how janky it is. Like, Stardew makes perfect sense to me. I love Stardew. Story of Seasons, I bet I would like too. This game is less simple. Like, where those other games will let you upgrade your property, this game lets you just freely form the buildings. Like, you could just drag and make the shape of your building and put different roofs. It's all like way overly complicated. Who is asking to make the specific shape of their barn? Who wants to perfectly customize their barn? They could just make it a barn and then you could change its size maybe. But you could just like freely paint things in this game. It's way too complicated. And it's unnecessary. It doesn't add to the fun. And I can't even farm yet. I've played this game for 6 hours. I'm going crazy. I've played this game for 6 hours and they have not allowed me to farm because I have to do a quest line of some random NPC that I haven't seen before. But the game's pretty great. And hi, Lavender Petals. What's up? Oi, oi. I know it's a crow, but still pet the raven. So is it a raven or a crow? Alchemic said that it's definitely a raven with an angular head. Rosera's here. Hey, Rosera. Also, Brad, thank you for the sub. I think that I was just like, hey, Brad's here. But thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. You wonder if they'll iron some of it out? I think they will, Wizzle Mizzle, for sure. I think that they will. But the thing about it that concerns me about games like this is that this reminds me of Slime Rancher a little bit, where it's like, it's so close to being good. Like, it has a bunch of great concepts and you can like see the enjoyment there, but it gets bogged down by like extra systems. I don't feel like the final release of this game is going to be simpler than what it is. I don't think that they're going to simplify this game. I don't think that they're going to remove any of these complicated elements. I think that they'll only add more and maybe refine it a bit, but I don't see this game like simplifying itself, which is probably what it needs. I don't think that this, I think that this game is always going to feel kind of uncomfortable and incomplete, because I think that they bit off way too much. They bit off more than they could chew. They added too many systems. I do not think that this game is going to end up being perfect, but it'll have like a lot of different fun things to do, but just in a kind of complicated package that might scare away a lot of people. The progress is just happening over time with Slime Rancher, made it kind of a slog. Yeah, and then Slime Rancher, instead of like adding more slimes and like making the game more deep, instead they just added a bunch of like mini games that you played in the end game. Like the end game was just teleporting to other realms and playing racing games. It's like, Slime Rancher, nobody asked for this. Nobody wants these mini games. Could we please refine the game instead? Like, I love the beginning of it, and it feels so good to catch the slimes at the beginning and to find the secret slimes that are hiding around. It's like there's a bunch of enjoyment there. And I've been enjoying lots of things in this game too, but it's just like, it's just bad game development. I don't really know how to describe it better. It's just a team of people that don't know what they're doing, and they're just adding a bajillion things at a time, and they're not making it particularly fun. So maybe it's like a focus on, maybe they're focusing too hard on like making the game big and complicated rather than making it fun. It doesn't feel like this game is focused on making everything fun. It doesn't feel like everything in here is made with the sole purpose of me enjoying it. It feels like it's to like check boxes on games are made this way and these systems make games fun. It's like, but if combat makes games fun, you still have to make the combat fun. But I don't know, maybe they'll surprise me. Maybe this will be like greatly improved in the future. Like the skill tree. The skill tree is not very satisfying, but I'm just trying to take like I'm trying to cheese the game with this skill tree. That's what I want to mostly do. I want to mostly like just find the skills that are unfairly good and just use those. I'd rather just cheese it in a game like this, because you're just gonna suffer if you don't. I'm gonna start focusing on the growing, assuming that that's gonna be good. Social butterfly experience for talking to townsfolk, or socializing, or completing commissions. I'm gonna just say talking to people, give me more XP for that. Okay, sweet. 10, thank you for the lurk. Hope you're enjoying your day. Hope you're having a good one. You feel like they may be testing new mechanics with the game to see how they audience for future games? Yeah, they're probably just gonna like keep making Sandrock games and stuff. They're probably just gonna like keep refining it. And that's why I wanted to get this game, because I knew that this would be like a big update for Portia, essentially. But, you know, the more that I play this, the more I'm like, maybe I would like a simpler, like more basic game like the first one was. I might. Okay, so we still can't make marble brick. It says it's from the quarry and construction junction. So I guess we could buy it. We could buy some marble bricks, I suppose. See, this is another thing that's kind of odd about this game is like, so for this marble, it says that it can be sourced from the quarry, but the quarry doesn't show marble in any of the layers. So I'm kind of like, what? What are you talking about? Have you ever played with game design or dev as a hobby? I have. I have in high school. And I taught like very basic game design class for like I think I did it for a couple of years. I taught like very basic. I was just teaching kids how to like use Game Maker to make basic programs. It was very low level stuff. I taught C++ and like I just taught a class that was like kind of general computer knowledge, but I also included like a little bit of C++. Just so that they would be able to like play with it a little bit if they wanted to. So I played with it a bit, but I was never particularly good at it, to be honest. So I'm definitely kind of talking out of my rear end over here. But I found game design to be very, very complicated and very difficult. I liked programming. I liked programming and basically like game development, but I didn't enjoy game design too much. Game design I would always get like bogged down. But I don't know, I might enjoy it now. You get marble from hard rocks with a bronze pick hammer. Okay, so I do have the bronze pick hammer, and it's from hard rocks on the surface? Okay. From a hot... Oh, wait, like this thing? Is this marble? No, that's stone scrap. Is it here on the surface, lavender petals, or is it only in the quarry? Because I could eat some food. Some stamina. That's just gravel. I could have swore that there's hard... It's hard for sure. You do a lot of dev and infra stuff. You're an engineer. And it's a lot to tackle even with the prereq skills. Oh my. We actually have one of the streamer groups that I'm part of. There's a couple in that streamer group that are game devs. Spork of Love, who I've rated a lot, and I really like playing games with them. Spork of Love has done game development, which is super duper cool because I've actually played some of their games before. Like I just played their games, and then later I just got to meet the developer, and I was like, oh, I've played that game. One of the games was even released like on the early. Wait, Spork, really? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Spork talks about it all the time. But yeah, Spork has helped make games before. Let's see. So maybe I'll take stamina if I have any food. This is health points, stamina. That's for 10 seconds. So this is food. I think I have like a lot of stuff that's not in a box right now, because whenever I autofill, it like barely empties my pockets at all. This is a camera piece? What? Okay, we'll put the bricks away, we'll put the copper away, put the scrap away. Sweet. We need some more boxes. I need to make some more. I might do, I warned y'all that I might do this, but I might do some offline mining tonight. I'm not sure. Okay, let's eat this sandberry if I can. You said it's over by the railroad? Okay, sweet. I'll see how much stamina this gives me. Give me like at least a tiny bit, right? Maybe enough to break one rock. It's over by the railroad if you go further. There's a crow out here selling those wares. It might be the other way. I think it's this way, right? We need some hard rocks. Oh yeah, and we still haven't met the water guy. These guys are coming home from work. So maybe that guy's coming home from his job too. It is somewhat easy to get distracted in this game, which I kind of like. I like that there is enough to do that I'm like always running around in circles because there's so much to do. That's always a good sign in my book. So is he walking home? Maybe he stays at, maybe he goes to the bar at night. But this is the way to the water place, right? Yeah, he lives way out of town. He's got a bunch of wild animals out here. I think that this is a shortcut, actually, to get over here. Go back. Oh, I was, I'm not looking for the hard rock at the second. At this very moment, because I think I'm gonna need more stamina anyway, so I might go to the store. Go around the big rock thingy. What is there, like is there some hidden treasures about? He's not here. He's never home. He's never home. Where is he? We've never met this man. This man's supposed to teach us how to be planters. How to be a plant master. It sure would really be cool to do some more game development like I did whenever I was younger. I feel like I would be much more dedicated to it But I'd have to start extremely basic. I'd have to take my own advice. That's something that I've heard is a very, very common mistake of new game developers is like going too hard, biting off too much. Hey! Zombie food! 14 months!
14 months, the 5 dance there, 5 blank is there, 5 dance lily 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 there, 5 blank is there, 5 baby spin there, 5 blank is lily lily.
Thank you, Zombie Food, for the important message. Thank you so much for the sub. Oi!
5 baby spin there, 5.
Look at all those dancing. Look at all those dancing emotes. Our collection of emotes is really coming along.
5 dance lily 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 there, 5.
Oi! Thank you so much, Zombie Food. How are you doing? We're chilling in Sandrock. I'm just running around. I've never gone in here before. There are 5 babies. There are 5 babies. Look at them go! What is this place? Nobody's in here. Does anybody live in here? No, all the buildings are abandoned. The apocalypse has begun. The apocalypse starts now. All of the people turned into zombies. There are no more human beings in Sandrock. There are only birds named X. Okay, I guess we can go to let's go to the saloon. The saloon that doesn't sell alcohol. There's Pen, there's Justice. Justice, gun morphing. Back to the zombies again. I saw y'all were playing zombies again. Could you imagine people actually enjoying games? That's crazy. That's crazy. People are enjoying games. If y'all keep playing that freaking 7 Days to Die, I am going to have to stream it. So please stop. Mian, Jasmine, we already met all these people. RVO, already met them. Already met Grace, Cooper, Owen. Cooper's so creepy looking.
Why are you still here? Are you expecting a handout?
Cooper, you're so frightening. You're so small.
Now listen here. When I was your age, I was taking care of 15 yakmel, 45 chickens, 12 brothers and sisters.
Here we go again.
Not once, not never. I said nobody ever gave me nothing for free.
Great. He pulled himself up by his bootstraps.
So I ask myself now, what in the Sam heck would I be doing if I...
You decide to back away slowly. Giga Chad's like, oh, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't know about your family history. Anyway, I'm gonna go work out. They sound scarily similar to people from my hometown, do they? I grew up with 17 sisters and brothers, and I had to take good care of them. Justice! Why is he named Justice? Is that a real name? Back when me and Owen were kids, we were like 2 legs and a pair of jeans, inseparable, tied by threads and fabric. You go ahead and drop my name next time that you're over at the Blue Moon. You're sure to get some extra gravy. I'm gonna beat you up.
Catch you later.
Why is this an option? See, here's another thing. Why? Why is this? Why can't you just beat up anybody in town? Why can you spar with anybody? This is such an unnecessary mechanic. I don't see a benefit. Wow, shoot, dude. I mean, it's funny to laugh at, but... Ah! Oh, I'm gonna die! Justice is so strong. Wow! Dude, he slaughtered me. If you want extra gravy, all you gotta do is mention Justice! Still haven't met the one man that's supposed to teach me how to... There's that camel walking around. I'm still looking for the man that will teach me how to farm. Maybe he watches over the prison at night. Maybe he has a switch schedule. Maybe he works the graveyard shift. is unsure. There's a person named Justice and a person named Unsure. And a cat named Captain. Oh, you're gonna go to sleep? Zombie Food just came in to celebrate and goes straight to sleep. Oi! Zombie Food, get some rest. Thank you so much for the sub. We will see you later, my friend. Enjoy your sleep. It's getting late. Not even 7 days to die can keep this bean up. Whoa, got a big gun back here. It's full of yak milk and one bottle of something with a label saying rock juice, don't touch. So maybe there's a stack of old case files. The case of the missing yak mel, the case of the lost teddy bear, the upturned cart incident, the case of the missing water. The list goes on. Seems like important stuff. I'm glad somebody's investigating these issues. I'm about to pull up the wiki, you guys. I'm about to just pull up the wiki 24/7 on this game because it does not explain anything. Although I have been skipping a lot of dialogue, to be fair. So is it a thing in Florida that the sun sets at almost 9 p.m.? It's 8:30 right now. I don't know if the sun's up right now. Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, the sun's gone. Somebody took it. Somebody took it. At 9 p.m. in the afternoon. It's 9 p.m. in the afternoon. 9:30, it's night and severe storming. Oh my god. Texas, we could use some storms. Could you blow some of those over here, please, Taka? If you could blow some storms over here, I'd appreciate it, because it's hot AF. Yeah, is this a shortcut? Where's the shortcut to go to that man's property? He has to be at home during the nighttime, right? I've never encountered fall damage either. It's 23 o'clock. He should be asleep, right? So what's this? Free loot? Nope, just junk. There's a bunch of junk over here. That's a pretty tree. Looks kind of like a bonsai. I'd love to get another bonsai tree. My little bonsai that I had for... I think that I kept it alive for 2 years. Then I got lazy and I think I went to like summer camp or something. I was still a kid whenever I had it. Open from 7 to 22. So he is at home. Great. Great. He is at home. He's just sleeping. He's so tired. Okay, well, I have 13 stamina. I wonder if I can break a rock. I ain't ever got nothing from nobody. So stop asking me. I'm not gonna give nothing to anybody because I never got anything and I want to perpetuate the pain that I feel because otherwise it won't feel fair if people are getting an advantage on life, so I gotta drag everybody down to my level and make sure that society doesn't progress and nothing gets better, otherwise I'm gonna feel like I missed out on the good society. Are we gonna go to the... Is there a hard rock over here that I can schwack? Ooh. Boing, boing. Where's my hard rocks? Bring it all down! Yeah! Let's go, Brad. Too bad for all these old people that had crummy lives. We're gonna make everybody's lives better. Too bad, old man. Sorry that your life sucked and that the world was annoying when you were a kid. We gotta make this world good for all these new kids. They deserve it. Is it just gravel? I'm whacking it. It's too much. No, I can't break it. Okay, well, we'll look for marble tomorrow. We'll look for marble and that dude. Maybe we can run straight to his house whenever we wake up. Boing, boing, boing. To the sweat zone. Hooray! Oh wait, we could be processing stuff at night. I forgot. We need to take full advantage of our time skipping. Although we're gonna have bags under our eyes because we're staying up too late. Not relatable. Out of stamina, order a whole mess of dishes at Ewan's Saloon. Or cook some of your own dishes. I don't know how to cook my own stuff. They don't give me a basic cooking table. It'd be nice if they made like all of the basic stuff, like a cooking table, a furnace, a crafting table, if they made and whatever you need for just adding all this stuff here. If they made it all very apparent, what's next? Oh, you're gonna go eat at the food courts? Hey, yeah, Rosera, were you saying that you were like in Disney or something right now? Rosera, enjoy whatever the heck you're doing. I don't know where you are or what you're doing, but enjoy your food courts. Yum yum. Yum yum. Get something delicious. Food. I need to sleep earlier tonight. Yeah, oops. I accidentally have bags under my eyes. How am I supposed to be a proper Giga Chad? I need to... Listen, whenever you work out, another important thing that you have to do is recovery. Recovery is just as important as stressing your muscles. Otherwise, your poor body's never gonna get stronger. What? Another cutscene?
Stop the train.
Logan Paul and his brother.
It's in the back. I'll go.
Dude, this game's violent. My mom wouldn't let me play this game.
Nobody moves. Hey now, hands up. No funny business.
Game's too violent. This is scary. She's smiling. She's smiling with her hands up. Look at her. She's pleased.
I got it. Let's go.
We're finally getting robbed.
We got you now.
Good day.
Stink bomb.
Consarn it. Got it.
Consarn it, god darn it. What the heck? There. That's just our dream. It's just a dream. Didn't really happen. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna run. We gotta run. We gotta meet the plant man. So last week you had a weak hold, and since recovering, every time I sneeze, it felt... What? And every time I sneeze, it has felt so flip-flopping good. Ew! Productive sneezes? Yucky. Have your sneezes been productive recently? I know what you mean, though. It's gross, but oh so satisfying. Listen, I want it out of my nose, okay? I don't care what it takes. I just want it gone. All right, I'm getting a bird's eye view. I still haven't figured out if there's a fall damage yet. I've not encountered fall damage. Maybe we should jump off somewhere really high and see what happens. Is the guy out here? No. He doesn't exist. Maybe he doesn't spawn yet. No fall damage there. Boing, boing, boing. Maybe he's in his house. It could be a Christmas miracle. Yeah, maybe he, like, gets summoned or something from the main mission. Consarn it. Oh, Zeke. Are you home? I don't think he exists. I don't think he exists. I think that his house is just here because his house will be here whenever he comes to town. I don't think he's in town right now. I don't think he exists. We should just continue the main story wherever the heck it is. I'm guessing, I don't know, maybe Zeke's like maybe he's in Logan's gang or something and he defects. And then he's like, maybe I'll stay around here. I know some stuff about planting. I should turn over a new leaf. Hehehe. Who's that? Oh, that's the doctor. I want to test some more stuff. Fang doesn't talk, right? X, do you want a cracker? Do you want a cracker? Okay, sweet. Oh, wait, what? There's a acupuncture thing. Acupuncture can only be performed at the clinic. Nice. It's a special interaction that you can only do with Fang. With Fang and Bone. Still haven't spotted that guy. Let's go over to the train and see if it if we can interview these survivors. Oh, look. They're all here for Matilda. Is this a mission? Is this a meeting? What's going on?
Hello.
That Logan doesn't know when to quit. He's gonna hurt himself before all the folks after him even get a chance. You're worried about Logan? He's like holding up. Look at all these people. Hugo, Ryan, Heidi, Vivi. I think we've met all these people, right? Or not Danby, right? This is a new person. Erg, that Logan is such a pain. Why is he doing this? Until I figure this out, I don't know if I can focus on my work. I like how they have a little bush sticking out of their backpack.
Good day, partner. Ready to get your ride on?
Yee nah.
Yeehaw! Let's go talk to my pa at the ranch. He can lend you a horse for the day. I'll be right behind you.
Oh, sweet! Free horse! I'll take it.
Hey, Pa!
He's probably locked behind the main story.
I
Yep.
want to teach him to ride.
Look at this
Bring out
man!
the
He's so
finest stallion you
smug!
got.
Look
On
at
the
his
house.
expression! Don't squint your eyes at me, you little demon.
Well, now, my little buttermuffin sweetie pie, I'd love to help out you and your friend here, but
I hate
you
this
know
man.
we don't lend out no horses for free.
We don't give nothing for free.
Aw.
Don't you paw me, little missy. Now, you for a
This
fact know that, well, I guess it couldn't hurt just this one time.
Well, oh, he's got a soft heart, this man. Never mind. Do we want to get an ordinary camel or an ordinary horse? There's nothing special about them, by the way. They're totally ordinary. A horse is faster, but the camel looks sweet as heck. This looks like a Chad camel, though. I do gotta say, Giga Chad wise, I think Giga Chad would ride this camel because look at his hair. Look at his hair, and it's got a first place buckle. I think this is I think we gotta go for the camel. Chad Llama. That's what I'm saying. Chad Llama camel. That's what it is. Chad Camel Llama. That's what I want. So you rent them for the week. Time remaining 7 days. Okay. All right, Giga Chad, here you go. And you be careful now. These horses, they can smell fear. We'll be fine. Thanks, Pa. Love you. Bye. Giga Chad, let's get. Giddy up. Yeah, giddy up. Where's my camel? Oh, there he is. Oh, yo! He's so huge. He's freaking huge. Look at that sass. He's got on a sweatband. Yo! Yeah. This was the right choice. This was the right choice. I love this camel. Look at it. He's so sassy. Look at him clip-clopping those feet. Oh. Where are we going? Yeehaw! Gotta learn how to ride with Elsie. And he's got a little flower in his hair. Looks like you're getting the hang of it. She looks so small on that horse. Me, I look like a king on a palanquin. All right, where are we going? Don't jerk on the reins. What if I drove over you? Yo, he can jump. He's got some leaps. Strong legs. Just gotta ignore her. Just go over here. This is great. We did it. We win. We won the race. Woo, you're a natural, a real yak hand. I can see I was right about
You can rent a
you.
horse from my pa anytime you like. But what you really ought to do is head over to Construction Junction and get yourself a stable added to your homestead so you can keep a horse of your own. That'll make you a real yak hand.
A real yak hand.
Just a horse owner, if you don't prefer that nomenclature.
What? You know words like
I had a lot
nomenclature?
of fun with you today. I'll see you around. Keep on riding.
Heck yeah. No, I'm gonna keep on riding. Thanks for the free camel. Stay, return, exit. Wait, what? There you go. Nice. Now we get a free camel. A free camel for now, but we gotta build ourselves a stable for later. Now, I'm still curious about fall damage. Maybe we can climb to the top one of these rocks and see what happens when we jump off. I'm too curious. Curiosity killed the camel. I made a new friend today. Now I will throw him off this cliff and see what happens. Oh! Be careful when jumping from somewhere high. Okay, yeah, that hurt me. That didn't even hurt the camel. There is fall damage. It hurt. It killed me halfway. I wish there wasn't fall damage. That would be so janky and funny. Okay, I wonder what the main mission is. Let's go over to the... I also wonder if it leaves the camel wherever you leave it, or if it like teleports back to your property. Let's investigate the survivors of the Sandrock robbery. I'm so small. Chad Camel cannot take damage. He gives it to you instead.
I'm sorry, little one, but I can't take damage. I'm too powerful.
See anything?
Hey, Shiny Glalie, what's up? Oi, oi! They didn't kill fall damage during the Great Calamity. What? Listen, humanity's barely hanging on by a thread. So you're telling me you didn't see it?
I saw a fire in that man's eyes. A burning desire for vengeance that sent chills through my very essence.
All right, pal. Did you see anything that will hold up in a court of law?
Okay, see, I like Justice's voice. Justice's voice is like very reasonable and like matches his character. It feels like whoever voiced this character is just who they just made the character from the person's voice. But this guy...
Not to that effect. No, I didn't.
Rock is a Chad? No, he's not. Rock is a... I don't want to say what Rock is.
So let me get this straight. None of y'all saw him take anything. Nobody got robbed?
Oh, we just wanted to scare us.
Excuse me, Captain, sir.
Oh, thank you, TNT.
Ernest,
I'll take the
Atara
sippies.
Times. Would you be able to comment on all the wild allegations surrounding this incident? Who is this Logan, and what are his motivations? Do you believe he may be in possession of weapons of mass destruction?
What the heck? That just went up 1,000%. Logan went from not robbing anybody on a train to having weapons of mass destruction. What is this game about?
Dang. You don't get out much, do you, partner? First off, I'm the sheriff around these parts. Captain's the captain. I'm the one asking the questions.
Is this the camel?
Not the other way around.
Town streets can be found in the Blue Moon Saloon.
What is the camel's here? The camel's here. It's here to advertise. Go.
Please enjoy your stay in fabulous Sandrock. Don't forget
Get out of here! Go away! We're trying to talk about weapons of mass destruction. Go away! We're trying to talk. We're talking about... Wait, go. Please enjoy your stay. Stop. Is it magnetized to me?
Our environment is everyone's responsibility. Cut trees without permission, face serious consequences.
Oh, man, I'm feeling targeted.
Dang reporters. Almost made me lose my train of thought. Train? Ah, yeah, the train robbing. Or lack thereof. Well, we still got him for attempted hijacking, resisted arrest, unlawful use of firearms. I'll add it to the pile.
Don't forget to check out the most general store around.
Shut
up! Where everything's always on sale.
Shut
Y'all
up!
are free to go. And remember, if any of y'all think of any info
Go
you think
away.
we can use to catch Logan, run on back to Silver Core double time.
What are we talking about? I can't focus on it. He's stuck. Now it walks away. That's my camel. He's running after us. Well, see you later, Sandy. Thanks for the... Okay, I'm gonna try talking to these people.
Just what's going on around here?
Oh, I can't. These aren't real people. These are NPCs.
What's he after anyway?
Okay, let's talk to Yanni. All right, Yanni.
Ha ha! wandering around aimlessly.
Here comes our
eh?
Chad Camel.
So you. Great news. I've got something you can do right here. Yes, I was hoping to run into one of you builders. You see, that pesky Logan has struck again.
I love how they're calling him pesky and he's waving a gun around.
This here train window. And,
That pesky fella keeps killing people. Nothing but trouble, that troublemaker then.
Jensen called me over all in a huff. Where, my poor widow Twain? Normally I wouldn't entertain, let alone reward such babery. But Matilda was.
I think they're also trying to make everybody funny.
Yeah, better get it done quick.
I think that they're like, every piece of dialogue in this game, they're trying to make it funny. Like, they're trying to make every character funny. There's like a few characters that are just played straight, but there's too many people cracking jokes.
But all of that
it's
is
not
neither
funny.
here nor there since you're
That little
here,
rascal
clearly
attempting to
with
take a
nothing
train
better
by
to do.
gunpoint.
So you'll
Naughty,
have no trouble
naughty.
accepting this commission.
Dubious
Am I
little
right?
creature pointing guns at
The
people,
train is stopped
stealing
now
things.
at the station. Just get some glass and fix the window. Should be easy as pie. Well, off you go then.
Okay, so we just gotta fix the windies. Cover my glass. You're what? The tone is whimsical and serious. Is whimsical and serious and lighthearted and weapons of mass destruction. Yeah, it's. Whoa. What's happening? Hey, Brittany Elaine, thank you for the prime. Thank you for those Bezos bucks. I appreciate it. Oi, oi! Brittany, I hope you enjoy your emotes. We got some new emotes too. Oh, heck yeah. This game's great. This is as entertaining as anything I do in this game. I want to climb a train. Okay, the parkour in this game is actually pretty good. You can climb anything. It's just like Assassin's Creed. Hang on. All you gotta do is get the right angle, then bazinga. Oh, that looks like a little ladder. I'll grab on. I do like a lot of the models in this game. I will say that I can say without a hint of irony. I do like the models. I know that some of the texturing looks bad, but I think that that's because of my settings. But the characters are somewhat interesting. Some of them are a miss, but the models, good. Texture's good. Very ambitious. Well, we need glass. Okay, let's try to hop through. Let me through. Let me through. I'm stuck. I need my camel to come help. Taka, good luck with the physics. Good luck with the physics. I need good luck with these physics too. I can't. I'm stuck. Okay, there we go. Whew. That was scary. Okay, no more playing around with this game engine. Alright, he said for me to give them glass, but where do I put it? Hey, Jensen. I checked all the inventory as well as the passenger list. Nothing is missing. Okay, so I guess Logan's not a bad guy. Logan's just some misunderstood dude. Okay. Prepare materials first, and then it's gonna unlock the, like, mission indicator or whatever. Stay return. Okay, so I guess these guys follow me. That's awesome. I'm glad that the camel just follows you. Makes it a lot more useful of a thing. Bonk. From Elsie. Hey there, partner. I noticed that you were hoofing around Sandrock without a steed. Oh, wait, we already did this mission. Sweet. All right. I want to focus on crafting, but I'm not gonna lie, like, I'm so distracted by the fact that I can't farm yet. But I guess we need 5 glass. Where is glass made? the furnace, right? So we need 5 more. And we need to pick up those rocks from the chest. These things. Okay. You said, this is interesting because in Portia, you immediately get rolling, gathering, and collecting. You're more a builder of things than a farmer. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I have some, like, toxic trait that I didn't realize that I had until I started playing this game. I have, like, a toxic trait of just imagining the best game and then comparing this against what I would prefer the game work like. I mean, I wish that it was clear what you were supposed to craft. I wish that it just had, like, even a list would be nice. If there was, like, a list of the items or the areas that you can develop. I wish that you could edit your house while you're at the house. I wish that they let you have access to all of the systems at a very basic level initially. Like, that they gave you a crafting table, or they taught you how to make it immediately, and then they taught you how, like, this. Why do I have a processor and a grinder? A processor, a grinder, a work table, and also a recycler. There's 4 different machines that I already have, but all of these have an upgrade that I have to, like, research the blueprint for, and then get the crafting materials for. It's just so twisty and windy. And I've played a lot of games that have, like, crafting mechanics where they'll make you, like, you craft one thing that crafts another thing that crafts another thing. Like, Subnautica does something like that, where we have to craft each little, like, thing. But in that game, they made it very simple, and they made you have, like, 3 machines max that you work on. But in this one, it's so spread out. I do like some of the convenience features in this game that tell you what things you, like, need to develop things. But this feels like a band-aid on a giant wound. That's why I was feeling weird about complimenting it earlier. Is that this system where they'll tell you, oh, the thing that you're building right now, you look, like, raw animal skin, you have 9 of them. You need 10 grinding saws for this thing, or 7 for this thing. Like, they give you this information, but it's a band-aid on just a shitty system. It's like, you don't know what to make. You don't know what to make. It's unclear. Like, this is kind of cool, but it doesn't feel satisfying to add things to this. It doesn't feel satisfying. I feel so complaining. I am enjoying this game. It's just some frustrations. The crafting's very unsatisfying. You were browsing the internet the other day and you found an article on a Zelda game in Unreal Engine. There is so many fan projects for Zelda. The Zelda fans are, like, super crazy and rabid. Which is very cool. They've made a lot of neat stuff, but unfortunately Nintendo is totally not cool with their fans. They are totally not cool with people making fan projects, so they'll probably try to shut that down as soon as possible, unfortunately. But there's been a lot of really cool fan projects that have been made. Thank you for the follow. Is that Delello? Delello. Thank you for the follow. I'm also trying to figure out what stone has marble in it. We found quartz, which I didn't actually know was on the surface. This is just gravel. So we're looking for something other than gravel. Different shape of rock or something? Hard rock. This is what they said had marble in it. Nice. What do we got? Got 4 marble for that. Okay, cool. Let's spend all my stamina on getting that, shall we? You said, also, why can't you assemble more than one thing at a time? Yeah, it feels like the game is immediately, like, the only thing to do is to just make a bajillion of everything. Yeah, I was immediately confused about how, like, the harvesting worked, too, where it's just, like, You buy access to go to an assembly yard so that you can scrap things. And it's unclear when, like, animals respawn and stuff like that. So it feels very... It feels like they're just giving me my allowance. This game feels very much like it has everything. This game has everything that it could give me, but it's just giving me a little allowance for no reason. Like, why is there stamina? Like, stamina makes more sense in Stardew, I guess. But in this game, it's just like, this game's already kind of very, it feels very grindy. So I'm kind of like, why do I have to just stop doing what I want to do and go to bed? What is the stamina mechanic doing? What is the value? I guess the stamina mechanic makes it so that you can't just mine forever, or you can't do combat forever. But why not? But why not? Why do I have stamina? Why are you artificially limiting what I can do? Is it because I'll harvest things too quickly and the game will go by too fast? They want me to focus on, like, talking to people? Why can't I play the game the way that I want to play it? It reminds me of something that you can only do for so many levels for free because you have to spend money on additional energy. It does feel like that. It does. And that's another thing that reminds me of a crappy mobile game, is the inventory. You just spend money directly to upgrade slots. Look at this. Look at this disgusting backpack upgrade system. What is this? What? Why? Why do you just buy it? Why don't you buy backpack upgrades with 10 slot upgrades? Why is this just free to upgrade? This is yucky. Yucky. There's a reason why every single game sells upgrades in bite pieces. The same thing with this house. I don't want my house to be expanded and perfectly crafted to be my own house in the shape that I want it. I want it to go up in increments. This game has, like, very, very weird non-incremental upgrading. I want incremental upgrades. That is how you make a game satisfying, is by making them work hard to a certain point, and instead of, like, seeing progress the whole time, you get, like, a little jump of progress. Like, you grind to make a lot of money, and then you spend a lot of money on something, and then you get, like, a big upgrade that you can feel and use. Not, oh, I'm gonna spend how much? I'm gonna spend $20 for one backpack slot so that I can hold one extra item because I just found a good item. And you can upgrade this anywhere. This doesn't even make sense, universally speaking. How can you upgrade your backpack on the go with money? Do you pay a fairy? Do you open a portal to hell and a fairy comes out and says, yes, I will give you one more inventory slot, but I require $20. And you say, yes, splendid. I'm in the middle of combat right now, but I'm glad that I'll be able to hold more things. When you played Sandrock, you skipped all the social interaction, you rushed technology, which apparently broke the engine. See, I like that. I like that attitude, Spookly. I like that attitude. I'm trying to do that, but to be fair, if I was gonna do that better, I'd probably be checking the wiki for everything and making sure that I was, like, doing the right upgrade trees and stuff. I should be spamming a bajillion recyclers. Sometimes life doesn't make sense. But this is life that you can design. I'm just ranting. What's up, what's up, Caleb? Listen. Oh, when you played Portia. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if you could cheese. I don't know how well you could cheese this game. Maybe you can. I should. The Camel's just like, what are you doing, man? Hey, man, could I help? You seem upset. Could I help you out, man? We still have stamina, though. I feel like I'm just Oh, wait! I forgot. We can make slabbies. We can make marbles. No! We need one more marble. Dang it. Okay, we need one more. Is this the Portia sequel? It is. It's also early access, so everything that I'm complaining about may be fixed in the future. I honestly feel kind of bad ranting about the game. I hope that there's I hope that none of the developers ever watch the stream. There we go. Bingo. Okay, now we got enough marble. You never played it before, but it was definitely on your radar. Yeah, I was like, you hope they do? No! How dare you? Okay, let's see. Feedback fixes the game. I mean, I guess. Just go on their forums and just whine at them. Game sucks. Yeah, I mean, I want it to be fun. I want to have fun. I'm trying to have fun. I feel like the way that you make this fun with the current state is by building a bajillion of everything so that you have way too much stuff. That's what we need. We still haven't run out of water this whole time, which is wild. I went and spent like $80 on the water that I'm using right now, and it's still going. Also, I think that you can kick the devil out of these things and get some goodies. Just booting them. What are you doing out here, Banma? Water. Don't forget to bring water. I'm so thirsty for water. Okay, there we go. Kick it, kick it, kick it. Da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, there's so much potential here. So much potential, but it's just jank. I don't even know how a game gets to this point. I feel like it is largely what I was saying earlier, which is just too much ambition, just too many things. Nothing is well defined, nothing's carefully made. It's just all functional. It's functional, and there's so many systems, so many NPCs that none of them are written particularly well. It's like, if we could just make this game smaller, I think it'd be a lot better. But then again, I understand that developers feel like games have to be big these days because you've got all these publishers that are like spending millions and millions and millions of dollars on games. So you kind of feel like you have to compete. The camera movement hurts your eyeballs. Well, the game's not running particularly well right now. It's running at like 25 frames, so it might be... Yeah, I think it's just frame dropping. I could try and lower the settings again. I tried yesterday. We lowered the settings. It looked way uglier, and it did not improve the frame rate. It didn't help. But we could try. Maybe let's lower the settings down to... Actually, let's put them to extremely high and see what happens. Uh-oh. Game about to crash. Okay, I was scared. Okay, here's the best quality. Oh, yeah. Even better. This is running on a 2070 Super, I think. No, you may be curious, Caleb. You may be curious about whether I could fix it. So that's down to 22. Then let's lower the settings down to very low. Now it's up to 25, 24, 23, 26. Nice. Nice. We still snag like 3 frames in there. That's nice. And it looks way worse. Yeah, Brad, my computer's nice, but it's been running weirdly, so I don't even know if I'd blame this game. Yeah, I think that my computer needs optimizing too, so I don't even know if I'd blame this game. I've heard that some people are running it really well, and my computer's been having issues for months, so it might just be my computer. We'll just put it back here, and maybe I'll snag some of these specific settings. Depth of field, visible distance of cloth. Dynamic blurs off, thank goodness. Dynamic bone. Dynamic bonage. Dude, no dynamic bones, please. I want my bones to be perfectly static. Okay, I'm just gonna return it back to this. Grab this. We can almost build this, but what time is it? We gotta go to bed. You stay out here, oh Chad Camel. You watch over the recycler while I sleep. We'll process this rubber scrap. Actually, did we fill up the... There we go. Fill that up with fuel. Yeah, that's the other thing. Is like, there's so many types of fuel. Like, I'm just gonna hit the autofill every time and hope that I'm not using something that I need. It's just too many things. I have to ignore some of them because there's too many things to manage. Okay, repair the window. Should have all the window pieces. We'll fix up that train, continue the main story. Nice, nice, nice. Everyone's different. Get to know the residents of Sandrock and find out what their likes and dislikes are. That's true. I still haven't figured out how you're supposed to give them gifts. I don't know what kind of gifts they'd want. What do you like, man? Do. Yes! Yes! Free water! It can get... Okay. Nice. Water capacity. 0 out of 20. It's okay, so it can hold 20... 20 what? Is that... Oh, it's 20 dew. 20 dew, so that's like two waters, I think? Because you can craft dew into water. Okay, I'm almost out of water. I'm at 3%. But where do we make water? At the work table? We do. Yeah, so that gives you a whole water, which fills it up by what? 17? Okay, so that's good. So if I had like a bajillion of these little dew masters, that'd be awesome. Even water's broken down into dew. Yes, it's broken down into dew. Okay, listen. I'm going to assume that later in this game, you can make a bigger machine that's better than this, that you can attach pipes to, that you can attach to the water thing. But for now, it's going to sit here, collect 20 dew, and then we have to go to the work table and craft the dew into water. An upgrade. I hope there's an upgrade. Also, how much money do I have? We should make our property bigger if we can. I don't care what it costs. We need the space. Now we're gonna find out how we... Oh, the pickup mechanics are great. Okay, sweet. That's nice. That's nice. You can just pick it up, put it down. That is good. That is good to find out. And I guess we'll start off to figure out how we're gonna... Can you pick up boxes that are full? That would be super cool. That's innovation. This is gameplay innovation. You can pick up full boxes. Yeah, that's nice. Thank you, devs. You can pick up full chests. Of course you can. Of course you can. That's what real life is like. It just makes it easier. I know, it's a revolution. It feels so good. I'm just gonna move everything out of the way. And I guess we're gonna put the Dew Master machines. Actually, gameplay innovation. Okay, put it down. There we go. I'm gonna rotate this thing. And we can just make a line of them. You can also pick up things while they're processing, apparently, which is nice. Nice. Typically, you have to live with a storage box. That thing is anchored. Yeah, exactly. It's got drilled. It's drilled to the ground now. Okay, so what if we wanted to make... Why is this giving me details? Hey, what's up, Calico? Welcome back. You're back. What else? A basic awning. What does that do for me? Gotta have it made in the shade. What is the point of an awning? Just for pretty? I don't need that right now. We need another recycler is what we need. Stone trough, stone, grinding saws, wood. Okay, sweet. We'll see what we have of that. Got the wood, need a couple of troughs. Need 2 grinding saws. And look at it, like it automatically assigns the right amount of items that I need, like the right amount to craft. Okay. All right, now we're recycling. Now we're recycling with gas. Just autofill it. Autofill it. I don't care what it takes. Also, Kuri, what's up? Oi! Oi, oi, oi! In Porsche, you grab jobs from the town hall and you do them for money. Oh, you can. You can. We could get a job right now. Get a job, get some moolah, upgrade our land. It's time for you to go to bed. Hey, get some rest. Lupus, I'll keep you updated if I end up testing out WoW. Isn't there some trial that you can play where you can like play up to a certain level for free? Kuri! This seems like a Kuri game. Copper bars, stone troughs. See, we could probably make troughs. Make troughs so that Elsie can drink some slop. Bronze bars, it'd be a little too tough to get. Copper bars, I'm too selfish. Okay, I'm gonna take that mission. Let's go make him some stone trough. There is. Ooh. Owen wants a sunshade. I know, but I haven't even made a sunshade yet. I think they're a little expensive. I think they're a little expensive. It does make him love us more though. You played my time in Porsche, but it was too hard to craft everything and I got bored. Yeah. I was gonna say I don't recommend this game to you. Clean up a can. It's important. It's important, yeah. This is not a recommendation for me. This game isn't. I do not recommend this game to anybody at the moment. But that is not to say that I'm not going to try to have as much fun as I can, and I'm not going to, like, keep investigating. Because 8th told me to keep playing this game. 8th was telling me that it picks up. So maybe it picks up. I'm going to give it a chance. But it definitely seems like a game that even if I play it a lot, I will still be complaining the entire time. Sorry. Okay, we got the recycler going. Let's can't change this. Kuri, weren't you playing like an old broken crafting sim? Was it like called Craftopia? I was watching you play that and you were like, this game is abandoned. This game is not very good, but we're still playing it. And I was like, this game looks fun. What is it about janky crafting games that makes me want to play? It gets better after the first few episodes. Opes and I were talking about that, where people will be like, oh, no, you were watching the first season. You have to make it to the 3rd season. That's when the writing gets really good. But in the 4th season, they introduce the actual best character in the series. So you just have to watch through the first few seasons, but just know that they're not going to be very good. I'm like, I need the show to be good on episode 3. If it's not good on episode 3, I give up. I'm sorry. I've never watched a show that had 3 bad episodes and I kept watching it. There's too many shows. I sometimes won't watch a show if I know the 2nd season is bad. Sometimes I'll look into an anime and they're like, the 2nd season, it really goes downhill. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to invest in this show then. I don't care if the 1st season's good. If I know that I'm gonna watch the gonna want to watch the 2nd season, and I know that it's gonna be bad, I'm not gonna watch it. No, we got inventory space. How do we pick up this oregano? There we go. We learned about oregano. Sandgrass. Yeah, maybe we should be picking up this. We still haven't learned how to cook either. There's cooking in this game, and we have not gotten it yet. And also, there is farming in this game, but we have not gotten it. You are slightly impatient then. I am very impatient, old Haggy. I'm used to watching 12-episode animes, 24 max, and I am extremely impatient. If a game does not entertain me immediately, I'm tempted to refund it. I am not a patient fellow. Hey, Mythic Water, what's up? I hope you're feeling better. Oi, Mythic, are you feeling better?
Hello.
I saw your video that you were sick. I hope you're feeling better. Oi, I've been sick too. You're well? I'm glad to hear that. I actually got COVID recently and I'm just getting over it. just now. Happy Pride Month! Yay! Hooray! Happy Pride Month to one and all. One and all, happy Pride Month. Oi, oi, oi. Bonk. Bonk. Thank you so much for the sub. I hope that you enjoy your new Eevee emote. The new Eevee emote. Have you seen Your Lie in April? I watched 2 episodes. It looks really good. I know that it's gonna make me cry. I'm gonna watch it whizzle nizzle. Any show that if I see a movie or a show that I think can make me cry, then I'll watch it. I want to cry. I need to feel. I need to feel. Sippies already? I'm about to have to go get some more sips. Oh, you said, oh wait. Oh no, I missed what you said about Attack on Titan. What did you say about Attack on Titan TNT? I've been watching it. It's still good. It's still good. If you were saying that it goes downhill, I totally disagree. I think that the show's still really good. I was watching the most recent seasons, and it's enjoyable. You rewatched Arcane and it made you cry? Arcane looks so good. It looks so good. You cried watching something called Violet Evergarden? Oh, if you want to cry, Violet Evergarden is the way to go. I've heard of this show. It's on my watch list. Maybe it's time to watch Violet Evergarden. I'm just finishing Mob Psycho. Biggest cry, I'm talking Satterfield. We're talking about tears pouring down. Oh man. Mob Psycho was making me cry. I'm such a baby. Let's not cry at anything. I'll cry at anything. It just needs to move me. Let's go autofill here. Dude, Mob Psycho, I freaking love the Body Improvement Club. I want to be powerful now. I want to improve my body. I want to start working out just because of the anime. We're just going to throw all this junk in here. Why must cartoons make me sad? Because it's good. Crying's good. It releases your emotions. You don't want to hold all those emotions inside. You need to let it out. Let it all out. Let it all out. Ba-be-doo-ba-doo-boo-doo-boo-doo-doo-doo. Just like that song from Full Metal Alchemist. Fight on! Fight on! Fight on! Those guys are so freaking cool. I love them. I love them. They're so wholesome, too. They're good boys. Hey, Mushroom Gal! Thank you for the sub! You guys! We almost hit the sub goal!
It has been 17
We
months,
almost did
apparently.
it! Why does slamming on my desk make this guy jump? What? Why? What's going on? I think that my keyboard is a little too well oiled. Well, I'm sorry if that's a horrible sound. This is fun. Earl, it's been 17 months apparently. What? Is it true? Oily keyboard. Ew. How dirty is this keyboard? Yeah, it seems pretty clean. I don't see too much in there. Ugh, never mind. Don't blow on it. Don't blow on the keyboard. I'm gonna plug back in. No good. No good. No good. Don't ever blow on your keyboard. Okay. Also, if you decide to get a desk, black might not be the best choice because you can literally see all the crap on your desk. It's disgusting. The secrets of the keyboard are revealed with a strong gust. Even a small poof of wind could possibly reveal the deepest secrets of your keyboard. You could find creatures in there that stretch the mind. We're going to go mining. No entry, staff only. What? I have to pay 200 goals? But my life goals. I only have 14 goals. I have 14 goals. Just seeing you do that makes me cough. Good. Let it all out. Hey, that's the hype train. Y'all are trying to do the hype train. It's at 69% again. You guys, this is going swimmingly. This is going swimmingly. This dead wood and stone scrap. Meow, 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 meow. It's a fun trick. Yeah, no, it's the oily keyboard for sure. Scam train, scam train. You guys, are you going to give in to the scam that this streamer is trying to get you to go along with? Look at how colorful this town is, bro. Hey! Whistle missile, my 69!
Scam train.
My 69! They give it the 500 biddies. What the heck? Brad! What is that? Hey! Is that the rent? Are you paying rent? Brad, I told you I'd pay for the server. Brad, I said I'd pay for the server. I said I didn't mind. You didn't have to pay your subscription. Oh my gosh, what are you doing? Awkward. Get a better one. How many times did the server crash on y'all today? Be honest. Be honest. Awkward. Thank you for the gifted sub for Beep. Brad with the gifted sub for Beats by Vikings, Zuki, Enobase, Melsors, and Pie. What the heck? And Whizzle with the big 500. You guys, what the flip? The flip? Taka! Hey, thank you for that subscription. What the heck? A fresh new subscriber? Taka, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. Oi, oi. Taka, enjoy your emotes. Enjoy your emotes. Why is there no due to collect? I'm so mad. You're suffering from COVID doesn't mean you have to suffer with no rent. Hooray! Rent money. Hooray for rent. Oh wait, we need water. We need water. We need water. I'm so thirsty. Because you're in the desert during... Oh, that's a good point. Probably is for the evenings, right? You inspired me to remove some of the cat hair from my keyboard. I didn't know that you had a cat. What is the cat's name? I'm about to move in with some roommates that have 2 cats. I'm so excited. 3 times in a couple of hours. 3 times in a couple of hours. Third one, it didn't come back up? Okay, I'm buying a new one. All right, I'm buying a new one. Also, they got a new wanted sign. Wanted. You got no monies. Oh yeah, it's true. I can't buy anything. This guy's still not here. How am I supposed to learn how to? Yeah, I do need to get a new server. I should be able to move the map over too. The map should be movable. The characters should be movable. Everything. New server? I mean, we can make a new server. Y'all can decide. Between the people that have played on that server are all of y'all. Y'all can decide. If y'all want to do a fresh server, we can do a fresh one. I can re-roll the map. Yeah, nobody lives indoors. Yeah, nobody's ever inside. There goes a couple dogs. The dog's kind of cute. Here's Newell. Gabe Newell.
I spent all my money at the Golden Goose. How am I gonna get home?
On your legs?
How am I gonna get home?
Walks away. Where's the Golden Goose? I want a Golden Goose. The Golden Goose? I thought it wasn't even open. You just got an auger and a helicopter, so if it can be moved. Oh, you want it to be moved now. Use your Lamborghinis. Yeah, that's what Jack was saying. Listen, just strap on your Lamborghinis and go. I have 3 cats, but only one is mine, and he's named after a My Hero Academia character. Oh no. Oh no. Did you name it after the Stabby girl? Did you name it after the Yandere character? I bet you did. Carry him? No way. I don't love anybody in this town except for Owen Benjamin. Where is he? Owen, come here. Not the Stabby girl. I think your name is like Krakatoa or something. Why is it always her? Because she's the easiest to cosplay. That's why. You named it after the loudmouth teacher? Is that the teacher that that scrolls up like a little worm? Is that the teacher that hides in his beanbag? I like that guy.
Howdy.
I like the mummy man. Oh, you shared a picture of your cat? Everybody join the Discord so that you can see a picture of Mythic's cat. Meow. I want to see Mythic meow meow. A mythical meow. Baby! Baby! It's so cute. Such a derpy expression. So cute. So fluffy. I would let that cat just shed on my keyboard. I would let that cat just... That cat could do whatever it wants. What's happening? I know. I love the derpy eyes crossed. Also, Kodak Zach, what's up? Oi, oi. Thank you guys for the scam train. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. I thought that our train was going to get robbed just like this game, but you guys really pulled off that scam so well. Thank you. And now I will be purchasing a new server because Brad gave 5 gifted subs.
Sometime. Listen to my stories. I know all about this town and its history.
Yeah, his voice acting's not too bad. Let's give him a gift. I'm going to give him a gift of a bloodstone. Wait, no, he probably likes food, right? Maybe he wants hemostats. She's got moves. Yeah, she's dancing. She won't stop. Look how many hearts there are. We've talked to this guy a lot. We've talked to this guy a lot, and he's not even a heart. Oh my God. Oh my God. We're never going to be friends with anybody. You're going to be mostly lurking? No. Enjoy your lurk. I'd be lurking on this game too. No. Enjoy. I was just saying hi. I saw your name and I was like, good exact. Please let us marry Owen if we fill the hearts. Thank you. I'm guessing you can. Wait. We're supposed to get we're supposed to get stone troughs. Oh, shucks. We got to get the stone troughs for the commission. I forgot about that. Did we deliver the glass? Where's the glass mission? Yeah, there better be marriage in this game. Listen, I want to be able to collect these NPCs. I want Owen to be my bride. Wait, what the frick did that just say? I have 50 copper bars? Holy mackerel. We might be able to make some, like, really good commissions then. We're supposed to be able to stone trough. That's what it was. 9 of them? Bless my soul. We can only make 5. We need more stone. Fiddlesticks. What have I done? Any stone over here? No, just dregs. Okay, so we need to go get water. Otherwise, nothing's gonna continue. I think that the water things open up 24/7. Yeah! Giddy up. Ride 'em camel. This camel llama moose thing. Ooh, it really stops during that jump. Ooh. That feels very bad. Just feel it. Ooh. Do you see that? Just has a little uncomfortable frame in there. It hurts. It hurts me. Okay. To Water World. No, we have no money. I'm poor. Will you buy stuff? No. How are we supposed to make money when we don't have any water? Oh, there's something to clean up here. We got 5 experience for cleaning that up. Nice. Yeah. Oh. What? What? Hey! Where'd I go? Hey! What's happening? Why did it teleport me out of the water? Also, Mercs, what's up?
A magical pond. A magical pond that if you touch it, you disappear.
Farewell. Look, it's not even that deep. Is it so that you do... Dude, could you imagine Brad doing a speed run of this game? You could probably break this game into little tiny pieces and just reassemble it as whatever game you wanted. You could play at whatever speed you want.
Yeah, boy!
Hey! 14 months! Mercs, where have you been? Mercs, where have you been? Oi! Mercs abandoned us, but is finally back. Mercs, what have you been doing? Where have you been? You've been around, lurking, hiding, crawling around. We could sell this sweet and sour sandfish. That's a good idea. Look how much money that's worth. Basic sandfish trap. We can catch some sandfish. We can maybe do some cooking. I have seen you pop in a few times, Mercs. Thank you so much for the sub. Hope you've been having a good one. Hope you're not sick. It seems like everybody's sick. I'm gonna sell this scarf. Everybody's sick or recovering right now. It's crazy. Fluorite. The more pure the color of rock, the stronger its light transmission is. After processing, it can be used to make jewelry. There is jewelry making in this game. What the heck? Why do they have everything in this game, but none of it feels good? 13 for the copper sticks. What else can we sell? Let's sell this shirt. I'm selling my clothes. I'm selling all my clothes and I'm moving. We need some money cause I'm poor. We need some money cause I'm poor. What time is it? Do I have any stamina? Let's go break a rock. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. A lot of pollen lately. Allergies have been acting up. Yeah, in Texas there's a big pollen warning. There's also been a lot of air warnings. I think that the air here in Dallas is really bad, apparently. Because we keep seeing, like, yellow and orange alerts. Whenever Oaks and I drove back and drove home from Nevada, I saw on the sign that it said, limit outdoor activities. Yellow warning, like, orange warning or something. But it said, limit outside activities. Like, don't go outside. The air is not breathable. Don't go outside. We pumped too much garbage into the air and you might get sick. So stay inside because we broke the air that you need. Scary. Also, my camel is very aggressive. What's this game and how much? This game's what, 25 bucks? It's called My Time at Sandrock. I just decided to freaking buy it. I just got bored one day and just bought it. Dagnabbit! Hogwash! Fiddlesticks! Mabel! Did you leave the door open? No, dear. Then where in the Sam Hill are all the Yakmal? Looks like your fence is broken there, partner. Need a hand? I'm a builder. I'm just gonna observe what's going on. Looking like your fence is broken there, partner. Mercs, how dare! The Clean Air Act of 1963. Who? Is that? Dagnabbit, my grass is in grids. There's holes in it. Somebody must have taken a big old waffle griddle to my lawn. Well, now I don't recall asking you a gosh darn thing, stranger. Where do you get off going around criticizing the handiwork of good ordinary citizens such as myself? How am I supposed to know you ain't some part of a conspiracy to release my yak mails, huh? And if I did? Well, friend, them's fighting words. My relationship went down by 1. And since I know you ain't looking to square off with an experienced gunslinger such as myself, I'm offering you a way out. Fix my fence and I'll forget you ever done wrong. Make me. Why you? You just made yourself an enemy for life, partner. For life! This game's great. I'm gonna beat him up. frick, this guy. He's sassy. He's a sassy boy. You gotta take him down. Yeah, take him down. Ah, you are much weaker than my last opponent. Now, I will show you my true power as a builder. Yes. It's all about the dodging. Go ahead. Come at me. Come at me, Cooper. Cooper. You are a fool. A fool for stepping into this ring. You knew you wouldn't walk out alive. Huh? My relationship went up? Oh, sweet. That pretty much healed all of our wounds. Nice. Jack Nabbit. Fight him. You see the beard is growing nicely? Oh, my beard? Oh, thank you. Yes. My boyfriend says he likes it, so I guess I'll keep growing it. I don't know. I almost shaved it the other day. Because I wanted something fresh, something new. That's the struggle with being able to grow facial hair, is that at any moment you feel like you just want to shave it off and try again. I do not know why. Hey, yo! Kilgore, what the frick? The frick? Kilgore, thank you so much for the raid. What is up? And why is there music playing in this game? We're playing this janky game right now. How are you doing, Kilgore? I haven't seen you in forever. I've been peeking in on your streams though. I hope you've been doing well. Oi, Annie, thanks for coming in. What's up, Bestie Belle? We're playing My Time at Sandrock. Very, very janky, odd game. I do not know how to feel about this right now, but it's got everything in here. We got it's got fishing, it's got crafting, it's got home management. You can marry people. You can upgrade your land, assemble all this stuff, collect rainwater. It's very complicated. There's so much going on. My brain is split into a million pieces. Hey, how we doing? I'm doing pretty good. I am recovering from COVID. I'm still contagious right now, so I'm having to keep my distance. Still contagious, and that was on the heels of me. I had to drive home from Nevada while sick. So it's been a very eventful month. It's been a wild month. But thank you for asking. I hope that you've been doing well. What deck were you playing? You were playing My Time. Oh, you were playing the same game. Oh, sick. That was the reason that you popped in. Well, it's good to see you. I've definitely been lurking on your streams. I'm horrible at messaging people while I'm watching their streams. I'm not too much of a stream watcher, to be honest. I'll generally put on a game, open up a lot of tabs with a bunch of streams so that I can lurk for my friends, and I'll just keep one of them on audio, and then I'll just kind of watch them play a game while I play a game. But yeah, I should definitely say hi, just so that you know that I'm there. Ooh. But yeah, if you need to go get yourself some food, get yourself some water, I totally understand. Your stream's over. I appreciate you bringing your friends over here. I am curious about what you think about this game, though. I didn't see that you had been playing it. I'm kind of curious what you think about it. If you don't need to go get some food. We do a bit of lurk life. Yeah. I feel like literally everybody says that, though. Everybody says, oh, I'm a hardcore lurker. That's I keep hearing everybody saying that. I'm like, okay, so this is just the way that you Twitch. All right. How much does it cost to expand it again? 3,000. So it's 1,000, now it's 3,000. Maybe we should just work on commissions. And then keep upgrading this land and then just build a bajillion stuff, right? You never played My Time in Portia, but you do love this game, honestly? That's awesome. I have not played Portia either. So I'm trying to understand this game. Have you played it for a long time? Are you deep into this game yet? Or did you like it from the very beginning? I think that my emotions on this game are they're wiggling around. I was very excited to play it today, but it's so janky, dude. You love the constant jobs and things to do? Okay. Yeah. Ah! Thanks, TNT. That is something that I enjoy about it, is how relentless it is with things to do. Like, it is good for an ADD brain or ADHD brain, where you're just like, oh, I now I need to go to the mines. Oh, wait, no, I need to go get water. Actually, I need to go craft this. Actually, I was supposed to get a commission, and I was supposed to talk to that other guy, and am I researching stuff right now? It's like, it's just a lot to do, which is fun. I don't like being bored in a game. So yeah, at least there's always stuff to do. It's just that some of the stuff to do is like, FPS is the thing. You're dropping to 15. I'm at 25 right now, on a 2070 Super, and I'm at 25 frames on medium mode. And if I turn it down, I get like 2 frames. I get 2 frames from going down to very low from medium. It is, I'm guessing this is just horribly optimized, even though my computer's like kind of gripey. For being so powerful, it sure is whiny. Feeling better with a sickness? Yeah, I'm feeling way, way better. I don't know if I can, I still don't think that I can do my Winnie the Pooh voice though, so I guess I'm not fully healed. That's the final thing to go. It's like, not feeling a headache, good. Not feeling stomach bad, good. Having a good appetite, good. Now you can speak. Now you don't cough. Now you can do the Winnie the Pooh voice. Thing is, it's 60 frames per second just playing the game, but when you go into cutscene, your computer's about to explode. Really? So it's 60 frames just playing. Dang it. It must be my computer's problem then. They need to fix it? Yeah, I've heard that they had like very inconsistent for cutscenes and such. Winnie the Pooh voice requires peak physical condition. To be honest, I yell so much during these streams that that is true. Whenever I was sick, my voice was so broken that I sounded like just a little bit more like Corpse. And I was like, it would be cool to have such a distinctive voice. But then I thought about my hopes of voice acting and the voices that I could do, and I was like, no, I can't give that up. I hope my voice comes back. Oh yeah, I don't have any money. Wah, wah. Wah, wah. I was grabbing stone so that I could make those troughs so that I could turn in the commission. I get a little bit, have a distinctive voice. Have a distinctive and annoying voice. Thank you. Thank you. Also, hi, Joshy. I hope you're doing good. Digging in the cave FPS goes way down too. Digging in the cave, eh? I guess I have pretty consistently bad FPS. That's what mine is. Pretty consistently bad. Also, hi, Ollie. What's up? I didn't know that you were here. Got a bunch of peeps popping in. Let's grab... There you go, 4. Okay, we got the troughs. We got the troughs. Let's hop on our Chad Camel. I wish that we could name him. Maybe whenever we buy our own, we can name them, right? All right. Giga Chad delivery. Excuse me, Elsie. Don't rotate to me like that. The Chamel. Chamel sounds like a slur or something.
See ya.
Don't sound right. Mission complete. Oh, you're just stopping by, taking a break from Netflix? Nice. What have you been watching? What you been watching on that Netflix? Love and Robots, Arcane, Better Call Saul. I don't know what people watch. I only know anime. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, we got a gathering upgrade. Let's see, what can we do? Aunt Donna's big ol' house of fun? Is that real? Is that real? No. Aunt Donna's big ol' house of fun is not real. That's a myth. That's a myth. Don't play with me. I know that's not true. It's an internet myth, just like the Walmart gay ice cream. Just like the Walmart twink flavored ice cream. It's not real. This dew collector sucks. This dew collector sucks, you guys. I was really hoping that this was going to be a game changer, but it sucks. Did we get any money yet? We got 300 bucks. What flavored ice cream? It was a fake image that my friend sent to me, and I thought it was real. I thought it was real, but it wasn't. You wanted the Alchemic was like, I was already in the car. I was in the car, I was driving there. Then you told me it was fake. My heart was broken. Just walking on the train track. You said it's real and I love it, but its sense of humor is very acquired. What kind of humor, like what's weird about it? Is it like quirky? Is it like inappropriate? Is it like violent? Is it British? Oh, it's Australian. Okay. But what is that one Australian show that was animated by just a bunch of dudes? That's like, it's like called The Big Mel Show or something. It's like a bunch of Neanderthal monkey men that smoke weed and skateboard. I'm trying to remember what that's called. The Big Les Show. That's what it is. The Big Les Show. Is it anything like that? No, that's just you. That's just you, Caleb. You're a weed smoking Neanderthal. That's awesome. Nice to meet you. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, there's Sasquatches. There's Sanksquatches. Are they Sacksquatches or are they the upgraded Sanksquatch? They're dank squatches. Anything going on in y'all's life? In my life? Like, as of when? I have a boyfriend now. I'm about to move in with some new people and rent a house. TwitchCon's coming up. I just went to Vegas for the first time. Yeah, you just noticed that the horse's hair was so swag. I know, that's why we picked him. He's actually slightly slower than the horse. But he's got the swaggy hair. He's got a sweatband and a flower popping out of his hair. And look at those eyes. He is a true Giga Chad mount right there. You got nothing going on. Alchemic, aren't you coming to my state in like 3 days? Oh yeah. Okay, let's... Oh dang, we almost maxed it out, yo. Cool hair is more important than speed. I am definitely an aesthetics guy. I will watch a bad TV show that has good aesthetics every time. That's how I judge my anime. If I see a scene that I like the character design or the animation of a show, I will watch the whole show and I will not care. I will not care. I will watch a show that is animated well and looks pretty. Definitely not saying that because I'm very slow at running. Oh, what? Listen, you're not a camel. You're not a camel. Stop calling yourself that. That's not healthy. Oh, it's too dangerous? Oh, you're not coming? Oh, okay. Is the whole meeting canceled? Is the whole mod meetup canceled now? Because of COVID? Go fill her up. I'm just loading these down with... I guess I'm spending power stones, I guess. We'll put these to recycling. So the water thing is like barely giving me any water. It's honestly way... Oh, you're just kidding? Okay. Sorry, I just can't... I can't read sarcasm in text. I would get it if we were on a voice call. Just dusty. Dusty. Cleany. Foo. Clean. La. You're doing a charity thing all June for Pride Month? Ooh. Yeah, maybe we can do like a charity thing for... I've seen that a lot of people do the charity, the Trevor Project. Maybe we could. I've never done a charity thing before though, so I don't really know where to start with that. La. Dusting off the desert, exactly. Have you ever just gotten your broom? That kid is running. Look at that kid go. Yours had a comically large feather duster for cleaning my PC. Yeah, exactly. For playing. Your cat would definitely play with this too. Okay. I need to be able to afford to go back in that freaking salvage barn. What am I supposed to do now? What do I do now? This dude thing sucks. This dude thing sucks butt. It like gives you 2 drops in one evening. Oh, it'll never give me enough water. I mean, at least it has like a good reservoir. Like that's the only good thing about it is that it has a big reservoir. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do commissions and make money so that I can get places. Oh, I hate these commissions. These suck. I can't look up how to make any of this stuff, so I don't know. I can't remember how everything is crafted. Stone slate. That sounds doable. Copper screw. Surely we can do that. Besides, this guy looks like a nerd. He needs some help. You can only do 1 commission at a time. Oh, excuse me. You can only do 1 at a time? Are you kidding me? All right, let's get to work. Everybody, roll up your sleeves. Roll up your sleeves. We're getting some commissions done, all right? I just opened up commissions, you guys. If you want me to do some art, just post it on the Sandrock board. Here we go. Oh, yeah, Mythic Water is going to open up commissions soon. You have short sleeves. Well, make them sleeveless. Rip your sleeves off. Rip your sleeves off. Rip your sleeves off. Let's see those muscles. Okay, we gonna do. We go. Wait. What are we here for? What are we gonna do? Oh, you already did. Mythic Waters already got the commissions open. Oh, heck yeah. Should probably go work on them now. Well, I still have a offline screen that is 2 years old. I still have an offline screen that's ancient. I do love your art. Maybe we talk. Let's go. Hey, oh, let's go. Where's the freaking stone slabs, bruv? What do we, maybe in the processor? Aha! Aha! 3-4 mission. 3-4 mission. It's gonna take 3 minutes. The workaround requires some back and forth. There's quite a few steps. Sounds tedious. That's because it might just be. Yeah. Yep. That's this game. And also, the other thing that I've heard is that the answer to all questions in this game is crafting. If you're like, where do I get it? Crafting. How do I make money? Crafting. It's all 100% these tables and all the stuff that you've collected. Also, this camel needs attention. He needs attention so bad. Buddy, exit. Why is that a crying bear emote for just ignoring them slightly? Okay, so I guess the dew collectors are worthless? Should I? Yeah, awkward. Sorry, I've been ignoring my DMs for the past, 1,000 days or something. But I can get back to you. I'll probably just ask for a PSD of it all, and then, yeah, because I really like the figure. I really like the figure, and I think a lot of the background works well. But anyway, let's see. We can now make an ore refinery with rubber tubes, rubber, steel bars, bronze pipes, and copper plates. Good lord. Okay, well, let's see. So if we're gonna assemble this, we need steel bars. I don't even think I've seen steel. Where do we get steel bars from? Okay, just unassemble this because I can't look at where stuff comes from. It comes from iron scrap. Rocky's got a bunch of stuff in his scrapyard, right? Gotta have iron. So how do what's the next upgrade for our tool now? Because we already have bronze, so we have a bronze pick hammer. What's next? Steel? That's the other thing is, like, this game is not clear about what is the next thing to progress. Like, how do I get the next thing? The easiest thing for me to find out how to get the next pick hammer is to just look it up on the wiki, because this game is going to be completely unclear about it. Like, do I have to get another table to be able to make it? Or do I have to dig deeper and get different materials? Who freaking knows? Who freaking knows? This game does everything that it wants. It has no rhyme or reason for why it does anything. Cat. Pet. Probably have to upgrade your workstations. Yeah, that's what I'm betting. We're going to the research dude. Aw, that's cute. That's cute. Pet. Good meow meow. Let's just upgrade our basic table, shall we? Can you craft a better AI? A better UI?
Well met.
The UI, like the graphics and everything are kind of pretty. Like I like the way it works. It's just the systems. Oh. Processor grinder. These aren't actually what I use to make. These aren't what I use to make tools. I don't use furnacer, processor, furnacer. I don't use a furnace, a processor, or a grinder. I use a the like assembly table. Ah, there's more. I never clicked on the other tab. I didn't know that there was another tab. Oh. There's more. Oh my God, there's too much. Oh. There's an intermediate work table, forging machine, tailoring machine, jewelry machine, drying rack, refiner. A machine that allows you to increase the there's quality in this game. Man, it's killing me now. 2 days remaining. Kuya Cat, what's up? Welcome to Sandrock. Welcome to Sandrock, where everybody's got a feather duster and a hot bod. There's quality in this game? Yeah. I meant like quality of weaponry, but yeah. Kenny with the shade. I didn't mean it. I've been very clear with my shade. Some of the commissions want outstanding quality items. Oh, yes. Quality. So you have to put it in the refinery for like a few days. Just put the rocks in the rock tumbler and leave them for a bit. Yeah. Yeah. The jump is so painful. Why does he pause in the air? No. La 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 la. What was that noise? Just leave him there. He's doing fine. Don't worry about him. Okay, this is taking too long. Watch this. You could just make the game go faster. The game is now 3 times faster. It's included. It's not cheating. It's not cheating. This is how it works. I'm going to refill my water while these stone slates go. 1 second. Wait, what? Yeah, one moment. I thought the game crashed. I thought that the game crashed, dude. Because the music changed, it scared me. Faster. More. More. More power. The new Airbud. There's a new Airbud. The camel has some serious hang time in the air. Dude, I would love to watch an Airbud movie with a camel in it. What sport would a camel play? if it was in an Air Bud movie. Oh yeah, we should be riding this. He's like slightly faster than running. It's so weird that there's stamina for like hitting rocks, but there's no stamina for running. You can just run constantly. Also, I'm always pressing shift on this camel, but I don't know if it's speeding it up. Dune surfing on its back. That's what a camel would do.
Hey there.
What would a camel sport be? I guess a camel could play soccer, couldn't they? You want to see a camel dunk?
Be seeing ya.
Yeah, I'd love the camel sounds during the movie. And he's like, he's so happy. He loves this team. Go, Camel Chew. Isn't that, there are camels, like Camerupt? Isn't that a camel Pokemon? Oh wait, commission board. Can we get another commission? More like Camelback. Yeah, you could be hiking, that's true. That's the real answer, but I don't like it, Joshy. It's real, but I don't like it. Dude, somebody needs to get a good, really nice quality 3D model of a camel and animate that, please. Please. Somebody do that, please. What? Why not? Why not? But I just finished my commission. What? Hey! let me accept another commission. Can you only do one commission a day? What? Also, Tayaki, what's up? Oi, 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 oi. We're back. It doesn't say once a day. It never told me that. This game never tells you anything. This game's just like, oh, no, only one commission a day, sorry. Sorry, forgot to tell you. Only one commission a day. Oh, there is a speed up button. Dude, nice. Boy-yo-yo-yoing. Boy-yo-yo-yoing. Yeah, we hopping though. I do like the bell. You can even hear the bell whenever he jumps. Jump. If you stay still and you try to jump, then he just snoots. He just snoots out of his news. He does a news snoot. Okay, let's make some copper. Let's make some copper, babe. Make some copper. Make some copper bars while we're going to bed. La 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 la. What do we got? Oh, we got no more scrap. We gotta go mining. You're gonna hit with the lurks? You got things to do tomorrow and it's 11 where I am. Have a great stream. Yeah. Mercs, thanks so much for popping in. It was good to see you.
Enjoy your rest. Enjoy your rest in your evening.
Mercs, it was good to see you. Oh yeah, we need to play Undertale. I've never even played it before. I only played it a tiny bit. I never finished it. We played it on stream, but it was fun to do the voices too. I've been working on my bone trossel voice. We got some mail. You got mail from the church. No doubt you're aware the Day of Memories is coming up on the 27th. For the next 7 days until the day of the festival, there will be special commissions available on the commission board. We need all the help we can get. Are you gonna pay extra? The church better pay extra. They've been sucking all that money out of this town. La 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 la. You paying with the tithe? Look out, Jasmine. Look out, Hugo. Meow, 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 meow. Aw, you're so sweet. I'm glad that you enjoy my madness, Joshy. I'm glad that I can turn my madness into entertainment as much as possible. Anyway, is this the church stuff? Oh, it gives you festival. Oh, you're heading to bed too, Fluffy. Hey, we'll see you later. Nighty night. Get some rest. Peace out, Fluffy. It was good to see you. This is how you get the badges. So you got to do special events to get these. I mean, I saw some goodies. I did see some goodies that you could buy with those perpy coins. So maybe it's good. Maybe it's a good idea, Dad. Maybe it's like poggers, like smart to do and stuff. Hey, John Robert, what's up? How are you doing?
How are you doing? John Robert Wilson. It's good to see you.
I'm riding this sweet freaking camel. My character's name is Giga Chad. And my workshop is called the Sweat Zone. Oh, you just finished some Elden Ring. Nice. I've been trying to play more Elden Ring, but honestly, it really chaps my britches. The only way that I'm gonna play Elden Ring is if I play with the wiki open. I gotta be honest. I just gotta open the wiki. Gotta open the wiki, find the weapon that I want, find the bosses that I want to fight. I'm still on that freaking... Oh, I'm still on that fight that I was on, where you have to fight the 2 bosses at the same time. It's optional, but bosses do not feel optional in Elden Ring. They do not feel optional. I feel like I have to do it. It's just the one with the crazy, like, rabid dude with the sword that hops around, and he's like crawling around on his hands and legs. And you can also fight him at the bottom of the map. It's that same boss. And then it's also with it's in the castle. It's in a castle. It's the guy that crawls around on his hands, and then he's paired up with the knight that has the magic wings, with the beautiful wings that pop out and the big tail that he whips around. It's both of them together. I've defeated both of those bosses before, but it's both of them together, and it's so tough. Very tough. It's optional, John, so you may have just ignored it. But once I find a boss, I have to fight them. I can't back down. I can't do it. We need 3 for the mission. How long is this going to take? 3 minutes? All right, let's go to the mines then. Go to the mines, get some goodies. Ooh, you just defeated the magic boss guy at the windmill at the north of the map? Yeah, you are definitely further in this game than I am. You're definitely further. Yeah, when I fought the red fox boss, yeah, the red fox is really pretty. We got the money, nice. The red wolf of Radagon? I fought that was in the, like, magic, that was in the, what is it called? The, like, magic learning place, what do they call that? Like the school or whatever? The big wolf? Yeah, I remember fighting, yeah, the academy, that's what it's called. Yeah, that was a fun boss fight. I like that one. It definitely suited my my playstyle as well, because I just have a gigantic sword and I'm naked. I'm naked with a sword. Just the way that God intended, the way I was born. Also, I'm a Greenleaf. What's up? Oi, oi. How are you doing? You're here just in time. You're here just in time for some madness. Some madness, I say. I've been playing this game for a couple of days. I just bought it on a whim, and it's interesting. You're trying to get all the spots in the city next to the big tree. You think you're getting close to the end? Oh, snap. John's getting to that in-game content. Yeah, I just need to get on the... Oh, Bomba. La Bomba, I didn't notice it was so quiet. Yeah, I just need to get on the wiki and come up with some, like, missions that I make for myself. Nurse Fuzzy Wuzzy's here. Hey! What's up? Nurse Fuzzy Wuzzy? You gotta pay to go into these places after paying to get in? Yeah, you have to pay $200 and it only lasts a week. And this is the mine in the game. You have to pay $200 just to get into the main mine. I mean, I would get if there was like an elite mine or you could increase your chances of finding better items, but it's fricked. It's fricked, Brad. Not only that, but also like the treasure hunting gear. I mean, I like that you can make treasure hunting gear, but it still feels so gross. This game, like, takes a bunch of good ideas but makes it feel yucky. Like, the idea to pay for a better mine is totally a fine idea, but the way that it's implemented is yucky. I suppose we'll go down here. You got the Rona? I did too, Fuzzy Wuzzy. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that you're recovering. Hope you're recovering and almost over it, or didn't have it too bad. I am just getting over it myself. But I think I'm still contagious. I'll do another test in a couple of days. Did you lose your sense of smell and taste? I actually really didn't. I didn't, but I did like have extreme stomach cramps. I had major chills, like ones that I couldn't sleep with. I threw up at one point. I did lose my appetite, but I don't remember noticing me missing taste or smell. Okay, I'm out of stamina. That was it. There's all the stamina. That's all of mine, and hope you enjoyed. You think the contagious period is 5 days from the day that you tested positive? No, I think that the contagious period is based on when you feel the, from what I read, the CDC apparently says you're supposed to give it 10 days after you feel the first, what is it called? The symptoms. So 10 days after symptoms is generally safe. But the quick tests, like the one that I took, these little quick test, little baby tests, they test how contagious you are rather than if you have the virus at all. So the little rapid tests, that is what I'll be taking, because that is a much better indicator of whether or not you're contagious, rather than if you just have some like parts of the disease still floating around inside of you. So I'll take a rapid test, and if it's all good, then I'll feel comfortable enough to say hi. Probably still with a mask and stuff, just in case. I've already been very cautious, so I'm not gonna stop now. We got 1 more minute. Yeah, fevers and chills, no sense of smell, headache, body ache. Oh no. Face feels full of goop. Oh yeah, then the coughing set in. After I threw up, that's when my throat felt so bad. It destroyed my voice, and that's when the coughing started. And I'm still kind of coughing now. Let's max this out. Autofill. Just keep the copper coming. Thank you. Thank you kindly. What else do we need? It seems like it'd be a good idea to cook up some glass, just in case. Just in case. I've seen a lot of commissions for that. But this rubber is a real commission. 5 days of quarantine, then I go back to work with masking for 10 days. Mamma mia! Nurse Fuzzy Wuzzy's getting right back out there. Goodness. It's your first fight with a Rona ever. Me too. I didn't...
Okay.
Hey! What did I do? Infinite Oreo's back and angry. Look, here's a great part of the game. You can sit in this chair and restore stamina. Did you know that? Just sit here. Just sit down, restore your stamina, you know? Take a load off. Just relax. Yep, this is a game. Yep. Just chill out, you know? Don't take life so quick, you know? Take the lag train. Take the lag train. Don't take the high-speed train that cuts through the city and there's no sights and nothing to eat. No, take the lag train. Go the long route. You know, take time. Find little holes in the wall. You don't have to go to the most popular places to eat. Such a lovely chair. It's restored my stamina just thinking about that chair. Even though they were talking about, there is an item that you can place in your house. Oh, this works too. This affects your health points and your stamina and defense and max damage and luck. So if you put decorations in your house, then you become more powerful. I mean, that's a wall lamp gives you 58 health? What? And your house has levels? How? This game, why would your house's decorations affect your health? The solution would be to decorate with fitness equipment. Fight on, fight on.
Come on, keep up, brother. We're doing squats.
I'm excited. I see you're playing Sandrock. Have you played Portia then? I have not. I have not. This is my first of the series. This is my first foray into the My Life in. I can't wait for the next game, which is called My Life Be Like Ooh-ah. So yeah, let's see if we can put a ceramic bottle in the house, because I remember this being like pointed out as a decoration item. Fight on, fight on. I legitimately want to go to the gym now. I legitimately want to get a gym membership after I can get my finances figured out and I move. I do think I'm gonna get a gym membership. Cause I wanna get freaking ripped, dude. I wanna look like Armstrong.
I wanna have muscles on my muscles. Edward Elric. Perhaps you'd like to see my muscles.
Boing, boing, boing. Oh, we got our goop. All right, let's deliver it. Ah! Put it back. No, put it back. Okay, there we go. You guys, you know what I really, really want to play?
Ah!
You know what I really, really want to play? That I almost bought whenever I was in Vegas because I saw it for sale. It's a Switch game. It's a Switch game, and I've wanted to play it ever since it came out. It's not a good game. It's a bad game. I want to play Balloon Wonderland. I want to play Balloon Wonderland so bad. I can't help it. I can't help it. I want to buy it and play it. Opes and I listened to the entire Balloon Wonderland soundtrack while we drove here. It's such a jam. I'm so tempted. Oh my gosh, why is everybody here? Hello? There's nobody new though. Why are they all escaping? Come back. Baby, come back. Matilda. Matilda,
Hello.
the day of memories. The day of memories are upon us. Thanks for these. Now the festival will be much better.
Be seeing ya.
Sweet, we got 10 purple coins. It has wonderful design choices. You can't wait for the rant. Oh, I don't want to play it just to rant. I'm gonna play it to enjoy it for all that it's worth.
Ah, Hugo, play us a song. Play us a song, will you, fella?
Hey there.
My daughter Heidi is a real ace at architecture. You be sure to put her talents to good use, you hear? Oh, I'll put her talents to good use, mister. Thanks for the invite. The Church of Light's donation box, not a chance. Miguel! You look kind of sassy. I always take note of who's doing what around here. The church appreciates outstanding citizenry as much as anyone else.
Goodbye.
Am I an outstanding citizen? Tell me, Miguel. Don't leave me hanging, my dude. Let me just tell you. What? Let me just put it to you. My lost the smell, tastes so bad. I'm drinking coffee with no sugar in it. Oof. Yeah. Definitely a bummer. I think there was one day that my coffee tasted gross, and maybe that was me like losing my taste. Or it may have been that I was drinking it black again. Oops. Ah, a rat. Oh, a rat. Oh, a rat. Boing, boing. Okay. So we're gonna double check if you can do more commissions. Miguel B. El Raton. El Raton. El Raton, Miguel. Miguel. Et tu, Miguel? Et tu, Miguel? Zerat. Almost say yummy. I gotta go to the commission board and see if we can do any more. Skirt, skirt. Maybe we can go check out if Dr. Plants is available now. Can we do another one? Please let me do more work. I'm starving for cash. What? You could do another one now? Hey! What? Now I can? What the heck's going on? Oh, Taco. Yeah. We'll see you later. Thank you so much for the raid earlier. It was nice to finally sit down and catch a stream. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. So glad that you got to hang out with us. Yeah, tonight's been a bit of a mess, but listen, my streams are only as messy as the games are that I'm playing. But yeah, Taka, thanks for chilling. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you again. Thank you again. So this guy still doesn't exist though, right? Right, Alchemic? Right? This guy doesn't exist, right? Right? He's dead, right? He's not alive, right? The guy who lives at the Civil Corps, like he's not alive, right? He doesn't live. He's not at his house. He's not here. He doesn't exist. See? This guy? Nah, he doesn't exist. He's not real. I could have swore that was the guy that was standing over by that was telling us about the guns. And wasn't he the investigator? Oh yeah, happy Pride Month. Oh heck yeah, day one. Day one. Gay one. Gay one of Pride Month. And it's already great. Yeah, I thought that he was the guy that was over here that was like, I'm gonna shoot these lizards. This camel is relentless. Got Coco, the little freaky owl over here with his little mustachio. He's buried out back, seems like. Oh, that's a good point. We should check for gravestones. We need to go to the graveyard and start reading. Yeah, because this is out back. He's the there's more pistol bullets. Oh, these are the best kind of bullets. Pistol bullets. All right, target practice begins. These targets are hard to hit. Yeah! Yeah! Oh, I'm out of stamina. Dang it. Looks like I gotta sit in my chair a little while longer. That's too bad. Maybe we should ask Miguel. I bet he knows where he's hiding. There's so much of the stuff that's like this tram engine. Do I trust the game that this can actually be repaired? No, I do not. Can it be? Maybe. Hey, yo, Haggy, thank you for the sub. Oi. Hey. Thank you for the sub.
I don't understand why Twitch insists that we have to keep sharing these messages.
Because it's awesome! Because it's awesome to share these messages. I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to, but it shows everybody that you're supporting me. And I super duper appreciate it. It gives me an opportunity to say thank you. Otherwise, subiversaries would just slide by and I wouldn't even notice. Because they don't tell me. The only way that Twitch tells me that people are subscribed is if they announce it like that. Worse than Stardew? That's a very easy label to put on this game, Brad. That is an irrefutable and you could have placed that label on immediately. I could have told you that on the onset. Watch those stairs. Careful. Now don't fall off now. Now don't fall off now. Zeke! Zeke doesn't exist. He's got such pretty trees, though. He sure cares for these plants. Okay, well, maybe we need to continue the main mission, eh? The fact that using your sword uses more uses the same stamina as mining, yeah, that's bad. That's why I was ranting about stamina earlier as well, is that the stamina system is like, do you want me to not do combat? Why would I not do combat? Are the enemies too easy to kill? Do they give you too much loot? Like, can you just adjust the game so that they give me less loot? Or why? What? What just happened? What? The just spontaneously perished. Game over. The stars are crying. I got stomped by the camel. Did the camel spawn on top of me and crush me? That's the first time that I died. My no death run's ruined. Dang it. There goes the speed run. I guess we might as well restart. Where am I? You can only have 2-story autosaves at a time whenever you... What? What did it just say? What? Did I lose anything? I mean, we're still up here. I guess we didn't do anything else. That doesn't hurt you? Thank you for the clip, Brad. I'm gonna watch that later. Mysterious man!
Hello. Another loyal customer just appeared. People call me the mystery salesman. Always a pleasure.
Better than Beetle. Easy peasy. Yeah! What are Beetle's sound effects that he says? He goes like, yay!
Hello. See ya.
Let's shut. No, don't see me. I wanna buy stuff. Let's see. You could buy a luxury rattan tea table. You could get a vintage pistol. You could get a leisurely rattan chair. Nice, man. You started to head out already? What? Don't apologize. You got a life to live, Kuya Cat. You got a life to live. You got a life to live. Thanks for hanging out. Oi, 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 oi. Kuya Cat, thanks for chilling. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Good luck with what you're doing. Boy, oi, oi, oi. Justice.
Hello.
Justice reigns from above. Critiquing the systems in my ear.
So long, partner.
Critiquing the systems in place just reared its ugly head. The what? The systems? Oh no, not the systems. Dude, whenever you critique the game, you get fleeked by the game. Whenever you talk bad about the game talks back. The game's like, oh, you don't like the systems, eh? Well, what if I was to let you just die spontaneously for no reason whatsoever? We got no missions. We got no missions. Wait, is my commissions done? Okay, well, the game restarted. I picked up another commission. I picked up the screw commission. The commission to make copper screws. None of your part of your system, man. Look, I don't follow your rules, man. I'm not taking your commissions and, like, living in your society, man. I'm just here for the farming mechanics, man. Dude, maybe we could get a mission by him? No? These are all people that we know. Who's Crystal? It's been 333 days since the day of calamity. The day that the world was destroyed by terrifying weapons of mass destruction. Yeah, the mass destruction weapon thing and the guy, like, holding up a train is definitely extremely, like... What's the word? It's tonally... This game tonally is... It's almost 100% cutesy. Almost. But there's a few tonal things that go on that you're just like, who okayed this? Yeah, the gritty and dark lore. Everything looks like this. It's like Stardew Valley-esque Harvest Moon, but they're like, The world was destroyed by a nuclear holocaust, and also there are people that are holding up trains and stealing from people and shooting people. And it's like, what? What? Why? Stop! Stop! Let's get some screws. Screws-y boozy, boozy screws-y. Copper screws. We need 12 of them. Are we short on copper? I guess so. That's the only thing. Hey, Fire Giggles, what's up? What the heck? Hey, JPEG Stripes just raided. What's up, JPEG? Ah, Tam, nice to meet you. Hi there, Domo. Is that Domo Nintendo? Domo Nintendo. Domo arigato, Mr. Nintendo. Hey, what's up? What the heck is that? Peggle Stripes the first? Hey! Yo, JPEG. Thank you for the raid. How was your freaking stream? You were playing, just chatting. You were playing yourself? That's awesome. How was it to play yourself? Was it enjoyable? What did y'all talk about? Also, yeah. Thank you for the raid. And hi there, Fire Giggles. It's good to see you. Oi! Fire Giggles is back. Oh my god, was my stream set to just chatting the entire time? What were you playing? What were you playing? Oh, you played Kirby and the Forgotten. Well, okay, I'll see myself out. Oh, what? Domo Nintendo, thanks for coming in here. Listen, you're allowed, it's a PG-13 stream, so you're not gonna be banned yet. We save that for later. There was much deep venturing. Oops, well, never mind. Listen, I'm trying to make some copper screws. Look at my Giga Chad character. Look at how handsome he is. He's Giga Chad. He's got plump kissable lips. I have this handsome llama over here with a flower in his hair, and we work out in my house, the sweat zone. Dumb B-word hours in full effect. Oh heck yeah. Those are the best hours. Yo, Dom, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Should I call you Domo? Should I call you Domo? Should I call you Domi? Beep, boop, beep, boop. Okay, we got some dew. Have y'all heard of this game? This game is janky AF. It's one of the jankiest games I've ever played, but it's not entirely uncomfortable. Right now, I'm just trying to make some moolah. We need some copper screws done, but I'm out of stamina, so I guess we're going to bed. Because there's nothing to do whenever your stamina's gone. When you're lacking the stamina, it's time to just go to bed. It's time to just lay down. Listen, whenever you've done everything that you can, don't press R to paint the bed. Oh, you could just change this? No, you need components. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It looks like you have early access. Oh, no, it's just an early access game. That's all. It's just an early access game. You just get to pay $25 for an unfinished game. It's really rad. I put the early access there so that everybody knows you don't have to buy the game. You can see how good it is right here. Right here. Let me show you before you pay for it. If you think you're interested in this game, here, take a look. You got to head to bed. It was good to meet y'all. Happy Pride, all. Hey, Tam. Thank you for the happy Pride. We'll see you later. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, 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 oi. This is my first Pride Month as a member of the LGBTQ plus community. Who is this man? Whoa. Are they? They can talk. These lizards can talk, and we're supposed to kill them. This is horrible. There's something happening in the oasis. I should check it out. Boing, boing, boing. Eldritch, is your birthday tomorrow? Ooh.
It's Rango. Yeah. Cactus juice. That's what we got.
What is happening?
Did you see that? Those darn geeglers are at it again.
Darn geeglers?
They're muddling up our water. I honestly
This
don't
is the
know
same
what it
game
is
with
they have
the nuclear holocaust. This is the same world. He just said those darn geeglers. He didn't even say the D word. He said darn gigglers. This game is goofy. This game is goofy. Why are they introducing weapons of mass destruction? Stop. Oh, Domo is good. Okay, sweet. Awesome sauce. Hajimemashite, Domo. Let me see. Yeah, happy birthday tomorrow. Ooh, those goofy gigglers. Happy early birthday. Cute game, dark lore. It's like the Netflix adaptation of a game. If you think you're interested in this game, don't be. No, I mean, some people are enjoying this game. I even have a streamer friend who's been enjoying this game. This is your first out Pride Month? Yeah, that's probably an even better way to... Well, I mean, I just didn't know.
Do you mind helping out with the trash?
I came out
around
like
the oasis?
2 months after I figured it
The longer they're
out.
in the water, the higher the risk of contamination, so we must hurry.
The what? The trash? Heck yeah, dude. We'll clean up the trash, man. I want it to be clean around here. We'll get the old newspaper and the bones. Somebody left their bone by the water. Avoid water pollution. Good message. Good message. Let's pick up all this garbaggio. Earl, if you don't know Tam Tam, you should. She's how I met Opes. What? Tam Tam is Opes' friend? Ooh, I didn't think that I knew. I don't think that I knew that. Hi there, Tam Tam. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Opesy friendo. That's my boyfriend. Boing, boing, boing. There's so many communities on Twitch. It's so hard for me to figure out if like people are from like Opes community or if they're from like, what is it? It's Opes, Kuri, and OT. It's all, I've got 3 different communities that people come from, so I'm always just trying to figure out what's going on. I don't know who anybody is. I just know names. Also, what's up, a Shadow Walker?
I feel you. I met people all the time and go, wait, don't I know you from somewhere?
Hey, I saw you helping out. Thanks. We all appreciate it.
And the soap community, that's true. Yeah, or from my sisters.
You can keep those.
I
Isn't
mean,
that great?
but those people are normally strangers. If they just show up and they're like, "Are you the Earl of Suds?" Then they're normally like a brand new person, right? Isn't that great? Did you just give me one water? Thank you. Thank you for the water. I picked up your waste residue. I got 300 experience for that? What the heck? What kind of experience was that? What did I learn from picking up trash? Something about community management. I'm gonna invest more in planting knowledge because I'm a maniac, okay? Listen, I'm crazy. I'm crazy. That's why I got damage tattooed on my forehead. But I'm investing in the planting because I know you get to plant eventually. But there's no planting mechanics yet. I can't garden. There is no gardening. I cannot garden. You are not the little joker, baby. What do you mean, ego? I'm the Joker, baby. I'm the Joker's baby.
I know this. I know you are not the Jared Leto. My boyfriend thinks he's the Jared Leto Joker.
My boyfriend thinks he's the Jared Leto Joker. Okay, what do we do? You're not the Jared Leto. Listen, I'm not gonna Jared let you go. Ew. Productive coughing. Yucky. I'm sorry that I'm a sick human being, you guys. I wish I wasn't a human many times. I would trade this body for a proper robot suit any day. Any day, I tell ya. Where's the offer? I'll take it. Do I have any more screws? I have 20 screws? Oh. Okay, let's complete that order. Complete that order, turn it in. The relationship dynamic you have with your sister is amazing, and I wish that I could have the same love with my sisters. Ooh. I'm sorry to hear that you don't have a good relationship with your sisters. It is a shame. Yeah, we kind of just get saddled with our families, and we just gotta deal with them how they are. It's a mess. Family's complicated. It's Morbius time? Is that what you just said? It's Morbing time? Is that what you just said? Now, don't pretend like the... Oh, he's in the bed. He's in the bed. I was like, I see no Ryan. Look, I fight with my sister. We just would edit that out. Don't forget that it's just entertainment. It's just entertainment. We definitely get along while on camera. Oh, you finished the commission already. Dang. Now I got no excuse. Thanks a lot, I guess. What do you mean you guess? Give me the money. Oh. Is this your friend? Are you going back to bed? Night. Well, okay, so Ryan's going back to bed, but Danby's doing a little bit of dusting. Maybe we should help out. Yeah, Danby, let's clean up this room. Ryan's not feeling so good. Laughs and chasing the siblings with a knife? That reminds me of that video where the two girls were fighting and one of them threw a shovel at the other one. Hey, it's the cripple! The cripple! Hooray! The cripple! Oh my god! Oi, oi, oi! The crane couple! How are y'all doing? Oi, oi, oi! Hiya, friends. Hiya, friends. Hope you enjoyed, I thought that said Call of Duty 4 for a second. Hope you enjoyed Call of Duty. I mean, Observation Duty. Awesome sauce. Oi! Welcome, everyone. You may have spied me on a crane couple stream a few weeks ago, like a week ago. You may have. I was at that wedding, and I was hanging out with the homies. I finally got to meet the couple after all this time. After all this time, I finally got to meet the couple, and they were amazing. Let me assure you, they are awesome in real life. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you, couple. I hope you enjoyed Observation Duty. I don't know what the heck that is.
What the heck is that? Oh, bother. I don't know a thing about it.
I've had COVID for the past few days, and I can't do my Winnie the Pooh voice, and I've been so upset.
I've been so upset. Oh, bother. I want a small smackerel of honey.
It's close. I've almost got it.
It's almost back. Piglet.
We got a intermediate work table. Have y'all seen this game? This game is a mess. We've been playing it for a couple of days. There's so much to do in this game. It's chaos. It's chaos. Oh, Lord, you too? Yeah, I think we all got sick. I think we all got sick together. We'll all go together when we go. How is it, this game?
Your voice is pretty much gone.
All I know is Brittany decided that Kenny was challenging her with his Fat Tuesday drink. I brought him home, baby. Wait, what? Oh yeah, I was challenged. That's true. That's true. There was a little bit of a challenge going on because I got a second shot in there. and I was like, we're getting drinks? I'm getting a drink. Then all of a sudden she was like, well, now I feel like I have to get another thing. You started to think it was part of the party. Crane Mama? Crane Papa? Is that their names now? I like it when you call me Crane Papa. Throw your streams in the air. If you're a true gamer. He had 2 test tubes in that thing. Oh, by the end of the day, then you drank it faster than she did. Okay, so you're basically saying that I'm a bad influence. Okay, very true, very true. Yeah. So maybe I'm attempting to be a bad influence, all right? But I was poorly influenced by Gassy and by Tam Tam, okay? Listen, it was Tam and Gassy. They were a bad influence on me, and then I passed some of that influence on others, but I take absolutely no responsibility. Yeah, wasn't it Tam? I was trying to remember because I didn't get to hang out with like half of the group for very long at all, so maybe I've forgotten. But yeah, Gassy and his gremlins. Gassy and the Gremlins, they were up to no good. Dubious creatures. Isn't this by the My Time in Portia people? Yeah, this is the sequel, and let me tell you, it's okay. It's all right, but I don't know. Well, also Brittany kept saying Degen Day. You can't use words like degen. They go straight to my soul. They cut straight through all of my inhibitions. If I hear somebody talk about degen, I'm like, all right, time to stay up till 3 a.m. playing video games. Like, I'm kind of about that degen life. My time in early access. My time in Jake Master. Degen Day, hey! Oh, also, so if I want to upgrade my inventory in this game and I want to carry more things, this game has a simple solution, you guys. Now, some games you got to go get a backpack. Some games you just get a certain amount of inventory. Some games you have to upgrade your skills to be able to upgrade your backpack. But in this one, at any moment, you can upgrade your inventory, which is opened using the B key, by the way, short for binventory. And then you just click this plus button and you just pay money for slots. You just buy as many as you want, as many as you can afford. Oh, you need to carry one more type of item? Yeah, just buy it. Just buy another one. It's just $20. Just upgrade it. So dumb. So dumb. I'm sorry. Yeah, B for inventory. B for toss the game in the bin. I mean, yeah, it's goals. And that's how you pronounce it too. So like my character will be like, I don't have enough goals. What are my goals? What are my goals in life? Man, could you imagine having 300 goals at a time? Sheesh. You'd never get anything done.
You'd never get anything done.
What are goals? I haven't even figured out one goal, man. How am I supposed to pay you 300 just to get into the mine? The goal is to not suck at Sandrock. Oh! Ego, I don't feel like I suck at the game. That's strong words. That's a hateful tone you're taking up. This dew collector is so slow. You take the dew and you craft it into water. So you have to get 10 dews. 10 dews makes a don't, or one little bit of water. And they give you about 2 dews every day. It's a 2 dews daily. 2 dews daily. And I guess we just have to build a bajillion of these. Honestly, you could do better. So you're saying 10 wrongs do make a right. Well, let's see. 10 wrongs? I mean, 10 is a even number. And if you take an even number of odd numbers, then that does make an even number. That's true. You gonna make some dinner? Hey, enjoy dinner. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you so much, Crupple. I appreciate it. Appreciate you bringing your homies over here. Bringing the friendos over here. I've gotta watch your I've gotta watch that game that y'all been playing. I'm curious just by the name alone. It sounds so weird. They give you doo-doo, Mademoiselle Mirage. That is very inappropriate. There are children in this chat that don't know what doo-doo means yet. They've never seen doo-doo, and their parents don't let them talk like that. It's so good. Okay, so it's actually, okay, it's good. 2 dews a day. That's very regular. That's actually surprisingly healthy. You want regular dew movement. Wake up in the morning, dew. Go to bed, dew. Dew on the grass. That's how you know that everything's going right, if you see dew on the grass. Oh wait, we got some new water. Look at all of our stuff. Look at all of our stuff. We got a bunch of loot. We got some festival badges. Oh yeah, I was supposed to sell some of this stuff. We should go into town and try to sell it. Get rid of it. New meaning of touch grass. Yeah, last night I went for a walk in my flippa-floppas and I decided to just take them off and touch grass for once in my life. So there I was, 2 a.m. walking through people's lawns with no shoes on. And I got hit by a sprinkler. Wait, we need to go to here. Commission guild. Grab some commissions. These are just normal missions. Make boom boom on a leaf. Then I went boom boom.
I'm sorry, Finn. Finn, I don't think that we can rub on each other any longer. We're getting sores.
We got... who are we gonna help? Who are we gonna help? Who's this guy? His name is Justice. And his name is Justice. Let's do the... no. Copper bar. Yes, the copper bars. Standing here, I realize walking on grass is pretty nice. No, I almost bought that game. Literally, no joke. It was between that game and this game. I looked at the Steam store and I was like, I'm either going to buy My Time in Sandrock or I'm going to buy Metal Gear Revengeance. It's one or the other. Boing, boing, boing. It's one or the other, and I made my choice. I still don't know how to feel about it. Those festival commissions look like they give you 2 times the experience. Oh, I didn't even notice. Is it true? Oh my god. Oh my god, I want double. I want double. Give me double trouble. Give me commission, make it double. Where's my copper? Did I spin it? Oh, we have 81 copper. If the game has bad words, how do you feel about streaming it? I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. I always just tell people that I try not to curse. Try not to. I won't. I can't assure anybody that I won't. I try not to curse, but you know, I have people on that do. I raid people that do. I play games that do. It's just me. I try to keep a can on it most of the time. Hey, Heidi. We got some copper for you. Howdy. Everybody sounds like my neighbor.
See ya.
See ya. All right. Yeah, let's see if we can do another commission, because it let me do 2 commissions today. Woo, we're working out. We're working hard, all right? We're on our grind set. We're on our minds. Our mindset is the grind set. Boing, boing. It's a pretty rad game. Yeah, Ego, it looks super cool. And the memes have been great recently. I'm tempted. It would be my first Metal Gear game, though, so that'd be kind of weird. I feel kind of wrong to do that instead of Metal Gear Solid. We could probably make copper wire, right? Look, we can do more. Why can we do more commissions today? One of the days that we did commissions, it just wouldn't let me accept another one. It feels so weird. This game makes me feel all kinds of ways. Sandrock, Sandrock. La 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 la. I like that I'm just carrying around my weaponry around town.
Hey, don't cause any trouble. Otherwise, I might have to.
You can duel anybody in this game at any time, and if you win, then your relationship with them goes up. This is all true. This is all true. You could trust me. Look, if my camel could talk, we could duel him. However, he can't. What? Give him a carrot? Did I tell him to stay there? Okay, look, Mr. Camel, you're doing great. I want you to stay. I think I accidentally clicked stay. That's why he hasn't been bothering me. It has some callbacks to the series, but it's a somewhat separate story. It's a crazy spin-off. It's like it's in its own universe. That's what I thought. I thought it was that way. Seems like you could play it alone. Where's the guy that works here? Yeah, Jensen.
Oh, hey there.
Oh, you can't fight Jensen.
As long as the Geeglers are throwing the trash into the oasis and not on the tracks.
What? This guy only cares about smooth running train. He doesn't care about the earth and environmentalism. Hey, Hugo, can I fight you?
Hello.
Hello. Every time an event happens in town, Cooper starts up his tirades again. He'll talk your ear off, spin you around, and talk the other ear off if you let him. I'm more afraid of him than any of those lizard folk.
How about we fight? Here we go. Let me beat you up. We don't have to talk about it anymore. We can just fight it out. Whoa, whoa, Hugo's strong. Oh my God, he's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. I'm gonna die. Oh my God, standing here, I realize Hugo is a monster. Hugo, I'm amazed. How did my relationship go down? We just spent time sparring. Had a good time. He beat me up. He bodied me, and then he hates me now? This is ridiculous. Oi, oi, Calico, get some rest. Hey, nighty night. Nighty night, rest up, rest up. Hope you have a good sleep. Hope you have a good sleep. I mostly just want to get some more commissions done. I was really hoping that we would be able to interact with, that we'd be able to make some plants. I'm still mad that we can't find the plant man. The man who's supposed to teach you how to do planting. I cannot find him in this town. He has a place of work and a home, and I have checked them both like 6 times. And I do not know where he is, and I have never seen him before. I've never met him. He's supposed to be in this building right here. You love the demo of this game? I did not know that this game had a demo. That's cool. Yeah, the game is all right. I would just call it very uneven, very janky. It reminds me of games like Hello Neighbor. It reminds me of games like Slime Rancher, and it reminds me of games like We Happy Few, where it's like, it looks graphically pretty good. It has a fair bit of money behind it. It has an interesting concept and lots of fun, engaging elements, but it's very poorly put together. It lacks a lot of polish. They're too complicated. Lots of the systems don't make sense. That's kind of how it feels. It's early access, so it'll get better. That's true. It's got a better chance than any of those other 3 games, because those games are done. Those games are finished. They've had their physical releases. There's no hope for them now, but this one's got hope. The most recent message from me contains a product key. What? Did you have a spare key laying around? What? Brad, did you give me Metal Gear Vengeance? What? Brad! What? Is it true? It was so good until they tried to make it a platform game. Yeah. I don't know why this game gives me the same kind of feeling. I think it might just be the graphics. You just got invited back into VHS? VHS? What is this? A little baggie? That's Martle's knapsack. Oh, this is like a museum kind of. You picked it up on G2A? Thank you, Brad. It was 7 goals. Brad! You didn't have to do that! Thank you for the game. What the heck? You wish you got your key to VHS? What is VHS? Very handsome... Sexy? What does that stand for? Oh, here's what we could get if we got... Oh my gosh, these are so expensive. These pants are $500. VHS is DVD, like... Oh, I see. It's a DVD clone. That's awesome. That's awesome. You can be a monster, you can be a human being. Video Horror Society. It's a 4 versus 1 asymmetrical horror game. You thought it was DVD? DVD and VHS, not DVD or VHS. I like that. I like that. This is very pleasing. Well, I was really hoping that we'd be able to plant plants, but I don't think we're going to find the man today. And I don't know. I'm getting kind of hungry. Anybody else feeling kind of hungry? It's like Dead by Daylight, but you fight the monster in this one. Okay. So it's more like Evolve. So it's like Evolve, right? Because that's asymmetrical hunting game, right? Where you hunt the monster Boing. You like fighting monsters. Monsters. I don't have any wooden sticks. We need more sticks. Well, I hope it's better than Evolve then. Set in the 80s. Ah, I see. They got the aesthetics working, eh? They got the aesthetic going. That is still popular, I think. I think that's still... I think the 80s are still popular, right? They're still milking it for all it's worth in Stranger Things, right? Stranger Things is just like holding up the whole industry. You guys, we'll keep it cool. We'll keep it cool for just a little while longer, but make sure that you get your games and movies out. Quick, we don't have that much more money. Netflix is running out of cash. Everybody get out your 80s nostalgia quick. The era's almost over. Bonk. Watching Twitch is the reason why I'm making tacos or something at 3 a.m. 3 a.m. taco, yum, yum. I think I'm gonna have to make some waffles. Or maybe I have some spaghetti. I hope I have some spaghetti. I know I got the sauce. Now I just need the noodles. Boing, boing. I was gonna get some marble, but I see no more marble out here. La 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 la. Look how cool and niche the 80s are. If I want my hit of 80s nostalgia, I'll just watch The Terminator. Thank you, Stranger Things, for making other Netflix adaptations having strange 80s vibes and soundtrack despite being set in present day. What? Thank you, Netflix. Just thanks in general for all that you do. Thank you, Netflix, for the food that is on our plate. Bonk, bonk. They need to milk the millennials as much as possible of their nostalgia before Gen Z takes over. That's true. Gen Z's coming up quick. They're coming up quick. They've already taken over the internet. Already taken over the internet. Millennials are officially cringe. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Oh, what was that? What was that? Was that quartz? Nice. Yeah, before we get the Fortnite anime. What? The Fortnite anime? I don't even think that Fortnite's popular in Japan. Maybe it is. The word is what? What is that word? It's chuggy instead of cringy. Do we not say cringe anymore? Oops. Looks like I got left behind as well. That's too bad. Spoonful of sauce, not bad either. I mean, I do have a little bit of bread left. I guess I could put some sauce on a bread. Millennials are chuggy? Chuggy? What does that say? Did that bush just run away? No, it's a tumbleweed. We actually saw some tumbleweeds on the way from and to Vegas. I saw some tumbleweeds. Chuggy? I've never heard of chuggy. What does that mean? That doesn't sound English. It's a Zoomer word, chuggy is? Is it? Wow, I'm learning stuff right now. Dang, Ego, you're a better Zoomer than I am. That's awesome. Stone, let's get a couple of stone troughs out of here. I'll believe it when I see it on TikTok. New slang, getting older. Help! The kids are saying scary words again. Stop yelling at my grandpa. Your grandpa's cringe, man. No! What does that mean? Why don't you pick on somebody your own age? We need marble slabbies. How do we make those? No, I'm not cringe. You're cringe. Boink, boink. You were looking forward to the plant growing? Me too! Me too! Mushroom Gal, if you'll look it up on the wiki, tell me how to do it. Tell me how to do it. I want to do it. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to talk to. Oh, can we still do a commission? It's getting too late. I think I'm gonna just set the recyclers a going and I'm gonna go to bed. La 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 Yeah. Backseating seems so hard for a game like this. Liz, Eighth was in here and was telling me what to do, and I was like, thank you. This is a game that requires backseating because I can't read the wiki all the time because if you alt-tab out of this game, then you get frame drops and the audio messes up. I can't alt-tab out of this game because it's jank. It's janky. How am I supposed to check my wiki? What's the point of having 2 monitors when you can't escape? It's an Amber Alert. Uh-oh. Where'd you go?
Good day. How are you?
Don't speak to me before I spawned into the world, Matilda. Good day, Giga Chad. How are you?
I just remembered that we haven't introduced you to desert farming yet. We have a nice gentleman by the name of Zeke working on a moisture farm north of town. If you want some pointers on farming, you should go talk with him.
Just as we were looking it up.
I've already given him a heads up that you'd be coming. The farm's a bit far, though. So
Hooray! We can farm now! Yay! Come back, Matilda! I have a commission. Yes, now give me money. Hooray, money! I needed that. I needed that capital. Ooh, I got $1,000. Nice. Where's my moose? Oh, there he is. Hop on. Hop on, everybody. There's room enough. Yeah. The first 3 farm missions? Did you say first and then mission? First 3 farm mission?
Excuse me, ma'am. Might I have a word? I'm new to Sandrock and I would be remiss to pass up an opportunity to speak.
She looks like her head got squashed in a food processor or something. She looks like she got squeezed by a power hammer while trying to blacksmith.
My stars! Would you listen to that? I reckon that must be the phrasings of a bona fide Ataran gentleman.
Arian?
Like that around here.
Is that coded? Is that coded speech there? Ataran?
Well, what can I do
kinda
you for,
suspicious.
newcomer? Looking for good eats? Or just a place to kick up your hails? I've been ranging these parts for more than 20 years.
Kick up your hails.
Reckon I ought to know
You know,
a thing
you
or
won't kick
two
up
by
some
now.
hail.
Just ask our
You got your
builder.
2 hails you're working on.
I believe you. I'm Ernest, by the way.
I believe you.
I'm here on the behalf of the Atara Times. I was hoping to
Atara
do a
Times.
piece on that bandit
My
fellow who's been
hails.
giving you all so much trouble.
I've been stepping
Would
on
you
my
care to
hails
weigh in
all
on the
day.
situation?
Oh, I reckon you mean Logan. Mr. Ernie, sir, I don't suppose you were on that train, were you?
He's got a pretty good outfit, though. I like his purple jacket.
Well, here's my way.
He speaks very plainly.
You'd
He's
do best
earnest.
by packing your bags.
Listen, you need to
Logan's a
understand the
wanted
importance of
man,
being
And he
earnest.
likely won't take cotton. If you want to write about...
Is it Michael? You, Builder.
Are you an actual... Don't call me Builder!
Despite all that, I don't suppose you would be willing to answer some of my questions about Logan.
He has questions? For me? If you call me Giga Chad, I'll answer anything.
Really? You will? Fantastic! One moment, let me just get out my notebook.
Sounds like I just agreed to marry him.
For this interview, please try to be as objective as possible. Try not to let your feelings or any biases get in the way. It's important that I only get the facts as I try to understand this bandit persona.
Yeah.
First question. Do you know Logan personally?
Yeah, I know him like a brother.
What? Really? This is great! Why didn't you say so in the first place? Okay, follow up. Tell me what he looks like. I mean, have you seen the posters around here? They really couldn't have found a picture of him
He's
without a
hot.
bandana over his face. Just a simple description will do.
He's not as good looking as me. No, I'll say he's hot.
Oh no, he's hot. Why does everybody keep saying that? I'd
What?
say rather, Logan has a disarming glare.
What is this game? Dear Giga Chad. All right, you need to go to bed. Hey, get some rest. Alk, rest up. Good luck with tomorrow.
Written on his face, just waiting to be told.
Sorry that you're gonna miss the farming. We'll be back. We'll be back. They'll be farming. Hey, Cashman, thank you for the raid. What the heck is up?
Logan's accomplice, the man who helped him on the train.
Yo, Wild Cash
What do you
has
know about
appeared.
him?
Thank you for the raid.
What's his name?
Long time no see, indeed. I was away for a bit. I took a break and I got COVID, but I'm finally back. Oh, thank you, Alchemic. I appreciate it. Oi. You're off duty. You can rest. Enjoy your evening. Thank you for your help. I believe his name is Egg Boy. That's Haru, his oldest friend.
Haru and Logan.
Haru, hooray.
Yes, I noticed.
Stream's going well. This game is goofy as heck. We have already died spontaneously, and we've encountered a bunch of bugs. It's been a wild ride.
Seems there are several mysteries swirling around this particular figure. I'll have to mull it over. In any case, I suppose they sent me here to just do a little bandits?
Yeah, I had a feeling that me making that joking remark that I was friends with that Bandit King was not going to affect the game, and I don't think that it will.
I keep seeing you around. You're not following me, are you? Are you all right?
He's so awkward, dude. He's so awkward. Why are you talking to this poor child? They're just getting a look at you. If you find a child that's following you or that's staring at you, or you're at the grocery store, you see a child staring at you, you're on a plane, a child staring at you, you're standing in a line, just wave to them. Just wave to them and smile, and then ignore them. That's all. You don't have to address them or say anything.
I'm fine.
Or talk to the parents. You can just wave. Or just say,
are you lost?
Hi.
Where's your...
I'm not lost. I live here.
I live here in the desert. I can't stand this conversation. I'm out of here.
Sweetie, where do you live? Do you need someone to help you get home?
Oh, sweetie! Ah!
No.
Ah!
Oh, stop.
Hey.
Let me out! Let me out!
I'm not fit.
Let me out!
Actually.
Wow.
Let me out! Let me out!
Please, everyone. She's kind of right. Yes. Anyway.
Let me away from this creep! I don't like Ernest. I didn't like him before, but now I definitely don't like him. To the moisture farm. That guy is the opposite of a moisture farm. Yeah, we got stomped by a camel earlier. My camel kind of teleported onto my head and crushed me. Crush me like a grape. Squish me like a grape into wine. Hey, the shadows look really good in this game. What the heck? Sahara. Sahara des. Sahara des. Yeah. Sahara des. All right, to the moisture farm. Hey-ho. Excuse me, sir. Could you teach me a little bit about moisture? Ah! The Sahara Desert. Is he in here? It sounds like there's fighting inside. You should have a weapon equipped. Heck yeah, I'm ready. Sahara Desert. What the heck? It's a lizard brigade in here. These lizards are attacking the farm. These lizards didn't do anything wrong. Look, they're smiling. Look how jolly they are. Look at their jolly dancing. I'd feel bad about hurting these guys. He's only an intern. They're only interns. I can't kill interns. Oh no. This game asks me too much. This game asks too much of me. Killing these poor giggler interns. They just got started with this company. They just got out of college. Sorry. Sorry, the game made me do it. Destruction! Hooray! No. We're supposed to learn how to farm. Brad's gonna burn down the desert. Mushroom Man! Wow! This broke a lot of glass. Those darn gigglers. Whoa. That's some good moves. Yeah. Very good moves.
That was a close one. Everybody all right in?
I'm doing great. The game art is cool. What? Yeah, I was saying that earlier. I do really like the models. I do like the models in this game and the textures. They're very good. The animations are like a little lazy, but
but the models are really nice. It's pretty dang pretty.
Now ain't the time for pleasantries.
Pretty
The big
dang
palooka.
pretty.
Look around. The whole moisture farm is trashed.
There's
I
that
can't believe
music
those darn
that
listeners
sounds
could be
like
so
the
audacious.
Goron music.
This is a clear escalation.
This is the Goron music from Breath of the Wild. It's mostly that horn. Where's the horn? Hello? Where'd it go? No, the horn's gone. Okay, well, whenever the horn comes back in. Bring in the horns.
Is that thing over there important, Zeke? It looks pretty busted up.
Oh yes, the hydrogel.
Hydrogel.
All the crops will die without that.
Okay, so we need a hydrogel.
What?
What?
You're joking, right? I can never tell if you're serious or not.
No, he's super serious.
No. I'm afraid there's nothing funny
He
about
does
it.
not look like a
Without
Joker to me.
replacement,
He doesn't look
we
like
could be
he's
in
joking
dire
a lot.
straits.
He looks like a very serious guy.
This is something our new builder could help with, right?
I can do
it. That's the spirit, builder.
This main part of the moisture machine.
I like this guy's voice.
Kinda rare, and it looks like we'll need a new one. Chi might know something.
Oh, his name's
You should
Chi. I was
speak
saying
with him,
Key.
you know, sooner or later.
All right, buckaroos. Look like we got ourselves a plan. Zeke,
He
hold
hits
down
you
the
with the
fort.
buckaroos.
You head over to Cheese and figure out how to...
I
Justice,
think our
justice.
best bet would be to ask Chi. He may know a thing or two about the hydrogel.
Yeah, Chi's smart as
also,
heck.
you can recycle the old hydrogel. Go ahead and whack it a few
I could have swore that there was something called hydrogel
Put it out of its misery.
what is it called? It's not agoraphobia. It's not plasmophobia. It's called Subnautica. Yeah, I thought that there was hydrogel in Subnautica, right? Yeah, I like Zeke. He seems like a nice guy.
Good luck, builder.
What hits harder, the buckaroo or the weapon of mass
Everyone's
destruction?
going to be
Listen,
counting on
if used properly, buckaroo can be a weapon of mass destruction. Just like phrases like bud and chief. You gotta be careful with those. If wielded properly, they can be real character building moments. But if wielded improperly, you could finish a whole human. Yeah, there's the horns. Salvage the old hydrogel. Oh, so what? I can't. Can I use this? Oh, nice. Oh, I can just break it. Captain, oh my captain. Captain, my captain, with tall, pointy hat. Now we gotta talk to Key. Or Chi. Sorry. Chi. We'll go say hi to Chi, and I think we might look for somebody to raid in a minute, because it's getting a little late. It's getting a little late, and your boy's been staying up like way too bad. I've been staying up way too late. I've been watching anime and then playing Cookie Run for 2 hours in my bed like a dummy. Like a dumb and staying up till 5 a.m. playing a stupid mobile cookie game. It's not been great. You could tell how you feel. You could really tell someone how you feel with an expertly crafted buckaroo. No, Brad. I regret that we even encountered this. You can't be spreading this knowledge to the public like that. You don't know who could be listening. You don't know who could be listening right now. To the research center. Now, we cannot blame the texture here on the game. That's probably just my settings. Because I did turn down some of the settings because the game was lagging. It was lagging out the brain.
Yes? Are you here for the hydrogel? I've heard. I have a few ideas about how to...
Give me 5 data discs.
Good. These would do.
Yeah, take my data.
And one more, that'll be all.
Oh, that's it? Are you still researching something, dude? You finished? Did you finish what I was asking you to do? You did. The intermediate work table. Tailoring, forging. Let's hit it with the. Oh, what is this? Locked. I must know. We shall make a drying rack. I bet that this is food-related stuff. I want to learn how to cook. I want to learn how to cook, dude. Yeah, we gotta talk to the justice. Cookie time. Brad's finally in the Cookie Guild. Thank goodness. Brad's in the Cookie Guild. Brad's in the Cookie Fam. Yeah, that new event that's going on right now. Whoo! You better get moving. You better get all those. It looks like it's gonna be pretty tricky to finish that Ginger Brave birthday mission. That looks a little tricky, because you have to give like how many gifts? You have to give an obscene amount of gifts to get that like final reward. I'm just gonna try to get every single Ginger Brave gift every single day, and that will obviously be enough.
Into the breach. Huh.
To the breach.
I
know it's a
The
ton
breach
of
used to be
gifts.
in
How
a
many is it,
abandoned room.
Taiyaki? Also,
You know,
Taiyaki,
one
you're
without
here.
monsters
Listen,
inside. It was safe for ruined diamond.
I
But recently,
must know
started showing up again.
what the
So we
heck you
closed
are
it until
doing with the
further
guild
notice.
battle. What the heck are you doing? What team do you have? What strategy are you doing? You are doing an insane amount of damage.
We've been clearing it out.
Taiyaki's making us
That's
all
all
look
right,
like
builder.
we've got plastic weapons. It's insane. You gotta enter the breach. Isn't that a game? Lion Courts, what's up? How are you doing? You don't have to tell me right now in chat, Taiyaki, but I've got to know what you're doing, because I'm being a bad guild member. I'm being a bad guild member. If I don't ask you how you're doing so much damage, then I'm being a bad guild leader. I need to find out how so much damage is being doled out. It's crazy. You're a chump doing 800k damage. I mean, it depends on what the dragon is though, Brad, because the higher level the dragon, the less damage you can do. So if you're fighting a level 1 dragon, you'll do much more. But the dragons get such high levels that I sometimes can only do like 1,000,000 max. This is the breach, right? Enter the breach. Enter the breach. Recommended level 10 or 12. 10 or 12 level? I don't even know what my level is. I'm 11. I'm right there. Break, toughness, luck, critical damage, rate, stamina points. Yeah, no, we should be good. Let's hop in here and see what the heck this is. This is required to learn how to plant plants. You just added Crunchy Chip to your team. He's been helping a bit. That's it. Oh, it's just Crunchy Chip. That's all. That's all it was. It was just Crunchy Chip all along. Gordana. We got the Gordana Diary 1. So is this the diary collecting stage? This is very exciting. Guys, we're gonna learn so much lore. Whew. All right, I'm just gonna follow the instructions. We're just going down here. We're looking for a condenser. All right, this is the stealth part of the game, so level 12 sweepers. La 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 la. Can we just ignore everything? I mean, it would be kind of smart to fight some stuff so that we get some experience. Oh, roll, dude. What's my roll button? Oh yeah, roll's not space. Roll is right click. It's very weird. It feels wrong. We learned about the Giggler Associate. So we got the interns and associates out here working together. I'll be honest, I killed that guy so that I could get this diary. Alright. Down the hatch. Is this just the healing spot? Nice. This is so odd. This is so odd that they just have a dungeon. The VP said sisses.
Interns, take what you can carry. Our ultimate weapon is nearly complete.
Are these guys...
Take care of
Are these guys trying to end the world?
One last thing.
Are these guys trying to make a nuke? What the heck is wrong with these stupid lizards? Why are these lizards trying to end the world? Oh, this is like this is the big boss. This is the VIP. Yeah, we should probably focus on the other ones first. It seems like that one of those kind of games. Whoa, he kind of going crazy. He's doing big spins. Whoa. Hey, Bo. This dodge is kind of cool. We got to get the Giggler's security. Get him. He's got 2 giant hooks.
Don't get distracted. Don't get distracted. Look out for the VIP. VIP's the most powerful of them all. You barely even need security. All right, now take him out.
All of his men are down.
He said it's
Level 13. You're going down. Whoa. This dodge is a little OP. I like it. I'll take it. I'm not looking for Dark Souls combat, alright? La, 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 la. The sound effects are so odd with the combat. It does not feel very... my attacks don't feel very effective. Why? He got away? Looks like the Gigglers are coming through here. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, he got away. I killed him though. It's one of those. Just like that cat that steals the that steals the buttons in Luigi's Mansion 3. My stamina wasn't draining in that fight there? Really? I hadn't even thought of that. Yeah, this might just be a stamina-free zone. It looks like stamina's not affected right now. Hey, Venus the Empress. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing? Happy Pride Month. They knew it wouldn't work for these kind of combat elements. Yeah, definitely not. But does that also mean... yeah, you can also harvest stuff for free. It's proof that it's a flaw. Yeah, because they can't put it consistently across the game because it's only fun in certain context. And I mean, I would argue that the stamina mechanic is never fun. That it doesn't add anything to it. That all it does is it's just an annoyance. There's no benefit to the gameplay to have this stamina mechanic as far as I can tell. Hey, Kim's here. What's up? Oi, oi. Kim. Ooh, I think we can heal real quick. It'd be interesting to see a mod of this game that removes the stamina. I have a feeling it would break the game at this point, but it's because they built around it. Oh, so I probably don't get to keep the stuff. Better go report to the justice, fill the hole and leave. Did I get the... Did I find the thing that I was looking for? I don't remember picking up the thing that I needed. The condenser? Did I pick that up? Oh yeah, this game also reminds me a bit of Raft. This Raft is kind of... has a bunch of weird elements, kind of like this... Raft has like cities that you can go to and like tokens that you can collect and robots that you fight whenever the rest of the game is just a survival crafting game. But you can go to like one city that they made in the game with like interiors to buildings. It's so weird. It just gives me the same kind of like yucky feeling as this game. This game's giving me the same like really uneven, awkward feeling. Well, we closed the thing, so I guess we did what we were supposed to do. Not much is up, just vibing here and lurking. Nice!
Vibing. That's what I do. That's what I try to do all the time.
Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum-bum. I'm just trying to understand this game. This game's very confusing. Your ability to detect bloat is very admirable.
Whoa,
it's
hey,
only visceral. I can't help it.
We were just about to come looking for you.
Justice was worried about you.
Justice is always worried about me, let's be honest.
Yeah. I started getting kind of nervous after sending you into the breach by your lonesome. And, you know...
Justice cares about us. This is very wholesome. Are there seasons in this? There are. There are four seasons, just like... well, just like most of these games. There's summer, spring, summer,
fall, winter. But I haven't seen him change. I think we've been in summer this entire time. I'm kind of hoping that I honestly don't know what to expect with the farming yet.
Wait, did you say Geeglers? And you fought them all by yourself? And then you closed the hole in there? I see.
Geeglers.
Oh yeah, Brad. I agree with you.
know,
I
don't have to
definitely
make
would
this
rather have a
action
very
hero stuff
limited,
up to try to make us
very
think you're
limited
cool.
game that's very
I
well
already
done.
think you're cool.
I kind of grew up. Most of the games that I played whenever I was younger were indie games. So I'm kind of used to games being smaller in like scope. I definitely like smaller games in general.
Yeah.
Ones that like
Me too.
know exactly where their boundaries are. And I also play a lot of apps. I have played a lot of apps. Smaller and more polished, yeah. I love playing roguelikes when I was a kid, or platformers. Platformers are probably one of my favorite kind of games.
Just take it easy out there.
And those are
Alright,
basic. Those are like the most basic games that you can get. Hollow Knight is too big to enjoy. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I couldn't stand Hollow Knight, unfortunately. I wanted to. I have a lot of friends that like it, and I know that it's gotten good reviews, and I really like the art, and the concept's great, but I mean, to me, I get bothered by the Metroidvanian, like the progression or whatever it's called, the backtracking. I can't stand backtracking in general. And that game is like, you can't even figure out if you're backtracking or you're in a new area. Like it's such a swirly game. And I don't think that the Dark Souls format works very well for 2D, but I haven't played too many attempts yet. I played a little bit of Salt and Sanctuary and it was pretty good. So maybe my mind can be changed on that. But the way that Hollow Knight does it, I don't appreciate. You really wanted to as well? It was so much going for it. Metroidvanian made it more tedious. Yeah, I think that the map may have got me. That's the same reason that I got frustrated with Dread was just general Metroidvanian stuff kind of bothers me a little bit. But I can sometimes stomach it. Like I really like Metroid Prime, and I've played lots of games that have backtracking, so I don't know. It's all a matter of degrees. It's all a gradient anyway. I think I also felt a little bit rushed because I was streaming Dread. So I think feeling rushed and playing a Metroidvanian game is like the most toxic combination, because you cannot be impatient in those games. You have to like take time, remember stuff, memorize the map. You cannot feel rushed, and I definitely felt rushed to be like, okay, where's the next thing, and it's exhausting to play it like that. That was a foolish idea. All right, I'm sorry, I was messing with you. Wow, his relationship went right back up. Cooper's wiry voice was once grated against you like sandpaper, is now sounding like a soft lullaby. What? I want to fight him again, Brad. He's being weird. He's trying to send me off to sleep. What's my reward going to be? An honest day's work is its own reward, partner. Don't be greedy. I'm not going to build your thing. You have to pay me. That's immoral, dude. It's immoral to have people do work for you and not pay you and not pay them. I thought that he was an old timer. Old timers are supposed to like be very serious about making sure that they pay people for what they do. What's the next mission? Also, this map is like, is this the whole thing? Is this stuff right here? Never had anything for free, Cooper? Yeah, exactly. He was like, I never accepted anything free from anybody. Anyway, can you do this for free, dude? I'll pay you an exposure. Train station. Museum station. Church station.
It says Yakmel Station. So is there some sort of a fast travel system going on here? Is that what's going on? I never realized that before. Oh, it says wait for diagrams. That's the next part of the mission, is just waiting. So I guess we can do whatever we want. Yeah, what's up with the Yakmel stations? Stop. Stop, oh camel. What is... Wow. Is fast travel home for $8? That's a little expensive. That's a little... Skipping the cutscene means you won't get a photo of it in your album? You what? What album? What are you talking about? What? This is an album? That's my first introduction to it. Let's see if we can get some, like maybe a quick commission or two done before we end tonight. What is the day tomorrow? It's Thursday tomorrow? I think I might stream. I have been enjoying this game, and I kind of want to see how deep this rabbit hole goes. We could, what's the most expensive thing? What's the most amount of money? 500. This is 600 for hardwood. I've never even made hardwood before. These are pretty difficult missions. I think I'm going to do the grinding saws again. That's easy money. It's easy cash. Craft memories. Limited to 1 per day. Unless you're out of stamina. You can craft whenever you finish your day. Don't forget to check with your memory book. You have to write down all the details of the day. We give you a quick quiz as to which missions you finished. But you can only do it if it's not too late and you're not too tired. If you wake up tired, you have half stamina. Although I am really happy that they didn't include that though. Because they make your eyes baggy. They give you baggy eyes if you go to bed too late, but they don't mess with your stamina, which I appreciate. Because again, like with Stardew, they make it very, very clear. They communicate the time of day very, very clearly. They make you focus on it, and they make you know that if you stay out too late, you get in trouble. And also Stardew feels very like, I don't know, it's just the progression of the game feels very, like you feel the days feel like they're adding up into weeks, and you can plan for stuff. This game just feels like chaos. Feels like chaos, which is why I'm just going to bed whenever, because it doesn't, if I'm gonna be like worrying about going to bed at a certain time, I'll be juggling too many things in my brain and I'll go crazy. Wait, let me get the scrap rolling. Didn't realize that these were, these needed more fuel. Oops. Yeah, it's built around a core system. Yeah, that's like that's the whole game. Stardew Valley is essentially a calendar and a day cycle. That's like the core of it. The core of the game is a calendar and a day cycle. It's hard to compare anything to Stardew. It is truly top tier. That's very true, Venus. I mean, yeah, a better comparison to Stardew would be something like Starbound. Starbound would be a much better comparison. But I guess that this game can get compared by proxy, because this game could be compared to Harvest Moon. Harvest Moon can be compared to Stardew, but really this and Stardew are not too similar. Not too similar at all. There's definitely much more going on here. And it's also like even the graphics are so much more complicated in this game. This is definitely like a different level. But I guess my complaint is that if you make a game this complicated and you make a game that's like third person and it has this many elements, it takes a lot of money, it takes a lot of finesse, and it takes a lot of skill to like make that good. I don't even know if I can think of an example at the moment. But I have books. You open to read them. Oh, these are the journals that I picked up. Nice. Lore. We can just slap some of the stuff in here. And maybe we'll put the rubber in here. I do like the auto stack thing. Almost Ruin Factory. Ooh, I've not played much Ruin Factory. I played a little bit. I got it for my 3DS back in the day, and I really enjoyed it. But I just like anime in general, so I can barely trust my own emotions on stuff like that. Because I just like the anime art style so much that I will, I like bad stuff just because it looks pretty. All right. We need marble. But we already got it. Nice. Hey, we got another one of these. Nice. Dew collector. They're not very good, but still free water. I thought we might as well pop down a few of these. We do the do. So we got some dew. The most recent Rune Factory is super janky. So is the most recent Harvest Moon. The what is it called? Like the Child of Light or something? Whatever it is, it's bad. It's bad. If I was to play a Harvest Moon game, I'd go back to the GameCube. I'd play the GameCube one. So for our intermediate work table, old parts, we've got those. But to get hardwood, we need a bronze axe. It says better not cut down any trees either. Go for tougher scrap. So bronze axe is actually what we need to do next. You say 64. I definitely played a ROM of one of them. I'd have to think really hard. I think I played the 64 on ROM whenever I was younger, and I really enjoyed it. That was like my first experience with Harvest Moon, Stardew Valley style game. Wishy-washy. Cleany. There we go. So it seems a little wasteful for me to like gunk up the assembly station with something that I can't really finish yet. So I guess I will focus on working on that axe. It was relatively easy last time. I just have to combine some stuff. It's in here, right? Equipment, bronze axe. The main thing is bronze bars, a couple of wooden sticks. Already got the screws, and we have to buy a sharpening stone, I think. I actually am curious if I can get that anywhere else, because it was very expensive. Ordinary looking whetstone. It says you just have to buy it. That's too bad. Okay, so bronze bars. Let's make 10 of them. Autofill. How many was it exactly? 10. It was 5. And so we just need a couple of wooden sticks. Oh wait, we actually make those here. I forgot. A couple of stickies. A couple of sticky sticks. And now we have everything except for the item that we gotta buy and the stuff that's getting smelted. Let's go. You played Harvest Moon, Friend of Mineral Town, like the first one as a kid, and you loved it? Ooh! I barely got to peek at the GameCube version because a friend of my sister came over one time. She only came over one time whenever we were kids, and she brought her GameCube with the game, and I was like, this game is amazing! This is the most amazing game! And I've still never got to play it. But now I do have a Wii with GameCube compatibility. I should just buy the game. All right, we get some moolah. I see you, baby, crafting that axe. That's another game that we gotta play. Is the Mario Superstar Saga. Woo! That game's so good. That's a JRPG that I can actually stomach. I generally don't like turn-based games, but that one's something special. That one is something special. It's one of the most involving turn-based games I've ever played. It makes you feel like, it really makes you feel like you're Mario. It's the first game that made me really feel like I was Mario. Yours was for the GameCube? For the Game Boy. I would watch you play Harvest Moon for sure. Ooh. Maybe we'll play some. It'd be funny to like kind of beat this game and then go back, play some Harvest Moon. Time hits and blocks are top tier. Exactly. I don't want to just sit back and watch the show. I want to be the show, darn it. Do we have stamina today? We do. We should go to the mines. Grab this real quick. Yeah, because we have to pay for access to the mines. Super Mario RPG is so good too. I remember installing that ROM when I was a kid, but I never even played it. I never even like launched it. I remember it having the specific emulator that I was using was like super convoluted, and I was just happy that I got it working. I like got to the main menu of Mario RPG, and I was like, it works. Then I was like, oh, I'm exhausted. I'm done. Let's see if we can get a little deeper into the mines. I think that you can just teleport to any level that you've accessed before, which is nice. And you can also reset all the levels so that you can, like, get the goodies again, which is kind of cool. But I don't know where the door is. I've already kind of gone all around in here. I feel like I've already searched every nook and cranny. Every Tom nook and cranny. Aha! Here's the exit. Splendid. Splendid. Any bombs in here? Gotta look out for la bomba. I've definitely tried a lot of RPGs, though. I tried to play Octopath Traveler, got kind of far into it, gave up. I tried to play Chrono Trigger, enjoyed it, got pretty far into it, gave up. I've done that for a few of the Fire Emblem games on the Game Boy Advance. Played through a fair bit of them, enjoyed them, gave up. There's just always some point where I'm just like, too much. Bonk. You pay all these fees and it's not even safe. It's dangerous. Somebody left bombs down here? What am I paying you guys for? The bombs are actually kind of nice. I kind of like them. The bombs are just there to make you suffer. The bombs are pain. Did we just go straight down? Also, you can see the little discs flying everywhere. Those are the research discs. Very important. Very good. Is it? Oh boy, we're about to run out of stamina again. This guy's gonna be so tired after this. You guys, y'all gotta give him a break. He's crying. They give us a free jetpack though, which is so funny. They give you a free jetpack, but they don't give you the like treasure-seeking goggles. They're like, you can build those yourself, but here's a free jetpack. Here's a jetpack, flamethrower, and a Tesla vehicle. However, if you want peanuts, you're gonna have to buy them from the grocery store. Nothing this way. Yeah, the bombs make it more exciting. I know, they're keeping my attention. Listen, I would snooze in these mines if there weren't bombs to look out for. The bombs are the only reason why I mine anymore. I do like that even going through this like boring surface is giving me lots of goodies. Like, I need stone anyway. I need stone, they're giving me copper and experience. It's awesome. Data discs, nice. All right, we're done. We did some mining, figured out where to go. The mining system is super interesting, like having to tunnel through it. Yeah, I do like the mining. The mining's very interesting. Have you seen the fishing in this game, Venus? I could catch a couple of fish just to show you what it's like, because it is very odd. It's very strange. Yeah, the terraforming's really nice and smooth. Nice and smooth. Looks even better than 7 Days to Die. Sheesh. Let's just head back with all our loot. Got our bronze bars yet? Only got a couple of them. We need 5. I have not, but man, I love a good fishing experience in my farming games. Well, I don't know if that's what you're gonna get. I don't know if that's what you're gonna feel. Let me grab my fishing pole and I'll show you I'll show you how it works. It is very unique. to be sure. I think my fishing pole's in the last one. Yeah, so we'll get our worms, get our sand trap, and let me put those on the hot bar. Yeah, let's go over to the fishing hole. Take a look. So for one, I'm pretty sure that you have to press like a contextual key just to like walk to the fishing spot, because I was having trouble doing anything here. Is there contextual key? There is. You have to stand in the right spot. You have to hold the trap in your hands. And now we're fishing. So now we throw a sandworm out. There, now we wait for the fish to show up. No! I don't have any stamina! Oh no! I'm sorry. I didn't have any stamina. Do I have any food on me? No! You need stamina to sandfish. Ah. I just got played like a fiddle by this game. I was so excited. I was gonna show you it. Is that water? No, it's sand. It's sand. It's sand fishing. Stamina. I'm just going to bed. Look, this game wants me to pretend like I care about seasons, but I don't. I don't. You can continue the seasons. I'm going to bed. I don't care. I don't care. I got to sandfish, okay? I'm a busy man. I'm a busy man. I got fish to catch. Ooh, we got to level up. I forgot about that. Nice, 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 nice. Martle's Oasis is named after Martle, the first mayor of Sandrock. Her husband, Mort. Oh, that's like the husband of the thing. It was a brilliant setup. The joke is the stamina system. I'm like, oh boy, I'm going to show y'all fishing. Oh, stamina. I will show you the sand fishing. Excuse me. Let's see. Can I quickly make this? And some things that you craft are immediate, and some things take minutes at a time. Now, if you want to make an axe, it's immediate. But if you want to make some saws, you're going to be waiting. Let's make sure that we get this axe out of my pocket before I accidentally use it, like I did with the other weapon, or with the pick. Okay, fishing time. Sorry. Maybe inspired by Bug Snacks? Ooh, I've always wanted to play Bug Snacks. I should get Bug Snacks. I should get some snacky bugs. Alright, fishing time. Must be holding sandfish trap in your hands. Alright, now with those sandworm out. Ah! No! It won't show me the aiming. Why isn't it showing me the aiming? Why isn't it showing my aiming spot? Check basket, change camera. Why is it not showing me it anymore? Oh, there it is. What the heck? Okay, it didn't work for a second. Yeah, it just throws out like a little hand. It's a very weird. The fish was sweating. There we go, got a fish. Got another fish. This is fishing. This is fishing. What do y'all mean? What do you mean this isn't fishing? This is fishing. This is how you fish. This is how you fish in real life. Just wait for the fish are also so tiny. They're so tiny. They're unsatisfyingly small. They're like miniature fish. They're like minnows. They make it bigger as time goes on, but it's like, it's really unsatisfying to catch these guys. I'm back. You also cannot catch them while they're on the run. I've done it like twice. Guppy grinding. We're just grinding these gups. Gotta grind the gups and then you get the carp. There we go. Also, we can't cook yet. I think we're about to upgrade. We're about to unlock cooking though. I'm pretty sure. Okay, that's enough. That's enough fishing. It's my least favorite fishing mechanic I've ever played. I for one love fishing in games.
Fishing is like, if a game has fishing in it, I know I'm going to enjoy it. Oh, thank you for the follow. Rainbow Fart Bomb. Rainbow Fart Bomb sounds like a nice surprise. Instead of a glitter bomb, it's just a rainbow fart. Rainbow smoke rises. You smell a foul stench. You have received the Rainbow Fart Bomb. Oi, oi. Nice to meet you. How are you doing? Have you seen this game before? People, 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 people. Quality wood scrap. This is what we needed. This is where we get the good food. Oh, it just gave me hardwood planks right off the bat. Nice. I'm not sure about when this stuff revives, but I'm pretty dang confident that it at least happens every sandstorm. I'm not sure if sandstorms are 100% random, but one has already blown in. Oh, you haven't seen it? Oh, okay. I was just asking because a lot of people have been popping in because of this specific game. I'm glad that my pain is being transferred into entertainment. Is it more quality wood? This is just normal wood. I could have cleaned this up a long time ago. Bonk. Bonk. Ooh, I think I see some mechanical scrap over there. We could go mining today. But if we can invest in cooking, then we can also restore stamina that way. I have a feeling that we'll eventually have a system with like the best stamina region, and then we can just do whatever we want every single day. Bonk. We're not allowed to chop down the cacti. That's against the rules. And can you break the rules? Oh, most certainly you can. Listen, breaking the law, breaking the law. I'm breaking the law, breaking the law. And we get dew. We get dew from it? Nice. Look, Venti didn't notice. Oh, what is these? Copper scrap. Yeah, we've not been picking up much scrap because I've been too busy mining. This is what I imagine it's like to live in rural Arizona or western Texas. Ugh. Oh no. I'm from East Texas, so I wouldn't quite know, but I just drove to Vegas. I can confirm this definitely looks like Arizona. This looks like Arizona, or I mean somewhat for sure. Yeah, I'd say it's most like Arizona. West Texas is actually super flat and boring. It is super. Texas is like the worst part of any car trip, especially if you're going through West Texas. It's nothing but wide open, flat, nothing. This is probably San Francisco after the calamity and the lore. What's happening in San Francisco? What's happening in San Francisco that I don't know about? Last time I went there, it was great. I liked it. They had like a big bridge and like a cool prison in the water and tasty donuts and a shop just for left-handed people. What could possibly be wrong? Oh yeah, we should check what type of leveling I did. I bet you it's combat, because we did just do that little dungeon. It's still great in the game though. What? Do you think that these people are from San Francisco in the future? You're moving to around Dallas in a couple of months. You're glad to hear that East Texas isn't as barren. Yeah, I'm in Dallas. I'm in Dallas as well. I like the area pretty good. Dallas also has some nice diversity of people as well, which I appreciate. So we've got lots of different types of food. There's lots of different types of entertainment. Lots of different people groups around. Especially if you go up north in Dallas. There's lots of tasty places to eat. So it's pretty assured that you can find people in Dallas. You can find somebody to get along with. Dallas and Austin. Those would be the best places in Texas for sure. Woo, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah, I would move down to Austin if I could, but it's a little expensive. Little expensive, but I like the Dallas area. I'm just moving a little bit more north, which is nice. You're moving for the diversity, coming from a very rural Indiana, and it's quite homogenous. Well, there's lots of delicious Asian food in particular. If that is what you're looking for, my goodness. There is also really cool Asian grocery stores and bookshops. We've got a neighborhood in Dallas. It is very cool. I was taking Japanese classes at a school in Plano because there are so many people that are from Japan that are over here for work. There's so many people that they wanted, that the kids of those like diplomats or business people, they wanted the kids to be able to keep up with the language so that whenever they return to Japan, they won't be behind. So they have like Japanese lessons for kids that are native Japanese, and they also teach people like me who just enjoy the language. Got the copper bars going, got the scrap going. Nice. And we got the axe now, so we can go ahead and make the workbench. Because now we can get that fancy wood. We need marble slabs though. Marble slabs, eh? I want to add other things though. It's cycle POI, position of interest? Copper wire. Old parts, we'll add those. So it's hardwood stick. Hardwood stick is what we need. That is... Where's the hardwood stick? Oh, there it is. We can only make 4 of them. We'll have to go get some more hardwood. More hardwood. And we need wire, right? We need 12 of them. We can only make 10. I think you can only make stacks of 10. I don't even think I'm limited by the copper bars. I think it's just... Yeah, you can also speed up this game a little bit, but... I think we're doing pretty good. I kind of want to just... I just really, really wanted to put down like 1 plant before the evening is over. What's the lore of this game? Is there a backstory? There is like some backstory. I haven't read all of it. As you can see, they send you a lot of stuff. But I think that we're just like a random character that... there was a man that used to live here, and he moved out of here, and we're now replacing him. I don't really know anything past that. I haven't read all of the dialogue. What is this? Are they haunted? What are they doing here? It's scary. Some spooky cacti. I didn't see any presents in here. Okay, there's church. Church is sending me messages. Ernest is sending me messages. Oh, nice. The research is done. Okay, good. Nice. Research is done, and the Civil Corps gave me some moosh. Maybe check out the greenhouse place again. Well, it was, I was waiting on that letter, actually, Mushroom Gal. Now I have to construct hydrogel with a hydrogel door, copper plate, rubber tube, bronze pipes, basic leather, engine, bronze blade, copper pipe. Oh my god. Okay. Now we have to make hydrogel, apparently. I don't know what I make it on, though. Condenser is done. Copper bars are done. Need plates and tubes? Maybe you just place them directly into the thing. Let's go take a look. We'll go back to the moisture farm. And I'll remove that little custom spot that I made. Moisture farm's way up here. Oh, you could teleport there. Let's do that. $15, I'll pay it. Yeah, let's see if we place the objects directly. If we do, then that means that we have to carry all of them as well, which would
not be preferable? Yeah, no, it looks like we have to construct it. I don't see any, like, base here. But I don't know where we make it. Oh, Zeke.
Hey there.
Oh, Zeke, you always know what to say.
See ya.
Thank you.
Hey, Drex, what's up? Oi, oi. Drex is here late. Oi. I'm glad that I streamed this late just so that we could see Drex. Oi. How are you doing? How are you doing? We're playing some more Sandrock. This game's a mess. Bless this mess. Ignore our camel. I'm surprised that we still have the camel. Has it not been a week yet? Let's TP back house. TP back house.
Baby, come back.
I'm okay. Overwatch got me worked up. You mean Overwatch 2? Did you get into the beta? I've got a couple of friends that are in the Overwatch 2 beta. It's essentially exactly the same game. oh, number 1. Nice. I've played a little bit of Overwatch. I find it quite fun. Who's your main? I'm just gonna retrieve this for a moment and check if the gel's here. One of the things is here. The hydrogel door is here. This might be the only thing. May and Reinhardt, you're a May? No! I'm just kidding. I'd just be on your team, Drex. May is a horrible character. Horrible to play against. May is a monster. A creature. May is lovely. May is horrible. May is an animal. But a good character too. Reinhardt is fun. I have played a fair bit of Reinhardt. I'll play Reinhardt whenever I can't get whenever I'm not allowed to play Diva. And you guess Moira as well. Nice. So you've got like the whole thing covered. Like you can play in any position. Do you just autofill? We need copper plates, which is from the processor. Processor is this thing, right? Oh, that's the grinder. The grinder. The grinder, brother. Hey, we've got enough copper for this. It's annoying that you can't even put it in the queue. Like, I have to just wait. Beep. You'll end up being healer or tank more because, yeah, DPS. You never get to be DPS. I've definitely had a lot of experience with that. I almost always will play. Yeah, I'll just autofill as whatever, and then I'll always play one of those two. If I play healer, I'm not very good at healer. I don't really like it that much. I'll just play Healbot Lucio. Healbot Lucio because I can't do no better. Look, at least I know I'm helping if I play Lucio. And I can boot people off the edge. That's at least something. So, the Moisture Farm Blues. What exactly is this mission? Is it just the door? No, it's not. It's the condenser, which we already got. The door. And then also the core, which we have to make. That's a lot of work just to fix the moisture farm so that they'll teach me how to farm, because I'm not even going to be farming in there, I don't think. Okay, what kind of knowledge did we get? We got combat knowledge. Maximum HP. It says gain 20% more HP when using items. Let's see. What else could we learn how to do? We could improve our hit combos, but that's kind of suspicious. I thought I read somewhere that the hit combos were sussy. I could start investing in long-range weapons, I guess, but most of this stuff is locked. These are just combos. Do I need that? Damage increased with long-range weapons. That's way more tempting. I'm gonna do that. That's actually useful. I don't even have a long-range weapon yet, but it'll be more useful in the future. Camel, you're kind of in the way, buddy. Kind of slightly in my way. Because I was gonna autofill out my pockets. But as long as you stay perfectly still, we'll be fine. Got a glass lens. Yeah, there's a few new items that I've picked up as we've been playing. Alright, so we're still waiting on this copper wire. I guess I can speed up time real quick. There we go. That'll be 3 times faster than what it was. And about a stamina right now. So what else could I do? I could go pick up a commission. Let's do that while all this stuff gets working. What? Are these new? These haunted guys. Oh, they must be for the festival. Oh, it's for the festival. Yeah, they're everywhere. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yes, they're everywhere. Okay, it's a cactus festival. I love it. How'd you know I love cactus? That's my favorite area in Mario Odyssey. The frozen cactus land. Got any more missions? Wooden barrel, never made that before. Bricks, we could do that. It's $200 though, not too much. Basic leather. I do have a little bit of that, but I guess I could go kill some animals for this, but I don't have the stamina today. And I have to do it in 3 days. I feel like I could do that. It will be done! The leather shall be harvested. Madam, just wait. We'll take care of everything. And I think the drying rack research is done, so we should go back to Chi. Go back to Chi and do some more investing. I hope I have all my my discs on me. I do. Good. Go up here. Oh yeah, and Dimalion, welcome back. There's a fireside meeting. What? Where? There's a reminder? Wait. What fire? Where? Is it over here? Is everyone going? Oh no. Cutscenes. Hurry to the cutscene, quick! I think it's in the middle of this town, right? Everyone's going to the fireside meeting.
Simmer down now. Come on, simmer down. We all know the hydrogel crisis is indeed dire.
We're all about to starve to death.
No, we're not. Calm down, Cooper.
Thanks for the help,
came
Cooper.
up with a plan, and I think it's as
Always
mighty
keeping a
good
level
as
head, Cooper. That's why we
should
love
hear
you.
him out. Owen?
Thank you. Last night, I sat down with Miguel and the minister and did a rough inventory estimation of all the food we have in stock in and around Sandrock. It turns out
Owen always knows what to do.
Food.
Did you watch the Pokemon trailer? I didn't. You know, we could do that. We can do that after we play this game.
Unevenly
That should be the last thing that we do. Now simmer down, everybody. Simmer down.
Get to the point, man. We ain't got all day.
Cooper, shut the up.
Right.
Cooper's the worst character.
You lost me there, partner.
Cooper needs to die. You thought I was narrating this. No. This is the voice acting. So I'm sorry to disappoint you, Drex. Unfortunately, this is the as I said earlier, there are lots of games that indie games normally will go for one of 3 options. They can either have no voice acting, very minor voice acting with just like the first words, and then full voice acted.
What
and,
the what?
And these voices they're a little all over the place. I do really like the old lady's voice is good. This guy's good. The main guy. But some of these town folks are this guy, what's his name? Like Bravery or something? His name's Justice. Justice has got a good voice.
I really don't see the reason to dance when we're about to starve to death.
I don't like this guy's voice.
I second that.
But I also don't like this guy, so I
Without the drama.
I can't judge it too well. Oh, you're gonna say damn good voice acting. Oh well, maybe someday. I'm working on my voice acting credits. I'm working on it. I'm just recovering from an illness.
Was since there are
Maybe I'll make a voice acting like portfolio so that I can try to get on some more what are they called, like projects.
Perseveres through this difficult trial.
So far I've done projects for friends, and at least one of them required like actual voice acting coaching. So that was good. That was a good experience. Really, really good experience to have to be coached, because
Like Kuri's the voice that I did for Kuri's video, like Kuri just loved it. Kuri was just like, I love your voices. I knew that she wasn't gonna like hold me to anything. But this other voice that I did for a unreleased project that is not quite done yet. But I did a voice for an unreleased project and actually got feedback and had to do like multiple takes and change things. And I worked with the creator with like what kind of character they were going for and what kind of energy I was supposed to give out, and like the what's it called, the cadence, the like cadence of how the character talked also had to be changed. And they sent me like examples of voices that are kind of similar, so that was a great experience. I would love to have more experiences like that, but I would even take I mean any practice is good. I just need to open up Audacity, actually get this mic here, get my pop filter, and just do voices for things, and just practice reading off scripts and stuff like that.
Has volunteered his stage and time
I find
to
it
organize
to be a lot
in the
of fun.
form of a dance-off contest. Anyone can enter.
I think that it's one of those. It's one of those things that you really have to like get out and hustle for. I know that. I know that you have to like make it happen. You have to. You have to be out there looking for jobs.
What Sandrock generosity is all about. Plus, it'll give our builders enough time to do their business.
That made sense.
Yeah, you gotta do it. Yeah, you gotta go out there and get it. I mean, I'd even do like free voices and
Try to
stuff.
track down
I just
some
want
of
to
that
practice.
old world canned food you see in the ruins sometime.
But like the voice that I did for the unreleased project, I think that I did like 3 hours of recording at least. It took at least 3 or 4 hours of
I
work.
could do some extra cooking.
And it's not that many lines either.
Meat. Better not to make people's lives any worse.
By gum, it's just crazy
I
enough
think
to work.
Kuri opened up a
All right,
Fiverr
Minister,
for
you'll
doing
have
just
your
little
food
voice
drive.
bits. I might do that.
We'll be seeing y'all at the dance-off.
Little Fiverr
Be
for just
there,
like just
be
just
square.
toss a
And
couple
by
of bucks.
square, I mean-
I'll give you a bunch of takes.
Yes, it's wonderful to have you on board, dear Cooper. Now, what about the rest of y'all?
You can't imagine the people that do crazy voices and have to constantly keep doing it. Oh my
And
goodness.
make the first ever Sandrock
Even me just doing that tiny bit of voices, like
success.
I did so much to like try to pull the voice that I did out of me. Like I was walking around the room, I was like trying to like monologue as the character and trying to imagine how they'd respond to things, and I was like, they did send me some samples of what it would look like, which was helpful.
Splendid. I'll be sending out more details by
Like
the
walking
mail.
around. I even
With
put
that,
on my
I
glasses
hereby
to like
declare
try
this
to
here fireside
try to
meeting
pull
be
the character
adjourned.
out of me as best as I could.
Conserve water.
Okay, that was a great meeting, you guys. I learned so much.
See, what I meant by square was not necessarily the four-sided figure we've all come to know.
Yeah, he was just talking about be there or be square, right? I was barely listening to you guys. A method voice actor, if you will. Well, I think everybody gets a little method in there, but nobody has to go as far as Jared Leto. So we got that done. What else was I gonna do? There's a commission to do of basic leather. Oh, I was gonna go check the research, right? Yeah. I was gonna check the research and see if we could get another thing going. It's more acting than people realize. Definitely that, and I'm not even good at it. I'm not even that good at it, and I'm trying. It takes trying. I'm the Joker, baby. I'm the Jared Leto Joker, baby. Huh? Oh, she's probably not even here yet. They're probably at that meeting and probably walking back. Where is Chi? Where's my Chi? I left my Chi. I left my Chi at home. I auto-stacked it. These load times might be a little bit better if I put this on my SSD. But it's not that big. Where are you, Chi? Is Zeke? Zeke is actually part of the town now, which is awesome. He's the one that's going to teach me how to garden. Thank goodness. Thank goodness Zeke's back.
Don't know where Chi is though. Still walking? Where was the mating? It was over here. Elsie and Cooper down here? Yeah, I bet Chi's just walking away. You're 4 episodes away from finishing Sword Art Online? The original or all of it? Like all of it, like what's the name? It's like, oh my goodness, the subtitles for the show are slightly confusing. It's like Ultrazation or something. All of it? Nice. Okay, that's way further than I've made. I've only made it through the initial couple of seasons, the two first arcs, and then I watched Gun Gale. But I didn't watch any of the rest of it. But I enjoyed it pretty good. It's getting late. You should rest. Okay, so maybe you really do have to like sleep at a certain time or you like pass out. I'm gonna die. The war for the underworld. I was just finishing. I just told people that I'm finished with Mob Psycho. I watched the 2 seasons. I watched the OVA, but I haven't watched the There's like an OVA movie. Apparently, it's getting a little late tonight, but hopefully I can watch it after the stream. It's been a good distraction. I've needed distraction recently, so it was nice to have a. It was funny. It's a funny show. Definitely cried a couple of times. There's so many anime that you want to watch and not enough time. I definitely feel that. Definitely feel that, but you know, you just gotta watch whatever you want to. Just sit down and say, what do I want to watch? And just watch exactly that. That's the only thing that I can do. Otherwise, I'll just get bogged down and give up. Not watch anything. Yeah, I've also rewatched a lot of shows. Like, I'm rewatching Space Patrol Leluco, just because I freaking love that show. I just love it, and it's short, and it's punchy, and it's adorable. It's funny. And I don't really care that there's a million shows in my to-watch list. Let's craft some water! Water crafting. Wow. We made 5 waters. Nobody has to be thirsty anymore. We have all 5 waters. There we go. Got the water going on here. Got the grinder going. Bingo bango. Processor. There was something we need to make in here. Copper plates. Copper plates being made. Grinder. Don't. Oh, I'm going to need those bronze pipes, I think. Bronze pipes. We need 4. What do we got? What do we got? We got bronze pipes are what I'm working on. Copper plates are also being worked on. What else is in here? Already got the rubber tube, so it's just plates and pipes. Plates and pipes, and I'm not sure about the next one. Your husband's powering through One Piece, and you've been present for most of it, but you're not truly watching it? Oh my god, that's way too much. I'm impressed by you, Venus. I'm impressed that you would even sit near that. I cannot even start that show. Absolutely not. I don't even like starting shows with 100 episodes. If they have 100 episodes, then I'm like, nah, no thanks. Too much filler in there. Too much filler for me. I'm very picky. Very picky. My favorite show to watch is 12 episodes. 12 episodes is my favorite kind of show. And then if it's good and it's 24, I'll watch it. And then some shows I've gotten suckered into watching way more episodes of. Like Full Metal Alchemist, I couldn't help it. I got sucked into it, loved it. Love Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Watch, it's 64 episodes. And now Attack on Titan is similar because I started watching it whenever it first got released. Like I was watching it weekly as it came out, whenever it first came in, and oh, it's still good. I'm still enjoying it. But they just like, they take forever to make the episodes. They take forever. I want more. More. Serial Experience Lane. That is in my to watch list, Lily. That is in my to watch list. I recently watched another show that reminds me of that. I always got like switched up. I watched Another.
I'm not sure how similar they are, but I watched another, and that was like a short, punchy, creepy, like kind of horror-esque show, and it was good. You love Attack on Titan, but they're really dragging it out. Yeah, I haven't watched any of the final seasons. I haven't watched any of those. I won't spoil anything, but there's definitely been some twists and turns that I'm just like, come on, nobody asked for this. Yeah, they definitely could have ended it already. It could have been over. Another's more like Made in Abyss in substance. Haven't watched Made in Abyss. But man, it has a pretty art style. I've seen so much fan art for Made in Abyss. Well, the characters are so cute. Shiki is a vampire anime, right? I think I've heard of Shiki. Hey! Hey! Elfen Lied? Oh no! I've watched a little bit of that. Elfen Lied is intense. Isn't that the show with the naked cat girl that like gets cut into pieces or something? I think I remember watching that. That show's intense. Innocent Alex, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi! Oi, oi, oi! How are you doing, Alex? Overlord, I know that that's supposed to be good. That's a show about the main character is the villain in the RPG. The villain is reborn as a villain, which is very interesting. And I think, yeah, okay, so Shiki is the one that I'm thinking of. Steins Gate classic. I've watched it 3 times. Freaking love Steins Gate. Steins Gate classic. I'm trying to remember one of his quotes. Dr. Pepper. Wolf's Rain. I've never heard of that. This is new. Have I seen Soul Eater? I've watched 15 episodes of Soul Eater. I really am enjoying it. Soul Eater good. Soul Eater good. I want to finish it. I love the art style. Furikuri. Yeah. That's good. Soul Eater good, and I've watched a fair bit of the manga artist for Soul Eater also made Fire Force, which is also quite good. You regret watching Steins Gate? Well, make sure that you don't spoil it, but I'm kind of curious why you would regret it. You regret watching Steins Gate because now you can't watch it again for the first time? Is that why? Because I can understand that. Well, let's get this next item started. You wish Funimation didn't merge with Crunchyroll. You like the Funimation app? I never watched dubs, so I never cared for Funimation. So it doesn't really make a difference for me. Copper bars, basic. We need an engine, a bronze blade, copper bars, copper pipes. Bronze blade? Engines you can find from abandoned ruins and from salvage shops. That's wild. Yeah, happy Pride Month, Innocent Alex. Happy Pride Month. Finally, it's Pride Month in America as well. Thank goodness. We've been waiting for far too long. School Days is good. I don't think that I've heard too much about School Days. I've seen it in the recommended before. We need to go kill some animals. You only watch dub. Okay, yeah, then Funimation is the spot. I remember Funimation was also on VRV, right? Wasn't that the name of the app? It actually lets you download anime for you to watch later, which was like super necessary whenever I had bad internet. No, it's because of an ex-Kenny. Steins Gate reminded me of her. Ah, yeah, that's a bummer. There's definitely some shows that reminded me of my exes. And not only shows, but I think I actually protected my music pretty well. But there are definitely some shows and some like YouTubers and stuff. Yeah, that's a real bummer. It's a bummer, but it kind of can't be avoided. And, you know, it hurts less with time, thankfully, so that's good. And maybe someday you'll be able to watch it and not be reminded, not mind. That would be awesome. I really hope that you can have that. You own a lot of anime seasons too? Oh my god. My collection. I own more anime than I've seen. I own loads of shows that I have not watched, and I have lots of special editions too. I have a couple, I think it's a couple of shelves that are just filled with anime Blu-rays. And some of them are just like, oh, I think I heard of this show. I think I'll buy it. It's on sale. And then I still haven't watched it. So stupid. So dumb. Should not have done that, but whatever. Too late now. Now I've got it. See, that was another. I watched another because I was just like, oh, look at all these Blu-rays that I have. I guess I'll watch this one. I want to watch an anime, but now I have Crunchyroll hooked up on the TV. So now I'm like, I'm streaming shows that I have on Blu-ray. I guess it's time for us to go to bed, but I still have some stamina. Let's burn it. Oh, time's going fast. Let's slow down time so that we can harvest some goodies real quick. You didn't like Dead Man Wonderland? I have not watched it yet. But I like lots of Death Game and edgelord animes, so it might be up my alley. It's a great short action show. Promise Neverland is good. Promise Neverland good. I watched that while that was being released. I watched that like weekly. While I was working at Royalty Soaps, I would sit down at lunch and I would watch Promise Neverland by myself on my Mac. Danganronpa is a good anime. I keep forgetting that that's even an anime. I should watch Dead Man Wonderland. Or at least give it a good try. I watched one episode and I enjoyed it, but I didn't get far into it. Yashahime is your weekly fix right now? I've never even heard of that. You grew up watching Digimon? Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. I didn't get to watch any anime when I was a kid. The only anime that I watched as a kid was a tiny bit of Kirby, because that would come on TV every now and again. And I watched a tiny bit of, what is it, Hamtaro, because that was on my grandma's TV sometimes. What the heck? That thing just respawned. But my parents just never introduced me to it, and we didn't really have TV, so I just discovered, I think my first anime that I watched was Attack on Titan, and just one of my friends at school suggested it to me. He was just like, you should watch a show. And I was like, all right. I started watching it, and I was like, oh my god! This is so good! Let's see. Let's just make sure that things are processing. I also watched a tiny bit. I watched like on and off because it was randomly on my grandma's TV whenever I was staying over there when my parents weren't there. Very important. I watched some of Spirited Away and I didn't know what the heck was going on. I was like, why does this man have so many arms? Why is there a goop monster eating food? I was like 11 years old and I was completely shocked, and it like scarred me for life. Scarred me for life. I was so disturbed by it. I did not know what the heck I was watching, but I kept like turning back on the TV to watch some more, trying to figure out what was going on. And I was completely didn't know what it was for the rest of my life until I was like 17, I think. And I saw that character, the spider guy, I forget his name, that works the just fill this up. That works the heater down at the bottom. I saw a character model of him for like some VR experience, and I was like, that's him. And I reverse image searched it because I was like, that's the guy! That's the guy from the movie that I saw when I was a kid that freaked me out! I found him! I reverse image searched it and I like just immediately downloaded and watched the movie. Because I was like, I have no idea what's going on in that movie! I was so confused as a child. And then I ended up loving it. And now I've watched every Ghibli movie, and they're some of my favorite movies.
but it definitely disturbed the crap out of me. We need some leather. Leather. Your first anime was Pokemon, but Dragon Ball Z was the first adultish. What? Did the season change? Also, my character looks fricked. I think the season may have changed, did it? It might just be the time of day. I wouldn't imagine that the seasons would look that different in the desert, would they? Grave of Fireflies is the one that hit you hard. I still haven't even watched that yet. That's technically not a Ghibli movie, but I still need to watch that, Ocean Waves, and oh, what's it called? It's the one with the ball sacks. I can't remember. It's the one with the tanukis. I've not watched that one. Hey, Fire Bubble, what's up? Oi, oi! We're getting leather. We're getting leather. Come back. Come back, come back, come back. Getting leather and talking anime. Yum, 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 yum. Nice. More combat. More combat. So I guess I have kind of 3 Ghibli movies left to watch. Seen the rest of them. Almost all of them are good. There's only 1 or 2 that I didn't enjoy that much. The rest of them I thought were great. I even enjoyed Ghibli movies that some people hated. Like, I watched them with the stream. We watched Tales of Earthsea was one that I was one of the only ones that liked it. I don't know. I guess I just like Goro Miyazaki's movies a little bit more than most people. I even liked, oh, what's it called? The Earwig. I liked Earwig. I thought it was good. I enjoyed it. For 80s anime movie, Project AKO is great. I have only seen a few anime movies. I have seen Akira. Akira is absolutely incredible. I would watch Akira any day of the week. I freaking love that movie. I want to watch another anime movie that I haven't seen yet, but I need to watch is Jinro. The pig one is Porco Rosso. I do like Porco Rosso. It's a little silly though. It's a little silly and a little weird. But I enjoy it. I think that's actually one of Miyazaki's favorite movies that he's made. Like, in his opinion, it's one of the best ones. I don't know where I read that. That might not be accurate. Have you seen Belle? It just came to rent. I don't know about Belle. I don't think I can watch that. I have such a distaste for 3D animation that pretends to be 2D animation. It grinds my gears to the point where I cannot focus on the film. Like, even in anime, if it has excessive amounts of 3D in anime, it just, I can't focus on anything but that. I hate it so much. Maybe I'll watch the trailer for Belle again and see if it's that bad. I don't even like that I don't like it. I wish that I could stand it, but I really cannot. Ocean Waves and Only Yesterday were boring. Only Yesterday was the one that nobody in the stream liked. Like, I would normally just say, oh, it's probably just me being whiny, but nobody that watched it with us, like, we had like 12, 13 people watch it together. Nobody liked Only Yesterday. It was not. I don't think it's a very good movie. I don't think it's very good. It has a lot of interesting topics. I like some of the topics that it was going for. It had potential. It's just not very good execution. Very confusing, very swirly story. Nobody really liked it. Nausicaä in the Valley of the Wind is really good. Yeah, that's a movie that is like pre-Ghibli. That's before the studio was even named Ghibli. And it's so good. It's so good. The only thing bad about Nausicaä is the fact that it looks like she's not wearing pants for half the movie. that's the only part I didn't like about Nausicaä. I wish that her pants were a different color because it looked like she wasn't wearing any. And I had to pause the movie and I got embarrassed. You haven't watched many? There's always time awkward.
There's no rush with watching media. And there's no requirements for watching stuff. It's all entertainment. It's all just entertainment. It's all just wasting time. Let's snag this book that we need. I mean, look at me. I'm playing this fucking game. Look at me. I'm playing Sandrock. I have 1,000 quality games on my Steam account. I have 1,000 games on my Steam account, a PS5, Nintendo Switch, and what am I spending my time doing? I'm playing Sandrock. So don't worry. Just watch and play whatever you want. Yes, I can't stand the pants thing. My father and I were complaining. What? You noticed it too? You noticed the pants thing too? That's amazing. Independent Oreo, that is amazing. I cannot believe. Everyone was just like, no, Kenny, that's just the color of her pants. And I'm like, no, that's wrong. What? I thought I just bought this. What? The bronze blade itself needs... Oh, it's still your favorite? Which one? Ninja Scroll is one that you watch a lot. Also, anything Satoshi Kon. Still your favorite Ghibli is Nausicaa? No, Nausicaa is good. I was mostly just teasing. HBO Max has all of them except for Grave of Fireflies. Yeah. I haven't watched Ocean Waves yet. But the one that I didn't love was When Marnie Was There. It was good. But it maybe I was just in a bad mood that day. Because I've only watched it once. But I didn't love When Marnie Was There. I didn't dislike it. I didn't hate it. I was just kind of like, eh. I thought it was a little mediocre. But I still did enjoy a lot of it. And it was still very, very beautiful. And it was well done. It's just a little boring. Whisper of the Heart wasn't a favorite for you. Yeah, Whisper of the Heart's all right. Whisper of the Heart's a very basic story. And it introduced the cat. So that's good. That's important. But yeah, that's a very simple story. I wouldn't blame you for snoozing a bit. This is from the Grinder. Copper Gear, make 4 of those. You love the flying one? His story was interesting. Which flying one? The Porco Rosso, the Piggo? The pig in the air? Bacon on the run? Ham lifted? You haven't watched Grave of Fireflies because you've heard so much and you don't want to be sad. Yeah. I'm saving Grave of Fireflies for like the perfect situation when I'm like super duper sad and down in the dumps and I need to just cry. I'm saving it. I'm saving it because I know it's going to be good. I know I'm going to cry. Grave of Fireflies made you more upset than sad. I don't think I could ever watch it again. Oof! Uh-oh! I'm scared! I've definitely cried during a lot of movies. I'd say the movie that made me cry the most was probably, I think, Saving Private Ryan, but I was also, like, pretty young whenever I watched it. I probably would not be as affected by that movie. It's the thing that gets me in all movies is self-sacrifice. If a character is sacrificing themselves for their friends or their parents or someone they love, I just lose it. If somebody's being a sacrificial lamb or something, that is just, it's so sweet, so selfless, it always gets me. Wind Rises? Oh, Wind Rises is good! Wind Rises is good. That's another very, like, simple story, very human. Not crazy Ghibli. It's good, but man, yeah, it is heartbreaking. No spoilers, but it is heartbreaking. Good. Highly recommended. And the animation is beautiful. Beautiful. I mean, that's kind of a given with Ghibli, but still, like, modern Ghibli movies, mamma mia. They really step up the game. I leveled up, but I didn't get no points. Let's grab these leeks. Leek. Oh, yeah. Did we ever start that guy on the researching stuff? I don't think we did. Also supposed to give basic leather, but we needed leather for this construction. So we're going to have to buy some more salt.
Can't forget Castle of Caligustro. I can forget about that because I don't know what it is. What is it? You better be eating your damn vegetables. You can't survive on chicken nuggets. It's the Lupin Ghibli movie? Yeah, that was the first one, right? You can't survive on chicken nuggets. I need to make the closest approximation of Miku's voice on the soundboard that I can. Eat some dumb vegetables. We'll just sell a little bit of stuff. This item's on your quick bar. Really sell it? Yeah, give me some money, man. I'm just trying to make a living out here. You want my casual t-shirt? You can purchase it. Silk scarf, I don't need it. You can buy my sandfish. Okay, nice. Now we can buy some more. Samura. Eat some more. We're gonna get 10, because this is expensive. Salt expensive. Now we can go do some quick research. Yes, you can. You cannot survive on chicken nuggets, Dimalion. Not on chicken nuggets alone. That's in the Bible. Man cannot eat on chicken nuggets alone. That's what Jesus quoted to the devil when he was in the desert and he was so hungry and Satan tempted him with a chicken nugget. I mean, it's mostly just protein, right? Like you need some veg. Some veg. Carnivore diet dangerous. Just ask Jordan Peterson. Oh, mama! We got it! The apprentice cooking stove. Hooray! Cooking! That means that we can restore stamina. Nice. It's gonna take 3 days to research. Oh, splendiferous. Oh, joy. Oh, joy. Oh, jubilation. Back to the farm. Back to the farm to make some leather. You thought the post-Ghibli Mary and the Witch's Flower was fun. I have not watched that yet. I think. Or did I? Did I watch that? I may have. I think we did watch that. I keep forgetting which movie that was, but I think we did watch that as a stream, and it was really good. I really liked it. It was very cute. I was at a meeting, but I think I saw some laughter. You what? You were at a meeting? What? They could be half veg, half meat, so yes. I mean, that's not a chicken nugget then. That's not a chicken nugget. You're talking about a veggie nugget. Listen, vegetarian chicken nuggets do not taste like chicken nuggets, but they're not too bad. But they're definitely different. They're definitely different, and I'll accept nothing less. Bronze blade, a couple of them. That's what we need these gears for, and the blades are made here. I saw those sand leaks and I thought of you. I cooked us a delicious sand leek dinner. I hope you love it. I worked so hard on this. Babe, you barely touched your sand leeks. Are you okay?
I don't feel so good.
Plant-based chicken. Yeah, I can't wait for them to make veganism easier. I can't wait for vegetarian options to be like water efficient and cheaper, or for them to grow lab-grown meat so that there's no suffering of animals. So look forward to that. That is going to be awesome. It's just a little unrealistic at the moment, but they're getting there. They're getting there. I'm excited. Less animals suffering sounds like a great freaking deal. Also, this is a ring, bruh. I mean, hats off to the peeps that can control their diet that well. I'm impressed. I have trouble eating, period, so that would be a dangerous proposition. What have I got? Civil Corpse. Research. Nice. That was the drying rack done, which will have to be done on the assembler. The assembler. They say it's impossible, but I saw it at Carl's Jr.'s. They said it was the Impossible Burger, but I ate one, and I thought it was pretty good. I did try the Macca's burger. Tried the Macca's plant burger, and it was all right. They put too many tomatoes on it, though. That wasn't even the fault of the fake meat. They just put too many tomatoes on it for my taste. I'm sorry. I took them off, and it was way better. And I've tried some of the vegan nuggets. They were very tasty.
Get this dust out of here.
I want to try the Whopper, the Impossible Whopper. I basically want to try all vegan food because it's interesting. Veganism is also super helpful because I am allergic to milk. So if it says vegan, I know I can have it. I'm like, God bless them. God bless you. You made so many more options for me. I don't know if there'd be good ice cream without the vegans. Grinder, 15 seconds. 15 seconds, 15 seconds. Not sure exactly what I need past just getting this, well, I guess this thing has 2 engines, doesn't it? How the heck do we make those? Oh, yeah, we have to, like, salvage them. So salvage abandoned ruins, the breach hazardous ruins, or buy from a salvage shop. I don't know if we're going to be able to complete this tonight. Maybe. You like the Impossible Burger, but something about how they prepare the Impossible Whopper makes it not as good. Yeah, see, like that McDonald's burger. The only thing that I didn't like was too many freaking tomatoes. I'm not a big tomato guy. I'm not a large tomato man. Not a man made out of tomato. So we need bronze blades. Where are the blades made? Here. 2. Bingo. And they're made immediately? That doesn't even have any wind up. Nice. So now 2 engines. I guess we could really, really quick go to a salvage area and see what it's like, because we only went to the salvage one time. So, salvage abandoned ruins. The breach. That's probably where we need to go, because that's like our only option of somewhere that we've actually been, I think. I don't see a teleporter over there.
We might just have to walk.
Or ride our camel. Oh, I think our camel gone. Oh, and we have our leather too. Nice, we can turn in that commission. Burgess.
Burgess is hanging out outside town.
I'd like to try some vegan chili. I bet you there's some good vegan chili recipes. I've never prepared tofu before. But I feel like that's a key component. It's just what I was looking for. Thanks, Giga Chad. You bet. I live to serve. Yeah, let's just run over to that ruin and see what kind of dungeon we're talking about here. It might be like unlimited stamina as well. Tofu is all right, says Innocent Alex. Yeah, it seems like it'll be a little weird, like an acquired taste. But I feel like you could sneak tofu into things. I feel like that's the key. Just sneaking it in, not making it the main attraction. Just being a little sneaky. Whoa, this is complicated. What the heck is this? Time used 4 hours, stamina layer cost, recommended level, S, A, B, C. You get ratings whenever you play? The flip-flap? What the flip-flap is this? And it just uses stamina to enter. Current social energy too low. It's me whenever I try to go outside too many days in a row. Sorry, your social energy is too low. You're not allowed in there. Okay, well, I guess we're not doing that. We don't have the stamina for anything. We could get another commission going. Really, really wanted to be able to do gardening today, but we might just save that for tomorrow. That might just be tomorrow's treat. Tomorrow's delicious treat. Clean up that trash. Who left that garbage there? You're filling this town with dregs. Dregs, I tell you. The kids' hugs, not dregs. What's the most amount of money that we can make? 600 for 2 basic awnings. Goodness. Goodness, man. You're asking too much. A rubber tube. I think I'm gonna get some more grind saws. We already did this mission. I don't care. Hey, Kenny, have you heard of Code? Is that Lyoko? I don't think I have. Is that a TV show? Code Lyoko. Doesn't not ringing any bells. I might know it by a different name, or at least recognize a character. Meow 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 meow. Oh yeah, we need to watch the trailer for the Pokemon movie. Maybe we'll do that really quick. I came back to. Oh yeah, make the grind sauce. Grind saw. If I can. It's fine. Automatically made. These are also great. I should focus on missions that require you to use the I'm not tracking it, but I know where they live. Oh, it's a French anime. How does that work? French anime? Anime is Japanese for animation. Hello, Hugo. You mean it's a French cartoon? Bingo, that's it. I wonder what our relationship is like with this guy. I thought me and Zeke were tight, but he hasn't asked me to do anything to help out on the greenhouse. I mean, I want to help. Aw, that's so sad. That's so sad. He wants to help. Yeah, if we can have a good relationship with our blacksmith, that'd be great. But we don't even have a star yet. This game is so stingy with the reputation. Alright, this seems just as good a time as any to go ahead and save. Go ahead and save. Tomorrow we can work on actually making a garden, finishing up this engine, getting the arrow thing going. We'll have to do some serious mining slash fighting to get these engines apparently, and we need 2 of them. But yeah, we'll save that for tomorrow. Let's go ahead and save, and maybe we can just real quick watch the Pokemon trailer. Okay. Fun game. Pretty fun. Lots of gripes, but fun time. Maybe it was just fun because y'all were here. Maybe y'all made it fun, to be honest. I wouldn't have had nearly as much fun if y'all weren't here. That is for sure. Okay, I'm going to try to look this up. Let's see. It's the Pokemon trailer. Scarlet. Okay, it's November 18th. Nice. Not seen this. Big looking open world there. Interesting. Realistic anime characters. The cuties. I love all 3 of them. Quaxley. Whoa. What is up with his art style? Baby! Look at that little goblin. Who is that? That is cute. Cute. I love this little thing. Ah! The power of science is amazing. What's up with the 4 characters? Are they like 4 rivals? Little Birdo. No. I like these little dubious creatures. They look grumpy. Little grumpy sprouts. I want some grumpy sprouts in my party. Hey, what's up with the 4 characters? Aw, little pig. Lechonk. Is that French pig? French pig, aka Lechonk. I like him. I don't like his eye boogers. Why has he got these gross bugs? Somebody wipe them out of Lechonk's eyes. Disgusting. Little. He looks like he's about to Play you a song. Play you a little song of his people, the mountain people. Hi! Wow, there's icy areas? That's crazy. Pokemon trading. Nice. Imagine that. Actually trading. Ooh, I love that Pokemon. I don't remember their name, but I like them. They're like a angry tsundere, tiny little spiky. I like them. I don't remember their name though. Gengar. Fancy Pants. Birdly. Interesting. That's not it. There's more. There's like no text. Not actual gameplay footage. This is not footage from the game. Do not be fooled. We tried to lie to you, but it won't work. It's Charizard. And Falco. Wait, who is this? Are these these the champions? Are these the legendaries? Why do they look like they were constructed? They don't look like they were born. Especially this one. That just looks like a fighter jet that's shaped like a lizard. This one looks like a lizard that went to a lab and got edited. And it's got feathers on its butt. Got butt and hat feathers. The two books. Steve and Charles. They're roommates, you guys. They're roommates. Great. His chest looks a little too big for him. He's like, oh, sorry. I think that the doctor put in too big of a thing. This guy, he's sassy. He's got a lot of... I would definitely get Violet if I could. But I'm just going to buy them both because I'm a dum-dum. Nice. Okay, Friday, the 18th of November. So quite a while. Okay, this is Pokeball. That was great. I like the Pokeball at the end. Okay, is a normal start. So this is the player character that we're watching with the little hat. Starts out. Is that a Pokemon Center? Is that like a super streamlined Pokemon Center that lets you just like go super fast and heal your Pokemon? Because that'd be kind of nice. That'd be kind of nice. Two different schools, kind of. They look kind of like schools. It's a little drive-through. It does. It's just a Sonic version. World looks huge. We didn't see any Pokemon hunting, I don't think, but we saw Pokemon outside of the grass walking around. Thank goodness. I mean, I don't think that they've returned to that in any of the mainline Pokemon except for that remake. I wonder if the story is going to be garbage like Arceus, or if it's actually going to be interesting. I kind of doubt it. Pokemon's very bad at doing stories, in my personal opinion. I love all the starters. All of them are great. They're all good choices. It has a purring sound. Cat's purring is the cutest sound. Are these 3 trainees? That little thing is cute. I want that thing. Why is that not a starter? So cute. I love that thing. I want an emote of that thing.
The power of science is amazing.
Oh, you can head 4 at once. Oh, it's showing that you can actually play co-op. Oh, it's showing that there's co-op. I'm dumb. That's why there were 4 trainers, because it's 4 human beings playing co-op at the same time. That's cool. Oh yeah. Yeah, so I guess you can co-op catch. Look, they're all breaking. As soon as they show up together, then they're like, okay, time to break up. Time to leave. It was great playing with you guys. So maybe you just play at the same time in the same world? I wonder what on earth you would do at the same time. The sneaking looks like Arceus. I was a little overwhelmed the first time I was watching it. That's why I'm watching it the second time. Yeah, definitely looks like Arceus catching. Sneaking around. This little grumpy pig. Lechonk. Wait a second.
Battle, Pokemon Bag Run. Yeah, looks to be a little bit open, but I don't know if you're going to be able to run around like an Arceus. It doesn't look like the right camera for that. Yeah, it looks like they went back to the traditional fight. It does not look quite as open as Arceus, right? You love Smoliv? Is that the name of it? Is that Smoliv? It's so cute. I want a Smoliv plush.
Ah, my little Hosen will get you.
Yeah, it is. Nice. So it looks like it has a Pokemon Center. It looks like you can buy stuff, so it might be like the shop as well. And I don't even know what that green thing is.
Hi.
You could trade balls with people. You don't even have to keep your own balls. You get other people's balls. That's great. A little Venonat or whatever it's called. Yeah, so Pokemon outside of the bushes around that looks like you could sneak around in. Shimol. Fancy pants. That's Battleland Wonderland. Phoenix. Got some sort of a... This looks like either a gym. This almost reminds me of Sword and Shield with like the giant arenas. I wonder if they're going to have like Gigantamax or anything like that. I hope not. I don't like those things myself. But yeah, it looks like either a tournament or big event of some sort. Interesting. Pikachu's in the game. I'm pleased. And then they just show off the legendaries. Okay. Well, we've got until November, so I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out if it's any good. I'm sure that they'll release more information. I'm curious. They've piqued my interest. My interest is piqued. If the co-op is fun, that would be really cool. Be really cool if there was actual Pokemon co-op that you could play with friends, but I guess we'll see. Nintendo has a bad track record with online stuff. It'd be cool. One of them has got to be a Digimon. Finally, the crossover. The crossover is here. Yeah, these designs are really strange. These are really weird. Even weirder than a dog with a sword or a dog with a shield. This is even more bizarre. They've gone even further. One of them is a rabbit. And look at how human this one's like legs are. And then he's got long like antennae, kind of, that looks kind of like hair, and then his hair is spikes also, and he has feathers. It looks like they just 100% did a randomized design. It just looks completely randomized. It does not look designed. It looks like they took a bunch of elements and they just threw the dice. This one is just like, and then this one's just the same thing but a robot. This is just reinterpreted as a robot. Yeah, this just looks like what's that Pokemon thing where it like mixes different Pokemon together? It just looks like they did that. They just did it, but they mixed like 4 of them together. I don't think they're very good designs, but they're still kind of cool. I don't know. I'm kind of excited. We've had a lot of Pokemon recently, though. There's been a lot, and I didn't even properly finish Arceus. It's just so much Pokemon at a time. I like the very anime designs here. Very realistic. The baby. Yeah, there's definitely some exciting things. It looks like they didn't stray too far from Arceus, which is good, because Arceus was a step in the right direction. But it does look like they went backwards a little bit. A little bit backwards, a little bit forwards. Ah, look how happy they are. They look so pleased. Frigatito. That is such a wide smile. That's such a big smile. I feel like Nintendo changed that because of all the Weed Cat art that was made. That is even cuter than before. And you can see it's like, its cheeks are like kind of, or its like mouth is kind of like puffed up. It's like puffed out. It's so cute. Quaxley, aka Donald Duck, and then we got Patrick over here. Will you pick me? Will you pick me, master? But Sprigatito is absolutely the cutest one. I guess we'll see what they convert into, though. I'm scared. I'm scared for all of them. This one's going to turn into Charizard. This one's going to turn into Donald Duck. And this one's going to turn into Incineroar. It's not good. It's not good. I'm worried. I'm scared. Also, that little chest fluff, I've seen art of people changing this chest fluff into something, and I can see it. It's going to turn into a sword or something. And then this patch is going to turn into a television screen or something. A dubious little Sprigatito getting up to mischief, smoking dubious Pokemon grass. Yeah, you don't think that tall grass was just for hiding in. Sprigatito's got a whole nother method. Okay. We watched the trailer. Let's see if I can find somebody to raid. Let's go say hi to somebody. We've been raided 2 days in a row by people playing Sandrock. I think that we should raid somebody random playing Sandrock and like meet a new friend because the Sandrock community has like answered the call and we've just been sitting here just raiding friends. I think that's pretty messed up if you think about it. A little succulent. I'm the #1 streamer of this game. I wonder why people aren't playing this game. Let's see. There's LGBTQ plus. I see challenge run. Let's see. Chilled and chatty. I remember Opes has the chatty tag. I don't think I could add that to myself. That seems like a self-loathing tag. Oh, I'm chatty. I'm a chatty streamer. But I guess chatty's not always bad. Chatty just makes me think of like your mom's friend Debbie that comes by and she's always so chatty. She's always so chatty. I can never get anything done while she's here. We can't have her over while we're trying to get ready for the dinner because she is far too chatty. Your aunt, she is the chattiest woman that I know. She's not going to be a single bit of help. While we're making Thanksgiving dinner, she's going to be chatting it up, yada, 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 talking about my husband, talking about my children. Too chatty. Let's say hi to... Let's see if anybody passes the vibe check. Who's this peep? LGBTQ plus? It seems only fitting. GPX streams a water supply problem. It's a group of friends. I'm definitely more for singlers people. I see. Ooh, Scaplooney's playing music. I would love to listen to some piano music. Not gonna lie, I would listen to that. I'm kind of tempted to listen. Aunt Debbie raid. We'll be chatting the whole time. We'll chat our way straight into somebody else's. Video Horror Society. So people are playing this game, eh? People are trying to get into this game, eh? Gaming on the floor, somebody said. I'm always scared to raid random people, but we could go say hi to this. What about this person here? Let me take a look. Another day in Sandrock. Another day. Andrew, Navy vet, loves to play Magic the Gathering, Teamfight Tactics. Been gaming since he was 3? Oh my god! Oh my god. Is he a gamer? Is he gaming? He's Sandrock, and his frame rate's way better than mine. I think my computer's busted. I think my computer is busted. This guy's pretty awesome, and he has an awesome beard. Let's go say hi to him. His name's Bombands. Bombands. It says LGBTQ+, so he's probably a cool guy. And he's got a super freaking cool beard, and he's got the same cat ear earphones that I have over here. These earphones that I never use. He's got the razors. He's got the razors. I guess I don't have cat ears on these, but they're kind of rad. They're very comfortable. Giant little ear puffs, and they're pink, which is awesome. But let's go say hi to him. He's got a cool beard. Let's go say hi to a cool beard person. And we'll be back to our shenanigans tomorrow. Let's make like a little raid message. We can say like I guess we can say squirrel raid, right? Squirrel raid. No, he won't know the context of this, but that's okay, all right? This is our introduction. This is how we introduce ourselves. Let us introduce ourselves. There you go, Squirrel Raid. If you're a subby, you can slap that in. If you're not a sub, then you can just put some hearts or just say hi. This looks like it's a smaller streamer playing some Sandrock. We should say hi, be friendly. He's got a cool freaking beard. There's a squirrel in my beard. Hello there, fellow bearded man. That's what I want to say. Okay, we're going to go say hi to this new person, and hopefully they're cool. And it was great to hang out with you guys. Thanks so much for the raids and the support and everything. I love hanging out with y'all. Y'all made this game a lot more fun. And you made watching this little trailer a lot more fun, too. So thanks for vibing, you guys. You make anything more fun, so thanks for vibing. We're going to get this raid started. Go say hi to this random person that I found. And we'll see how cool they are, okay? Give me a full review whenever we get back. Today was, yeah, we were new boot goofing the entire time, Brad. We was just new boot goofing. New boot goofing in this game. Fire Bubbles, thanks for hanging out. Drex, thanks for being here. We'll see you later. Kim, I'm glad that you got here at the end. Opsty, thanks for being here. Ah! Oi, oi, oi. And Lily Hops, thanks for vibing once you came in with the Crane couple. It was nice chatting with you. It was great talking with y'all about anime and shenanigans like that. Lots of good talks, you guys. All right, I'll see y'all later. Much love. Take care of yourselves. Drink water. And happy Pride. All right, peace. Get out of here. Also, thanks for watching the videos and such.